Chapter 3868. Fortune Divine Realm. Wuma Xingxing and Fei Xuanzi were in disbelief. Yuqi Jinjin and the other core disciples had also heard of the Fortune Divine Realm. They knew that it was a place that only disciples of the God sect from the primordial land had the opportunity to enter. Moreover, such an opportunity was very rare in the God sect, and many people competed for it. For ordinary cultivators, the Fortune Divine Realm was the same as the celestial realm in the hearts of mortals. It was a legendary place. No one would have thought that they would come to such a legendary place one day. Only Zhu, Qianbei, and Feng Yin were dumbfounded, as if they had never paid attention to such rumors. Even Feng Litian, who was born in the Feng family, vaguely knew what kind of place the Fortune Divine Realm was. His face was filled with surprise and joy. Great Emperor Ning, is this really the Fortune Divine Realm? Fei Xuanzi quickly cupped his hands and bowed. How could the Fortune Divine Realm be fake? Ning Qi smiled. Fei Xuanzi's eyes were filled with ecstasy. He was so excited that his body was trembling. Although he was already an undead realm cultivator, his yearning for the Fortune Divine Realm was still extremely strong. When Jiang Tianshu took away the chief disciple position of the Alcade Star Palace, Fei Xuanzi left the Shenluo realm and went to the various central worlds to obtain some opportunities. Amongst them, the divine realm of creation had been reverberating incessantly in Fei Xuanzi's mind. However, he was extremely sure from the cultivators of the primeval age that only disciples of the divine sect had a chance to enter the divine realm of creation because the divine sect controlled the passageway. Moreover, cultivators above the 5th step couldn't enter because it required a sky-high price of resources. Even the God sect couldn't afford it. At that time, Fei Xuanzi had given up on this idea. He didn't expect that Ning Qi would bring him to the Fortune Divine Realm. This is your mission. From now on, you will be the first batch of disciples of the primordial star pavilion in the Fortune Divine Realm. In the future, more and more people will enter this place. The final goal is to move the primordial star pavilion from the Tyli land to the Fortune Divine Realm. That way, the primordial star pavilion won't have to survive under the suppression of the Supreme Sacred Parliament. Grand Elder Duan smiled. Everyone finally understood what Ning Qi meant by going back to being themselves. This mission was for them to continue being cultivators of the ancient star pavilion in the Fortune God realm and strengthen the sect. Yuqi Jinjin and the other true disciples had never imagined that they would be given such an opportunity, and they all bowed sincerely to Ning Qi. This time, only 2 of the Star Palace's chief disciples had come, and the rest were the true disciples. From this point alone, they should be grateful. All of you are geniuses. With such great fortune, it won't be too difficult for you to reach the Emperor realm in the future. However, all of you must remember that the natives of the Fortune Divine Domain are called Divine Domain Warriors. They are extremely disgusted with our identities. If they find out about our origins, they will immediately start hunting us down. In the Fortune Divine Domain, not only are there many 6th grade Divine Domain Warriors comparable to great emperors, there are also many 7th grade Divine Venerables and 4 8th grade Divine Kings. This place is much more dangerous than the Divine Luo world. If you want to search for opportunities, you must act according to your capabilities. Ning Qi smiled faintly. It was the first time Wuma Zhuxing and the others had heard about the strength of the Fortune Divine Domain. Their jaws dropped subconsciously. 7th grade Divine Venerables? 8th grade Divine Kings? Could it be 7th step cultivators and 8th step cultivators? In the vast Divine Luo world, only the mysterious counselors of the Holy Parliament were guessed to be 7th step cultivators. There were actually existences stronger than 7th step cultivators in the Fortune Divine Domain. At this moment, the joy in everyone's heart faded a little and was replaced with a hint of seriousness. In addition to all of you, I have many relatives and friends in the Fortune Divine Domain. If I have the chance to meet them in the future, I'll introduce them one by one." As he spoke, Ning Qi led everyone out of the courtyard and stood before Lu Huang. Lu Huang was a star monster at the peak of the imperishable realm a long time ago. When I broke through to the emperor realm last time, he comprehended something and will soon become a great emperor. Ning Qi smiled. Grand Elder Duan was startled for a moment before his face lit up with ecstasy. He knew that when Ning Qi destroyed the Jiang family, a willow monster had helped him. It must be Lu Huang. If Lu Huang also broke through to the great emperor realm, wouldn't the ancient Star Pavilion have 3 great emperors? Just 7 more, and they would be on par with the sacred sect in the primordial land. He's a quasi-great emperor. Everyone looked at Lu Huang with a hint of awe in their eyes. However, their eyes would unconsciously fall on Jiang Wankong and Jiang Tianshu with a strange expression. Jiu Qianbei's eyes moved as he pointed at Jiang Tianshu and said, "Senior Brother Ning, isn't this the former chief disciple of the Alcade Star Palace, Jiang Tianshu?" "That's right." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Looking at the crowd, Jiang Tianshu's face turned ashen, and his heart was filled with humiliation. He even found it difficult to breathe. The people in front of him were all his former senior and junior brothers. Fei Xuanzi, Wu Mazhuishing, and the true disciples who were like ants to him in the past, Jiu Qianbei and the others. But now, Ning Qi had brought all of them here, and they were pointing fingers at him, while he could do nothing but allow them to humiliate him. If humiliation could be fatal, Jiang Tianshu's current humiliation points would be enough to kill him 1,000 times. "I didn't expect Jiang Tianshu to be here. It looks like you've suppressed him, Senior Brother Ning. Back when we saw him stealing someone else's demon refining gourd, he wanted to kill us. If it wasn't for Grand Elder Duan sending us to the small world to take refuge, we would have been killed by him." Jiu Qianbei looked at Jiang Tianshu with a gloating expression. "There's such a thing." Wuma Xingxing and Fei Xuanzi exchanged glances. The other senior and junior brothers did not seem to know much about this. However, when they thought about how Jiang Tianshu was planning to attack their junior brothers, and an ordinary inner disciple at that, they could not help but look at Jiang Tianshu with disdain. "Ning Beixian, you'll die a horrible death." Jiang Tianshu did not speak. The one who spoke was Jiang Wankong, who had been suppressed for a short while. The moment he spoke, Jiang Tianshu and Jiang Posha subconsciously trembled. As expected, "Lu Huang, this guy's mouth is a little dirty. Wash it." Ning Qi smiled. A willow branch came and slapped Jiang Wankong's mouth at a speed so fast that even mortals could not see it clearly. Even the sound of the slapping was connected into a line. Slap, slap, slap. Jiang Wankong was instantly dumbfounded. His lips could not help but swell. Following this, he felt extremely humiliated. Ning Qi let the willow monster slap his mouth in front of so many people? Chapter 3869. 2 hours later, Lu Huang finally stopped. During this time, Ning Qi explained some general knowledge about the divine realm to everyone, such as the fact that the divine realm stone was 10 times purer than the origin essence stone, and that the city lord of the Hague City was an expert above the 7th Revolution Emperor realm. By the time Lu Huang stopped moving, Jiang Wankong was already dizzy from the slap. He had no idea where he was at the moment. "You must be Jiang Yuexiao's grandson, Jiang Posha." Grand Elder Duan looked at Jiang Posha and smiled. "Jiang Yuexiao?" Wu Ma and Fei Xuanzi were shocked. This was the great emperor of the Jiang family. A direct descendant of the great emperor was hanging on the tree in front of them. Jiang Posha looked at Grand Elder Duan and responded. He didn't want to answer, but based on his understanding of Ning Qi, if he didn't speak, he might end up like Jiang Wankong and get slapped by Lu Huang in front of so many people. If that happened, he would lose all his face. Even in this situation, Jiang Posha still wanted to save some face. You have the Supreme Saint Council and Jiang Yueshao to blame for your current situation. Grand Elder Duan smiled. Jiang Posha responded indifferently. All right, I've settled most of the matters in the divine realm of fortune. I'll go to the Dong Yuwu microcosm to pick up Mo Xie. Grand Elder Duan, bring them here to discuss whether we should build the ancient star pavilion nearby or slowly gather cultivation resources first. We'll build the ancient star pavilion after you reach the Emperor realm. Ningqi smiled. Go ahead. I'll keep an eye on them. As for the sect, I'll see how it goes. If possible, I'll build a sect nearby. Grand Elder Duan nodded with a smile. Ningqi heard this and walked back to the small courtyard. With a thought, his figure disappeared from the courtyard. When Ningqi arrived at the Dong Yuwu microcosm, he found that the world was in a period of war. Countless races and sects were fighting to the death for the resources in the Dong Yuwu microcosm. However, the war had not spread to the Shenlua world. These sects might be extremely angry when they saw their enemies in the small world, but in the Shenlua world, they would do what they were supposed to do. This was a rule set by the Holy Assembly, and no one dared to violate it. Ningqi scanned with his divine sense and confirmed Mo Xie's location. As he rushed towards Mo Xie, he even saw a few cultivators dressed in moon elephant sect robes. The cultivators who fought with them were no match for them and were chased miserably. When Ningqi passed by, they all stopped and raised their heads with a serious expression. Only when Ningqi was far away did the chase continue. At this stage of the war of 10,000 races, the natives in Dongyu could no longer be distinguished. Because of the rules set by the Holy Assembly, the natives would not be exterminated by force. However, when the war of 10,000 races ended, there would be few cultivators left in Dongyu. In that case, there would be enough resources for the sect that won the small world to use. It was very realistic. Ningqi rarely entered small worlds before and had never participated in the War of the 10,000 Races, so he didn't have a direct experience. In Ningqi's view, most of the local natives probably didn't know why there was a war of 10,000 races, and they probably didn't know where the cultivators who participated in the War of 10,000 Races came from. To them, the War of 10,000 Races was a calamity, just like the demon race's invasion of the celestial realm. After the calamity, there would be many things to be done. It probably wouldn't take long before the cultivators in the future wouldn't remember the War of 10,000 Races. But the next War of 10,000 Races would always come, just like reincarnation. This War of 10,000 Races has lasted for too long. According to the current situation, the myriad realms have been destroyed and Shenlua world can't be affected in a short period of time. The purpose of the Holy Assembly arranging such a war is most likely to influence the sects in Shenlua world, to exhaust all their strength and weaken their strength. Some cultivators who have the talent to advance to the Emperor realm may die in such a chaotic battle. Their intentions are unforgivable. A cold look flashed in Ningqi's eyes, and his figure instantly sped up. Not long after, he came to a huge city where Mo Xie lived. This huge city was extremely powerful, and there were as many as 3 imperishable realm cultivators in it. It seemed that this was a native force of the Dongyu small world. Inside the enormous city, in a certain courtyard, Mo Xie and a woman sat on a rattan chair. Looking at the children running around, they glanced at each other and smiled. Yun Qing, when they grow up, I will teach them the way of cultivation. This way, even if we are not by their side in the future, they can still live in Dongyu. Mo Xie smiled. The woman he called Yun Qing was slightly stunned, and a complicated look flashed in her eyes. Cultivation? If they are mortals and live out their lives peacefully, it will be good too. Mortals? They can only live for 100 years. Will that be good? Mo Xie was stunned. If they are cultivators, they may have to participate in the War of 10,000 Races that you mentioned. Living a normal life is better than dying a violent death. Yun Qing smiled. Whether they want to cultivate or not, We have to ask their opinion, right? In the small courtyard, there was suddenly an additional figure. Mo Xia subconsciously protected Yunqing and looked at the figure. His expression was slightly stunned, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. Mo Xia, is he your enemy? Yunqing's expression was a little solemn. With a wave of her hand, the 3 children running around the courtyard all ran to Yunqing and looked at Ningqi with fear in their eyes. Not an enemy, but a good friend. Mo Xia laughed loudly and went forward to give Ningqi a big hug. I heard from Feng Yin that you are living a good life in the Dong Yu Wu small world. It is indeed so. This must be your wife, right? Ningqi smiled and looked at Yunqing. Brother Ning, come, let me introduce you. Mo Xia pulled Yunqing's arm, smiled at Ningqi, and said, She is my wife and was once known as the #1 beauty in the Dong Yu Wu small world. #1 beauty? Ningqi looked at Yunqing. Her face was indeed extremely beautiful, but he had seen too many beauties. For a moment he was a little immune and did not notice this. What are you talking about? Yunqing looked at Mo Xia shyly. Mo Xia let out a loud laugh. Clearly, she was very happy to see Ningqi here. After letting her 3 children see Ningqi, Yunqing brought the 3 children back into the house, leaving Mo Xia and Ningqi alone in the small courtyard to chat. You are not planning to return to Shenluo world, right? Ningqi smiled. No, Yunqing can't go back. I will stay here to accompany her. Mo Xia smiled. The spiritual energy here is thin, and it is not good for your cultivation. Ningqi said, What can I do? I can't abandon Yunqing and the rest. Mo Xia smiled and shook his head. My current cultivation is enough to protect them in the Dong Yu Wu small world. There is no need to think about other things. Seeing this, Ningqi was about to tell Mo Xia that he planned to bring them to the creation's celestial realm, but his eyes moved slightly and he looked outside the courtyard. Bam! The main gate of the courtyard was kicked into pieces by someone. Chapter 3870. Mo Xia, you're really here. Where's Yunqing? Ask her to come out. It was a young man who had kicked down the door, followed by an old woman and a few strong men. The young man's eyes turned red when he saw Mo Xia, as if he had seen a long-time enemy. The young man's cultivation was not high, only at the great completion of the Tao querying realm. But the old woman and the few strong men were at the 4th step of the destiny realm, much higher than Mo Xia. Zhou Xingjing, why are you haunting me like a ghost? Mo Xia looked at the young man coldly. Husband, what happened? Yunqing walked out of the room with a sliver of worry in her eyes. However, when she saw the face of the person who had arrived, her expression changed again. Yunqing, I have finally found you. Ever since you were bewitched by Mo Xia and left me, I've been thinking of you every second. Come with me, go back to the Zhou family, and be the wife of the young master. Zhou Xingjing looked at Yunqing with passion. Is there something wrong with your brain? Yunqing has nothing to do with you from the beginning. You came all the way here just to make Yunqing go with you? Mo Xia almost laughed out of anger. Mother, father. 3 little heads peeked out from the crack of the door, looking at the crowd in fear. Mother? Zhou Xingjing was startled, then gasped. He looked at Yunqing in disbelief. You and Mo Xia, that's right. We're married and have 3 children. Young Master Zhou, please go back. Yunqing nodded lightly. Zhou Xingjing's expression changed several times. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Since I like you, I don't care if you've had children or if you're married to Mo Xia. You have to return to the Zhou family with me. The Zhou family is one of the top 3 families in the Dongwu continent. We will not allow this to become a stain on the Zhou family. As long as you come with me, I can let bygones be bygones. As for Mo Xia and your 3 children, I'll allow them to leave. Yunqing did not expect that Zhou Xingjing would say such a thing, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. The next moment, Mo. Xia transmitted a message to Ning Qi, Brother Ning. Take Yun Qing and my 3 children and leave first. Zhou Xingjing has come with ill intentions today, and he has brought a few masters with him. I will stay and delay them. After saying that, Mo Xia looked coldly at Zhou Xingjing. I should have slapped you to death back then. A perverted person like you is not fit to live in this world. How dare you? Before Zhou Xingjing could speak, the old woman behind him was furious. She shouted at Mo Xia, and the aura of the fate state surged out, suppressing Mo Xia, Ning Qi, and the others. Young master, although Lady Yun Qing was once the #1 beauty of Dongyu, she is no longer a virgin. The family head will not allow you to bring her back. However, for the sake of our Zhou family's reputation, they must be buried here today. I hope young master will understand, a strong man said faintly. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Ning Qi. There was a hint of fear in his heart because he had not been able to tell what level Ning Qi's cultivation had reached. Zhou Xingjing was silent for a few breaths before he suddenly sighed softly. The elder's words are reasonable. If that is the case, Yun Qing, this will be the last time we meet. This will indeed be the last time you meet. Ning Qi nodded. With a thought, Zhou Xingjing exploded into a cloud of blood mist with a bang. Young master, the old woman was horrified. Before she could do anything, she also exploded into a cloud of blood mist with a bang. You, a strong man, looked at Ning Qi. The next moment, bang, the strong man also turned into a cloud of blood mist. Run. The remaining 2 people were horrified when they saw this. They did not even have the courage to stay and turned around to escape. However, they had turned into 2 clouds of blood mist before they could escape the door of the courtyard. A faint rumble came from the void, as if something had shattered. Not only did their physical bodies die, but even the immortal palace was destroyed by me. Brother Mo Xia, the Zhou family is a local native family, right? Do you want me to help you destroy it? Ning Qi smiled. Mo Xia and Yun Qing stared at Ning Qi with their mouths agape. They had thought that there would be a fierce battle today, but they never expected that 4 Destiny State cultivators and a cultivator at the great attainment of the Tao-seeking realm would be killed in an instant. The tremor in the void just now was obviously the sound of the palace shattering. Brother Ning, your current cultivation. Mo Xia seemed to not recognize Ning Qi anymore. There was a trace of shock in his eyes. Let's talk about this later. The small world of Dongyu is ultimately the battlefield of the 10,000 races. The flames of war will eventually spread to this giant city. It is not a long-term solution for you and your wife to stay here. I will take you to another world. It is full of opportunities and opportunities. Feng Yin and the others will be there too. What do you think? Ning Qi smiled. Opportunities everywhere? Full of opportunities? Mo Xia was stunned. He asked, Can Yun Qing and the others go too? Of course. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Mo Xia and Yun Qing were delighted. Before they could say anything, they heard an angry roar from afar. Who is fighting in Shui City? In the next moment, an imposing figure appeared above the courtyard through the air. Mo Xia and Yun Qing's expressions changed drastically when they saw this person. Brother Ning, this is one of the deputy city lords of Shui City. He is an eternal realm cultivator and extremely powerful. You must not offend him. Let's tell the truth, and maybe we can escape today. Mo Xia hurriedly transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. The next moment, he respectfully cupped his hands at the figure in the sky and said, Please forgive us, Deputy City, Lord Lu. A few small fries sneaked into this place and tried to suppress us. That was why we fought back. Small fries? Vice City, Lord Lu sneered. He glanced at the blood mist on the ground and the traces left behind. His gaze fell on Ning Qi. Your Excellency, do you have a magic treasure that can conceal your cultivation? Even I can't see through your cultivation. No wonder you were able to kill the Zhou clan's young master and several elders in such a short period of time. Deputy City Lord Liu, are you going to stand up for the Zhou clan? Ning Qi smiled. Since the other party knew the identity of the people who had just died, it meant that the other party knew everything about Zhou Xingjing and the others entering Sishui City. He probably knew a thing or two about their purpose. It's not that I want to stand up for the Zhou clan. Deputy City Lord Liu shook his head and sighed. If the Zhou clan's disciples die in Sishui City, I have to give them an explanation. Otherwise, it will ruin the relationship between us. That's simple. If you also die, the Zhou clan naturally won't blame Sishui City. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. With a thought, the majestic power of the great emperor instantly pressed Deputy City Lord Liu down from the sky and heavily landed in the middle of the yard. Chapter 3871. Bang! With a loud noise, Deputy City Lord Liu landed on the ground in front of Mo Xia, creating a human-shaped pit in the ground. Mo Xia and Yun Qing were a little confused by what had just happened. When Deputy City Lord Liu stood up shakily, but in the next moment he fell to his knees again, the two of them reacted and looked at Ning Qi strangely. Brother Ning, what is this? Mo Xia kept gasping in his heart. When he first came to Sishui City, he already knew that Deputy City Lord Liu was an indestructible realm cultivator. Although he did not know whether he was in the early or middle stage, an indestructible realm cultivator was considered a top expert in Shenluo world. Unless there was an emperor realm cultivator, this level of cultivator was at the top of the food chain. There was no great emperor in Dong Yu Wu small world. The strongest was the indestructible realm. Therefore, Deputy City Lord Liu's status in Dong Yu Wu small world was even higher than some great emperors in Shenluo world. Such an existence was now kneeling in front of the two of them. After thinking about it, it was definitely related to Ning Qi. Some time ago, I was lucky and broke through the bottleneck of the indestructible realm. Ning Qi smiled. Mo Xia and Yun Qing looked at each other. The shock in their hearts was no less than that of Deputy City Lord Liu, who was being suppressed by Ning Qi. Brother Ning, you have become a great emperor? Mo Xia still found it hard to believe. When he left Shenluo world, Ning Qi was still a fourth-step cultivator and had to worry about Jiang Tianchu's pursuit. But now, in a short period of time, Ning Qi had jumped several realms and reached the great emperor realm that he had never dared to imagine in his life. This was too shocking. Yes. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Hearing this, Mo Xia's expression became more and more strange. Say, Senior! Deputy City Lord Liu suddenly found that the aura suppressing him had weakened. He quickly seized the opportunity and looked at Ning Qi awkwardly. I have offended you just now. Please forgive me, Senior. I did not mean to hand you over to the Zhou family, but you have made it very clear just now. There is no need to explain. I will not make it difficult for you. As long as you are dead, there is no need to think about how to explain to the Zhou family. Instead, the Zhou family will have to explain to Sishui City. Ning Qi smiled and suddenly looked up at another part of the void. Am I right? Two figures fell out of the void like meteors and landed heavily in front of Ning Qi. However, compared to Vice City Lord Liu, they were in a better state. Their feet were on the ground, and they didn't look as wretched as Ning Qi. City Lord? Vice City Lord Qiu? Mo Xia was stunned. These two figures were clearly the other two imperishable realm experts of Sishui City. One of them was even the City Lord of Sishui City. In other words, the three imperishable realm experts of Sishui City had all arrived. The Lord of Sishui City and Deputy Lord Qiu looked at each other and nodded to Ning Qi. You're right. Deputy City Lord Liu. He didn't expect that his two brothers of many years would sell him out in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to speak, he found that a mysterious power had enveloped him. Soon, everyone saw the huge changes that had happened to Deputy City Lord Liu. They saw that Deputy City, Lord Lu became younger and younger, and at the same time his cultivation realm continued to drop. The imperishable realm quickly fell to the immortal realm, and then to the undead realm. Such a change not only shocked Deputy City Lord Lu, but also made Sishui City's City Lord and Deputy City Lord Chiu shudder. In less than 10 minutes, Deputy City Lord Lu had disappeared, as if he had never existed in the world. Such an unfathomable method made Sishui City's City Lord and Deputy City Lord tremble uncontrollably. You can go now. Ningqi looked at the City Lord and Deputy City Lord and smiled. At the same time, he withdrew the great emperor power that was used to suppress them. Hearing this, the two hurriedly bowed respectfully and turned to leave. When Deputy City Lord Chiu stepped out of the courtyard, he seemed to almost trip on the threshold. Brother Ning, what did I miss while I was away from divine Luo world? Mo Xie said faintly. You'll know in a moment. Ningqi smiled. Not long after, Mo Xie's family of 5 was brought to the creation divine realm by Ningqi. Mo Xie didn't know what kind of place the creation divine realm was. Ningqi spent a few minutes to explain it to her. Mo Xie's expression went from blank, confused, to shock, to disbelief, and then to ecstasy. If Ningqi didn't lie to him, there was a high chance that he could break through the bottleneck of the 4th step and become a 5th step cultivator in the creation divine realm. As for the great emperor, Mo Xie didn't even dare to think about it. As long as he could reach the 5th step, it was enough for him. The land of Tai Li, the sword emperor Longevity, was in seclusion in his cave abode, waiting for news from the Supreme Sacred Council's headquarters. Suddenly, a golden bird appeared in front of him. The sword emperor Longevity opened his eyes and looked at the golden bird. In the next moment, the golden bird spoke in human language. Ning Beixian obtained a forbidden item in the myriad world's reincarnation in his previous life. In this life, regardless of whether he has become a great emperor or is a boundless realm cultivator, capture him alive and obtain that item. Master, is this the headquarters order? The sword emperor Longevity asked in a low voice. My order is the headquarters order, the golden bird replied. After saying that, the golden bird instantly dissipated, turning into golden spots of light that melted into the void. The sword monarch Eternal Life frowned slightly. Initially, he had been following his master's order to assign the task of killing Ning Beixian to Jiang Yueshao. At that time, he was quite curious as to why a mere samsara realm cultivator would require a powerful existence, like his master, to personally participate in the mission and send a martial monarch to kill him. If he really has a forbidden item, why did he kill him in the first place? Why didn't he capture him alive to obtain it? The sword emperor Longevity felt conflicted about this point. Now that his master had ordered him to capture Ningqi alive, there were probably many mysteries that he wasn't clear about. The sword emperor Longevity left the cave abode and looked in the direction of the ancient star pavilion. In the next moment, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. Creation God realm. After helping Mo Xie and the others settle down, Ningqi walked out of the courtyard with Grand Elder Duan as if he was taking a stroll. After 10 minutes, Grand Elder Duan slowly said, The current pavilion master of the ancient star pavilion was once my father's disciple and also my senior brother. Do you know why he hasn't stayed in the ancient star pavilion all these years? Because of the Supreme Saint Council? Ningqi's eyes lit up. There seemed to be no other explanation. The current Star Emperor was obviously on the same side as Grand Elder Duan, so his attitude toward the Supreme Saint Council was the same as his. Grand Elder Duan smiled and shook his head. Although the Supreme Saint Council is despicable, Senior Brother's cultivation isn't high enough for them to act against him. He hasn't stayed in the ancient Star Pavilion for so many years because he found a God King's tomb. Chapter 38-72 Godly King's Tomb. Ningqi's expression changed slightly. Could the Godly King's tomb be related to 8th step cultivators? Senior brother once looked through many ancient books to find out why the Holy Assembly forbade us from communicating with the Forbidden Planet. In the end, he found out a shocking secret. There used to be 108 godly kings in the world. Many small worlds in the universe have traces left behind by these godly kings. Some of these small worlds were even created by these godly kings. Grand Elder Duan said with a smile. Ning Chi had already heard about this from the Silver Dragon, so he wasn't too surprised. Grand Elder Duan seemed a little surprised by Ning Chi's attitude, but he didn't think much about it. He continued. Senior brother suspected that the Forbidden Planet was related to these godly kings, so he continued to investigate. In the end, he found a tomb in a space that was extremely dangerous, even for emperors. The owner of the tomb was most likely one of the 108 godly kings. Senior brother is now wholeheartedly focused on opening the tomb, so he hasn't been back for many years. So the pavilion master has already determined that the tomb was left behind by one of the godly kings? Ning Chi asked. That's right. Everyone knows that it's basically impossible to break through to the 7th step in the Shenlua world. Ever since the chaos in the Shenlua world, countless 7th step cultivators have died, and no new 7th step cultivators have appeared. The reason is because of those old guys from the Holy Assembly. Before that, there was no need for cultivators to go through so many tribulations. Now, if you want to break through, you have to ask the Holy Assembly for permission. If they don't agree, they will be sent to reincarnation with just one bolt of lightning. Grand Elder Duan sneered. Senior brother wants to open the godly king's tomb because he wants to see if there's anything inside that can help him break through to the 7th step. Only then can the ancient star pavilion rise again under the suppression of the Holy Assembly. After a pause, Grand Elder Duan looked at Ning Chi with a smile. However, it doesn't matter now whether we can open the godly king's tomb or not. With you here, the ancient star pavilion can move into the creation divine realm and grow to the point where it can compete with the Holy Assembly in the future. I wonder where the space where the pavilion master is located. Ning Chi's eyes flickered as he suddenly recalled that after being in the divine Lua world for so long, the only time he went to the galaxy was when he went to the star pavilion at the peak of the main mountain range. The main branch of the ancient star pavilion towered into the clouds. Not only that, but the peak directly broke through the limit and was already among the stars. However, aside from the few times he went to the star pavilion, Ning Chi had never thought about exploring the stars. Could it be that there's some kind of factor that's influencing me? Ning Chi thought to himself. Grand Elder Duan shook his head. Senior brother never took me to that part of the universe because it's filled with danger. Most eternal realm cultivators don't make it back alive. Only great emperors have the ability to cross the universe. Pausing for a moment, he continued, the starry sky of Shenlua world is different from other places. There are too many unknown and terrifying existences there. Although you are a great emperor now, do not go to the starry sky for no reason. Even imperishable realm martial practitioners don't make it out alive? Could it be that the universe of the divine Lua world was very different from the universes of the other small worlds? I understand now. Realization flashed across Ning Chi's eyes. He suspected that he had never thought about going to the universe before because he had subconsciously sensed the danger. Now that he had such an idea, it had something to do with the fact that his cultivation had reached the great emperor realm. In the next few days, Ning Chi and Grand Elder Duan found a mountain range with beautiful scenery 100 miles away from the courtyard and set up a mountain gate. Countless buildings were built with a single thought from Ning Chi using the materials on the ground. This mountain gate became a place for Fei Xuanzi and the others to stay. They would only hide in the courtyard when they encountered danger. Otherwise, if there were too many people going in and out of the courtyard, the uniqueness of the area would be discovered sooner or later. Shenlua world, the land of Tai Li. After Ning Chi left the creation's sacred realm, He didn't choose to return to the moon elephant sect immediately. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the universe above his head. In the next moment, he turned into a stream of light and flew into the universe. When he looked down, the Shenluo world was still incredibly huge, and he couldn't see the end of it. Ning Qi saw this and continued flying deep into the universe. From the beginning to the end, he had maintained sufficient vigilance to deal with the danger that Grand Elder Duan had mentioned. Before he knew it, Ning Qi had already flown millions of miles away. However, when he looked back, the Shenluo world still seemed to be standing under his feet, and he still couldn't see the end of it. It is said that the Shenluo world is boundless, and it is indeed so. Such a vast world can only be created out of thin air by existences at the divine master realm. Ning Qi sighed. After that, he continued flying deep into the universe. However, no matter how far he flew, he could clearly see the Shenluo world as soon as he turned around. Ning Qi couldn't help but stop and ponder. He suspected that he had fallen into some kind of illusion. Otherwise, he would be at least hundreds of millions of miles away from the Shenluo world. However, when he turned around, it seemed like the Shenluo world was still right in front of him, and there was no distance between him and the Shenluo world at all. Either the god Luo world was so huge that it was breathtaking, or he had fallen into some sort of illusion without realizing it. To be able to make a great emperor fall into an illusion unknowingly, only a seventh-step cultivator would be able to do it. Just as Ning Qi was deep in thought, a crack suddenly appeared in the void not far away. This crack grew larger and larger, and in the next moment, countless palms stretched out from the crack, grabbing at Ning Qi. These palms seemed to be condensed from black mist, and it was obvious that they were not the hands of humans. Ning Qi's eyes flickered with astonishment. Was this the danger that Grand Secretary Duan had mentioned? The next moment, his face darkened, and his eyes turned into a starry universe. However, he soon realized that his great emperor powers had no effect on the hands at all. Soon, a hand landed on Ning Qi's body, and with a gentle grab, the flesh at that spot melted instantly. With Ning Qi's body, even if his flesh melted, it would grow back instantly. He was almost indestructible, but he realized that his wound was being corroded by a power that seemed to be stronger than the power of a great emperor, and his flesh couldn't grow back at all. Seeing this, Ning Qi threw a punch at the hand that was closest to him when the other hands were about to grab him. A few breaths later, Ning Qi turned around and fled. He activated the power of a great emperor in his body and increased his speed to the maximum. The punch that he had thrown out earlier had already disappeared. As soon as his body came into contact with the black fog, his fist was swallowed by it. Chapter 3873. Danger. Extreme danger. Ning Qi's expression was calm. He did not panic. The palm behind him continued to chase after him. It was even faster than him and was getting closer to him. Even before he became a great emperor, Ning Qi had rarely encountered such terrifying danger. It was as if he had one foot in the gates of hell. If he was caught by the palm, Ning Qi suspected that he would be killed on the spot without leaving any trace. It would be the same as his fist that had been devoured and the piece of flesh on his body. The Shenluo world seemed to be right in front of him. However, when Ning Qi flew at full speed, he was sure that he had not flown for nothing. After a dozen breaths, Ning Qi stopped. When he turned around to look, the crack had disappeared. It was as if the palm that was chasing him had never appeared. It seemed that as long as Ning Qi did not venture deep into the universe, he would not be attacked by those unknown existences. In the eyes of ordinary people, a distance of hundreds of millions of miles was a distance that could not be covered in a lifetime. However, to Ning Qi, it was only a dozen breaths' time. In such a short distance, he would encounter dangers that even he could not deal with. If he flew at full speed with the cultivation of a great emperor, he would probably die in a few minutes. Senior Silver Dragon, what were those palms just now? Ning Qi thought of something and asked. After a long while, the Silver Dragon still did not answer Ning Qi's question. He could only look at the starry sky with lingering fear, then turn and fly toward Heaven Connect City. His fist that had disappeared, as well as the piece of flesh that had been torn off his body, did not recover. It was not until Ning Chi reached Heaven Connect City that the remaining terrifying power in his body completely dissipated, and his injuries recovered. Even a great emperor would be in danger if he ventured into the universe. What secrets are there? What are the existences behind those palms? Could it be a trick left behind by the Divine Master? Ning Chi came to the teleportation array. When he was about to return to the primordial land, he could not help but look at the sky above him. However, in the next moment, a long sword suddenly fell from the sky. It brought with it the power of a great emperor and slashed at Ning Chi. Longevity, Sword Emperor. After sensing the aura of the long sword, Ning Chi immediately knew who was attacking him. His face turned cold. He immediately opened the 9 inner hidden gates and punched at the long sword. When the Longevity Sword Emperor, who was up in the sky, saw that, he subconsciously frowned. His opponent was actually planning on using his fleshly body to take on his Longevity sword. Aren't you looking down on me a little too much? In the next moment, he watched as Ning Chi's fist collided with his Longevity sword. With a loud bang, an incomparably loud sound wave spread out in all directions. The cultivators in Skyspan City were sent tumbling on the spot by the sound wave and the shock wave. Some of the cultivators who were closer to Ning Chi spat out mouthfuls of blood and died on the spot. Their eyes were still filled with unwillingness, shock, and confusion. A drop of blood dripped from Ning Chi's fist. At the same time, the Longevity Sword Emperor's Longevity sword was sent flying by his immense force and landed in the Longevity Sword Emperor's hand. Countless astounded gazes landed on the two of them. The cultivators had no idea what had happened, but they were still overwhelmed by the shockwaves from the battle between the two martial monarchs. Longevity Sword Emperor, what are you doing? Ning Chi's gaze gradually turned cold. The headquarters have ordered me to capture you alive, so it's impossible for you to go to the primordial lands. The shockwaves from our battle are too great. If you resist, I'm afraid there will be countless casualties in Skyspan City. Why don't you leave with me? As long as we find out the truth with your identity, you won't die like you did in your past life. The Longevity Sword Emperor smiled. The headquarters want to capture me alive. Ning Chi sneered. As a boundless boundary cultivator and a martial monarch, what right does the headquarters have to capture me alive? Am I a dark cultivator? His voice spread across the entire Skyspan City. In an instant, countless figures soared into the sky and looked at the scene in shock. At the same time, they were shocked by Ning Chi's words. From Ning Chi's words, they could tell that the two martial monarchs before them were most likely boundless boundary cultivators of the Supreme Saint Assembly. However, one of the boundless boundary cultivators wanted to suppress the other, and both of them were martial monarchs. This was unheard of in the Shenluo world. It's him. A shocked and incredulous gaze suddenly landed on Ning Chi. The owner of the gaze was the manager of the Northern Dragon Merchant Association, Yiming. His junior brother, Li Tai, stood behind him and also looked at Ning Chi in astonishment. At the same time, Fu Liang also saw Ning Chi. He never thought that Ning Chi was actually a martial monarch. The headquarters naturally have their reasons for capturing you alive. The Longevity Sword Emperor harumphed coldly. Do you want to leave with me, or do I have to suppress you? You've just entered the martial monarch realm, while I'm already a 4th revolution martial monarch. You're no match for me. Just as Ning Chi was about to speak, a voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Longevity Sword Emperor, why don't you ask if I allow you to make a move in my Skyspan City? The Longevity Sword Emperor's expression changed drastically. After tracking Ning Chi's whereabouts, he saw that Ning Chi was about to head to the ancient land. In a moment of desperation, he attacked without considering the fact that there was a martial monarch here. The next moment, a figure appeared in midair. The person had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He wore a white robe and looked handsome, like an elegant young master in the mortal world. When the Longevity Sword Emperor saw him, he immediately cupped his fists and bowed. "Greetings, Heavenly Moon Emperor. He's the boundless boundary martial monarch who guards Skyspan City?" Ning Qi's eyes flickered as he looked at the Heavenly Moon Emperor. The Heavenly Moon Emperor's aura was extremely obscure, but the aura he occasionally emitted was a lot stronger than the Longevity Sword Emperor and him. It was highly possible that the Heavenly Moon Emperor was a 7th Revolution martial monarch, and his strength might not be weaker than the Moon Elephant Sect's vice sect leader Yin. "Longevity Sword Emperor, is it because I rarely fight that you've forgotten my existence?" The Heavenly Moon Emperor said with a smile. The Longevity Sword Emperor's expression changed slightly. He cupped his fists and said, "I've indeed acted rashly. However, this person is someone who the headquarters ordered to be captured alive. If he enters the ancient land, it'll be troublesome. I acted in a moment of desperation. He's a boundless boundary cultivator and a martial monarch. Where's the order from the headquarters? Let me see." The Heavenly Moon Emperor glanced at Ning Qi before smiling at the Longevity Sword Emperor. The order, there was none at all. Otherwise, the Longevity Sword Monarch wouldn't have doubted whether his master's order represented the headquarters' intentions. After thinking for a while, the Longevity Sword Monarch lowered his voice and said, "Heavenly Moon Emperor, the headquarters' decree hasn't arrived yet. I'll show it to you after I suppress him. Attacking one of our own without the order? The Supreme Saint Assembly doesn't have such a rule. Scram, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't do anything." The Heavenly Moon Emperor said with a smile. The Longevity Sword Emperor's expression changed. He looked at Ning Qi in bewilderment, then at the Heavenly Moon Emperor. In the end, he clenched his teeth and said, "It's an order from the headquarters. I hope the Heavenly Moon Emperor can do me a favor." Chapter 3874. Ning Qi was slightly surprised. Even the Heavenly Moon Emperor had made an appearance, but the Sword Emperor still wanted to capture him alive. Even if there was an order from the headquarters, why would the Sword Emperor dare to insist on his own opinion in front of the Heavenly Moon Emperor? Logically speaking, the Heavenly Moon Emperor was the boundless emperor and should act according to the rules. With the Heavenly Moon Emperor's appearance, even if the Sword Emperor couldn't suppress him today, the headquarters wouldn't blame him. Unless this matter had nothing to do with the headquarters and the Sword Emperor wanted to capture him, someone might have secretly instructed him to do so. Ning Qi's eyes flickered. He recalled that he was killed by Jiang Yueshao in his previous life. It was said that it was an order from the Holy Saint Council, but now that he thought about it, there were many suspicious points. If the Holy Saint Council wanted to kill a rebirth realm cultivator, why would they order the Great Emperor? Moreover, there had to be a reason to kill him. If he really obtained something in the myriad realms of reincarnation in his previous life, why did they kill him instead of capturing him alive? Could it be that I died in my previous life because of a personal grudge? Thinking of this, Ning Qi felt that the possibility was getting higher. To find out the truth, he would have to start from the Sword Emperor. You want me to make things easier for you? You should at least take out the order. Without the order, you attacked my own Great Emperor. Tell me, should I not suppress you? The Heavenly Moon Emperor smiled. The moment he said that, a look of horror appeared on the Longevity Sword Emperor's face. Next, everyone watched as countless palms suddenly emerged from the void. Some grabbed the Longevity Sword Emperor's head, some grabbed his arms, and some grabbed his legs. The palms appeared to be formed from black mist. They were very similar to the ones Ning Qi had seen in the universe. This divine power, Ning Qi looked at the Heavenly Moon Emperor with a trace of doubt. Why was the Heavenly Moon Emperor's divine power so similar to those unknown existences that almost killed Ning Qi in the universe? Heavenly Moon Emperor, wait. The Sword Emperor's eyes were filled with terror. Under the Heavenly Moon Emperor's divine power, he could not resist at all. Now that you know fear, do you want me to make things easier for you? The Heavenly Moon Emperor smiled. And no need, the Sword Emperor stuttered. He had seen the Heavenly Moon Emperor use this move to tear a Fifth Revolution Great Emperor into pieces. In the end, the Fifth Revolution Great Emperor reconstructed his body, but his cultivation had plummeted to the Third Revolution Great Emperor. Until now, he was still stuck in this realm. He basically had no hope of reaching the Fourth Revolution Emperor anymore. If Heavenly Moon Emperor tore his body apart, he would end up the same as the Fifth Rank Emperor Realm Expert. Most importantly, Heavenly Moon Emperor's strength and means were among the best in the Supreme Saint Council. At least, he was much stronger than his master. This time, Heavenly Moon Emperor didn't have an order and acted on his own in Tily Heaven Connect City. If Heavenly Moon Emperor killed him, his master wouldn't be able to say anything. In the end, the matter would be left unsettled. Heavenly Moon Emperor smiled. The palms on Sword Monarch Longevity's body disappeared one after another. However, there was a tearing sound as the last palm that disappeared ripped off one of Sword Monarch Longevity's arms. Blood splattered in the air, and Sword Monarch Longevity's face turned slightly pale. He looked at Heavenly Moon Emperor in shock and anger before turning to flee. All right, the matter has been settled. Disperse. The Heavenly Moon Emperor glanced at the crowd and waved his hand. He then looked at Ning Qi and said with a smile, "Follow me to the city, Lord's mansion. I have something to ask you." Hearing this, Ning Qi smiled and followed Heavenly Moon Emperor to the city, Lord's mansion. Yi Ming, Li Tai, and the others looked at each other with lingering fear. Fortunately, they didn't continue to be enemies with Ning Qi. Otherwise, their fates would be extremely miserable. Even a boundless boundary cultivator, like Longevity Sword Emperor, had one of his arms destroyed by Heavenly Moon Emperor because he attacked Ning Qi. What could they, who were fifth-step cultivators, do? As for the cultivators who were killed in the aftermath of the battle between Ning Qi and the Longevity Sword Emperor, there were naturally people who came out to collect their corpses. These cultivators had died in vain. Moreover, after the Longevity Sword Emperor lost an arm, it was equivalent to the Heavenly Moon Emperor avenging them. In the world of cultivators, the weak were prey to the strong. If one's cultivation was not high enough, no one would help them even if they died. The city, Lord's mansion. Ning Qi followed the Heavenly Moon Emperor to the hall. The servants served tea and respectfully left the hall. The Heavenly Moon Emperor smiled at Ning Qi and said, "I heard that you arranged for the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce to purchase cultivation resources. Why didn't you inform the council? Did you think that the council couldn't afford it?" Ning Qi's eyes flickered and he smiled. "Heavenly Moon Emperor, I don't quite understand what you're saying. If my Chamber of Commerce wants to buy things, do I need to inform the Supreme Saint Council?" "Supreme Saint Council? Who said it's the Supreme Saint Council?" The Heavenly Moon Emperor smiled. Ning Qi's face darkened. He stood up and said, "I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first." "Don't be in such a hurry to leave." The Heavenly Moon Emperor smiled. This time his voice was completely different from before. Ning Qi was very familiar with this voice. It was clearly the voice of the Dark Council's Heavenly Wolf Counselor. "How is it? Do you recognize me?" The Heavenly Moon Emperor looked at Ning Qi with a smile. Ning Qi's expression became slightly strange. The Heavenly Wolf Counselor in his mind did not look as feminine as the one in front of him. By right, he should be a strong man. However, the Heavenly Moon Emperor was the Heavenly Wolf Counselor. This should not be wrong. If the Supreme Saint Council's Emperor Wu Jiang knew what the Heavenly Wolf Counselor's voice sounded like, the Heavenly Wolf Counselor would have been suppressed long ago. However, Ning Qi did not want to come into contact with these counselors in Shenlua World. It was better to be safe than sorry. Before this matter ended, he did not want to expose his identity. Moreover, the matter that the Heavenly Wolf Counselor wanted to talk about was related to the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. However, after the incident with Counselor Pu Luo and Counselor Lu Shui, Ning Qi did not want to send cultivation resources to the Dark Council for the time being. Thinking of this, Ning Qi smiled and stood up. Heavenly Moon Emperor, so you like to change your voice. I have never seen such a hobby. However, I do have something important to do. I'll take my leave now. After saying this, Ning Qi turned around and left. The Heavenly Moon Emperor was slightly stunned, but did not stop him. After Ning Qi left the city lord's mansion, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he resumed his previous voice. This kid is really vigilant. He did not expose his identity even at this stage. He is indeed a promising talent. It's a pity that I didn't take him in as my disciple back then. What a pity! After a few breaths, Heavenly Moon Emperor's expression abruptly changed. He finally remembered the reason why he had called Ning Qi over. He swept out with his divine sense and saw that Ning Qi had already disappeared from Heaven Connect City on the teleportation matrix. This guy, the Heavenly Moon Emperor, did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 3875 Moon Elephant Sect. As soon as Ning Qi returned to the cave abode, Zhao Lei and the other two sensed him and hurried out to welcome him. Senior Brother Wu, Vice Sect Leader Yun sent a message. If you return to the sect in a day or two, go to the main sect hall. Zhao Lei said softly. Main sect hall? Ning Qi's eyes flickered. Ever since he came to Moon Elephant Sect, the only two great emperors he had met were Shui Jian and Vice Sect Master Yin. This time, Vice Sect Master Yin had asked him to go to the main sect Master Hall. It was highly likely that he would meet the other great emperors of Moon Elephant Sect. Did the messengers say, "What's the matter?" Ning Qi asked casually. Senior Brother Linghu said it has something to do with the quota to enter the sacred mountain. Zhao Lei said, the divine sects of the primordial lands had always referred to the divine realm of creation as the sacred mountain. The first time Ning Qi had heard of this term was when he had met those geniuses at the 100-year-old rebirth realm. At that time, Ning Qi's cultivation was far from what it was today. With a thought, Ning Qi's figure disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the entrance of the main sect hall of the Moon Elephant Sect. Before he entered, he heard noises coming from inside, as if some people were arguing about something. Elders, I absolutely don't agree to cooperate with those divine sects. Some divine sects are much weaker than our Moon Elephant Sect. If we cooperate, we will have to divide the quota to enter the sacred mountain. There's no benefit at all. Elder Wu, you're right. But for so many years, our divine sects have been on their own. Sometimes we spend huge amounts of resources to enter the sacred mountain, only to return empty-handed. It's all because we're not united enough. Originally, the cultivators who entered the holy mountain could only be at most at the rebirth state. In the holy mountain, rebirth state cultivators were only high-level 4th grade god realm warriors. With such a cultivation, even if they managed to buy some rare resources, it was easy for them to be robbed and killed midway. If all the divine sects in the primordial land join forces and work together to send an imperishable stage cultivator into the sacred mountain, then every divine sect will send a rebirth stage cultivator to follow. In this way, we will be able to maximize the benefits. But in that case, the biggest problem is which imperishable realm cultivator to send in. The imperishable realm cultivator who enters the sacred mountain will definitely be biased towards his own sect. I still think it's better to be like before. I agree with Elder Wu. I also agree with Elder Wu. The main thing is that we have never tried entering the Saint Mountain together. Why don't we just send in the rebirth stage disciples as usual? When Ning Qi heard this, a trace of a smile appeared in his eyes. It seemed that some of the divine sects in the primeval lands were planning to gather the financial resources of the various divine sects and join forces to send an imperishable realm cultivator into the divine domain of creation. The imperishable realm was equivalent to an advanced rank 5 god realm warrior. Even in the creation divine territory, there were not many experts at this level. Unless a rank 6 appeared, an advanced rank 5 God Realm Warrior was more than enough to deal with all kinds of situations. When Ning Qi entered the Sect Master Hall, the imperishable realm elders who were arguing immediately shut their mouths and looked at Ning Qi. They were sizing Ning Qi up, and Ning Qi was sizing them up as well. Inside the Sect Master Hall, there were more than 100 imperishable realm elders. For figures sat at the front, facing the crowd. Among them were Xue Jian and Vice, Sect Master Yin. Ning Qi had never seen the other two before. Their auras weren't particularly strong. A second and third revolution emperor. Who is this guy? Many imperishable realm elders showed a trace of doubt in their eyes. They had never seen Ning Qi before. Ning Qi had not been in the sect for long, and the elders present were usually cultivating in seclusion. Only a few people knew Ning Qi's identity, and these people were surprised that Ning Qi had come to the Sect Master Hall. Ning Qi wasn't an elder at all, but an inner sect disciple. How could he be qualified to enter the Sect Master Hall? At this time, an elder saw Ning Qi wearing the inner sect disciple uniform of the Moon Elephant Sect. Anger flashed in his eyes, and he scolded, "You're an inner sect disciple? Don't you know that we're having a meeting today? Why are you barging in?" Vice, Sect Master Yin, asked me to come. Ning Qi smiled. Vice, Sect Master Yin? The elder was stunned for a moment, and his face immediately revealed a trace of embarrassment. He quickly looked at Vice, Sect Master Yin. At the same time, Vice Sect Master Yin, Xue Jian, and the other two great emperors also looked at Ning Qi. The four of them had a strange expression with a trace of doubt. "Wu Yin, you were still in the imperishable realm when I saw you previously, but your aura now. How did you become a great emperor?" Vice Sect Master Yin said with a strange expression. The one who was the most shocked was actually Xue Jian. When Ning Qi entered the Moon Elephant Sect, he was the one in charge of guiding Ning Qi. When Ning Qi defeated Xue Qingguang, Xue Jian already had some impression of Ning Qi. However, at that time, Ning Qi was only in the sempiternal realm. In just a few short years, a sempiternal realm cultivator had actually crossed several minor realms, a major realm, and entered the Emperor realm. The other elders in the Sect Master Hall gasped when they heard Vice Sect Master Yun's words. They looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Could it be that the person standing in front of them was another great emperor? The elder who scolded Ning Qi previously almost turned pale. He looked at Ning Qi with fear and a hint of pleading in his eyes. "Good luck." Ning Qi smiled. "Good luck." Everyone had a strange expression on their faces. A few breaths later, Xue Jian suddenly said, "Someone bring another stool over." Someone immediately brought another stool and placed it together with Xue Jian and the other three elders' stool. "Since you're already a great emperor, you're qualified to sit together with us. Today, we're discussing whether our Moon Elephant Sect should join forces with the other divine sects. You can also raise some opinions." Xue Jian smiled at Ning Qi. After Ning Qi sat down, an extremely complicated gaze fell on Ning Qi from among the group of elders. Xue Qingguang clenched his fists tightly and tried his best to calm himself down. He had never thought that Ning Qi would actually become a great emperor with a shake of his body. With this, there was probably no hope of revenge for the humiliation that Ning Qi had inflicted on him back then. Then, the discussion slowly became intense again. From the beginning to the end, Xue Qingguang, Vice Sect Master Yin, and the other two great emperors did not speak. Seeing this, Ning Qi naturally would not speak either. "All right, let's vote." Vice Sect Master Yin suddenly spoke. "I agree to join forces." Xue Qingguang smiled and nodded. The great emperor sitting next to Ning Qi also nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Vice Sect Master Yin smiled and said, "I also want to give it a try. Since there are already 3 votes, our Moon Elephant Sect will join forces with the other divine sects this time." Ning Qi and the other great emperor did not need to speak. The votes of the three great emperors had already exceeded half. The expressions of the elders who did not agree to join forces immediately turned somewhat ugly. According to the usual practice, their disciples also had the chance to enter the creation divine realm. However, if they joined forces with other divine sects, each divine sect would only have one quota to enter the creation divine realm. The remaining cultivation resources would have to be provided to an imperishable realm cultivator to send into the creation divine realm. Chapter 3876. Next, each of you will recommend some places to gather 100 rebirth state cultivators. Then the imperishable state elders will pick 10 of them, and a great emperor will bring them to Fiend Image sect to participate in the selection competition. Shui Jian said faintly. Everyone looked at each other and knew that it was a foregone conclusion. They could only report the places that they had picked. Vice Sect Master Yun chuckled and looked at Ning Qi. You can recommend a place too. Do you have any good candidates? Outer Sect, Feng Jiao. Ning Qi smiled. Someone was in charge of registering the places. When he heard that Ning Qi had recommended a place, he quickly registered it on the spot. Very soon, there were 100 rebirth state cultivators. As for the imperishable state cultivators, they picked 10 of them in a short period of time. These 10 imperishable state cultivators basically represented the strongest combat power among the 5th step in Moon Elephant sect. Wu Yin, you are the new great emperor of Moon Elephant sect. Why don't you lead the team to Fiend Image sect? Shui Jian smiled at Ning Qi. I lead the team? Ning Qi's eyes flickered as he revealed a faint smile and nodded. Since Deputy Sect Leader Shui has spoken, I naturally have no reason to refuse. Very well. Hurry up and prepare. We will depart tomorrow. Fiend Image Sect is outside Corpse Sea area. It is a long journey. If we don't hurry, we might miss the selection competition. Shui Jian smiled and left. He didn't seem to have any intention of finding out about Ning Qi's sudden advancement to Great Emperor. After Shui Jian left, Vice Sect Master Yin chatted with Ning Qi for a while and left too. The other 2 great emperors heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that. Although they were all great emperors, Vice Sect Master Yin and Shui Jian were much stronger than ordinary great emperors. With the 2 of them present, the atmosphere in the Sect Master Hall was extremely tense. Brother Wu, I am Bloodless Blade. Jin Yushang. The 2 great emperors said, respectively. Wu Yin. Ning Qi smiled. Brother Wu, why didn't I see you when you were in the sect previously? Could you have been recruited by the sect master after becoming a great emperor? Bloodless Blade was somewhat curious about Ning Qi's origins. Jin Yushang smiled. Wu Shui, you've been in seclusion for a period of time, so you naturally don't know Brother Wu's origins. Speaking of which, even I didn't expect Brother Wu to advance into the Emperor realm. Why? Bloodless Blade was stunned. When Jin Yushang finished explaining how Ning Qi joined the Moon Elephant sect, Bloodless Blade was shocked. In just a few years, Ning Qi had become a great emperor from an immortal realm cultivator? What kind of terrifying opportunity did he have to encounter to be able to reach this step? Brother Wu, I'm afraid your luck far surpasses ours. I stayed in the imperishable realm for countless years before I managed to advance to the Emperor realm because I swallowed a phoenix reincarnation fruit. But you, in just a few years, entered the great Emperor realm from the imperishable realm. I'm afraid you're unprecedented. A trace of envy appeared in Bloodless Blade's eyes as he sighed. Everyone has their own fortuitous encounter, especially in the great Emperor realm. Others' fortuitous encounters can only be envied. Jin Yushang smiled, then nodded at Ning Qi and left the sect master's hall. As soon as he left, Bloodless Blade became talkative again. It was only when Ning Qi reminded Bloodless Blade that the imperishable realm cultivators were still waiting below that Bloodless Blade came back to his senses. He smiled and said, "Brother Wu, next time when we have time we can exchange pointers. Let me see how powerful your great Emperor Mystique is. I'll take my leave first. Brother Blade, take care." Ningqi smiled and nodded. After Bloodless Blade left, only Ningqi, the only great emperor left in the sect master's hall. The remaining imperishable realm elders looked at Ningqi respectfully, waiting for his orders. "Those who are not on the list can leave," Ningqi said lightly. "We will take our leave." Everyone left one after another, leaving only 10 imperishable realm cultivators standing in front of Ningqi. These 10 people were all existences at the Great Perfection Realm. In terms of the depth of their cultivation, they were not weaker than a secretary-general like Qi. They could all be regarded as great emperor reserves. Among them, there was a high possibility that at least one great emperor would be born. "Do you know how to get to the Demon Aspect sect?" Ningqi smiled faintly. Yes. One of them nodded in bewilderment. "It's good that you know. We will leave on time tomorrow morning." Ningqi smiled, turned around, and left after saying that. Everyone looked at each other. They thought that Ningqi might give them instructions personally, but they did not expect such an outcome. It was only until the next day when they left that Feng Jiuyu was sent to a battleship with a dumbfounded look. After the 10 imperishable realm elders and hundreds of Rebirth Realm Supreme disciples arrived, the battleship left the Moon Elephant sect. Under the control of one of the imperishable realm elders, it flew towards the Demon Aspect sect. "Senior Wu, where are we going?" Feng Jiuyu's eyes were filled with doubt. "The Demon Aspect sect will participate in the competition to determine the number of participants." Ningqi smiled faintly. "Number of participants?" After a while, Feng Jiuyu recovered from Ningqi's explanation. His face revealed a trace of excitement. He did not expect that he would have the chance to go to the creation celestial realm. Although the chances this time were extremely slim, to Feng Jiuyu, it was an extremely rare opportunity. The battleship traveled for half a year and traveled tens of thousands of miles without encountering any accidents. Even if there were cultivators passing by, they would instinctively avoid the Moon Elephant sect symbol on the battleship. After passing through the Corpse Sea, another continent gradually appeared in front of everyone. The imperishable realm cultivator who had been controlling the battleship was named Lu Yang. He found Ningqi when the battleship was about to reach the Demon Aspect sect. "Elder Wu, we're about to reach the Demon Aspect sect. Should we inform them?" Lu Yang said softly, "Let's inform them." Ningqi smiled and nodded. Not long after, Lu Yang informed the Demon Aspect sect. About 15 minutes later, a figure sped over and landed on the deck of the battleship. "I'm Feng Buting of the Demon Aspect sect. Welcome, fellow Taoists of the Moon Elephant sect." It was an old man with a smile. When he saw Lu Yang, he went forward to exchange some pleasantries. It was obvious that they knew each other. "Brother Lu, which great emperor is leading the team this time?" Feng Buting was a little curious. Before Lu Yang could speak, Ningqi walked out of the cabin. When Feng Buting saw that, his eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. That was because he had never seen Ningqi before. However, Ningqi gave off a trace of great emperor aura. This meant that another imperishable realm cultivator from the Moon Elephant sect had broken through to the great emperor realm. "I'm Feng Buting. Greetings, senior." Feng Buting took a few quick steps towards Ningqi and bowed respectfully. "No need for formalities. Lead the way." Ningqi smiled. Feng Buting nodded hurriedly before flying to the front of the battleship to lead the way. Soon they arrived at a huge city. Ningqi was a little surprised that the Demon Aspect sect was actually located in a bustling city. Chapter 3877. Lu Yang, how strong is the Demon Aspect sect? Ningqi asked. There are a total of 13 sacred sects in the primordial land, and the demon aspect sect is the strongest among them. Many people suspect that the sect master of the demon aspect sect is one of the counselors of the Holy Assembly. Lu Yang secretly transmitted his voice. Ning Qi's eyes flickered slightly. Until now, no one knew how many counselors there were in the Holy Assembly. Everyone could only guess, but there were 2 counselors that were public. However, even a great emperor would find it difficult to meet these 2 counselors, let alone ordinary cultivators. One of them was the current clan leader of the Qilin clan, while the other was the sect master of the True Dragon sect. The True Dragon sect wasn't a sect or a sacred sect, but a clan. They were the ancestors of all dragons, and the True Dragon sect possessed the purest dragon bloodline. Other than the demon aspect sect, is the sect master of our moon elephant sect also a counselor? What about the other sects? Ning Qi transmitted his voice. It's hard to say. Lu Yang shook his head. Does anyone know the name of the True Dragon sect's sect master? Ning Qi asked another question. I heard that he's called the Venerable White Dragon. Lu Yang transmitted his voice. Ning Qi's eyes lit up. The Venerable White Dragon was most likely the White Dragon counselor, one of the murderers who killed him in his previous life. After thinking about it carefully, Ning Qi realized that his previous lives didn't have a good ending. He knew that he was killed in the ancient Star Pavilion in 2 lifetimes. The former was the pavilion master of the ancient Star Pavilion and had reached the 9th cycle of the Great Emperor realm, but he was still killed by a 7th step cultivator. The latter wasn't even at the 5th step and was killed by Jiang Yueshao. There seemed to be a connection between them. Could it be? Suddenly, Ning Qi thought of a possibility. Everyone said that the reason why the North Xian Celestial Emperor died in his previous life was because he had obtained something from the reincarnation realm. This rumor was very widespread. This was the only explanation for why Jiang Yueshao, a great emperor, would personally deal with a rebirth state cultivator. However, no one thought that the North Mystic Divine Emperor's death might have something to do with his previous life. If someone knew that the North Mystic Divine Emperor was the reincarnation of the previous pavilion master of the ancient Star Pavilion, it would make sense for them to kill the North Mystic Divine Emperor before he could rise. It's possible, but I'll have to find Emperor Wujiang, who ordered Sword Emperor Longevity to suppress me. Only then will I know the truth. Back in Heaven Connect City, the Eternal Life Sword Emperor had suddenly attacked, and then he couldn't take out the Supreme Saint Council's order. This made Ning Qi suspect that Bei Xian's past life might not have been because he had communicated with a forbidden star or obtained a forbidden item from the Myriad Realms reincarnation cycle. It was very likely that he had been killed during his life as the pavilion master of the ancient Star Pavilion. In that life, only Counselor White Dragon and a man in black were present when he died. That man in black called himself a subordinate to Counselor White Dragon. So he was obviously a boundless emperor. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed across Ning Qi's eyes. As a 7th step cultivator, Counselor White Dragon would never care about cultivators below the 7th step, so he naturally wouldn't be afraid of the reincarnation rising again. The man in black had participated in the killing process, so the death of the North Mystic Divine Emperor was most likely related to him. If the man in black was the one who ordered Sword Emperor Longevity to suppress him, then all the clues were connected. Senior Wu, we've arrived at the Demon Aspect Sect. Please put away the battleship. Feng Buting turned around and cupped his hands at Ning Qi. In front of everyone, there was an extremely luxurious palace that occupied a vast area. Hearing this, Lu Yang saw Ning Qi nod slightly and put away the battleship. Then, everyone followed Feng Buting into the palace. At the same time, Ning Qi sensed the auras of several great emperors. After Lu Yang and the others settled down, Feng Buting cupped his hands at Ning Qi. Senior Wu, Grand Elder, said that there are still some minor details that need to be discussed in the competition to determine the spots to enter the Holy Mountain. I wonder if Senior Wu is free now. Are the other divine sects all here? Ning Qi asked calmly. Only Bei Do sect, Sun Moon sect, and Dragon Tiger sect are not here yet. Feng Buting said with a respectful expression. I see. Lead the way. Ning Qi nodded calmly. On the way, Ning Qi casually asked a few questions. It turned out that apart from being a divine sect, the Demon Aspect sect was also the lord of a dynasty and managed countless people. The direct disciples of the Demon Aspect sect all had another identity, which was the royal family of the Demon Aspect dynasty. Although everyone had different bloodlines, as long as one became a direct disciple, they would receive the identity of a royal disciple and receive a huge fief in the Demon Aspect dynasty. In that case, there will be a competition for the lord of the dynasty in your Demon Aspect sect every 1,000 years. Whoever becomes the lord of the dynasty will receive the full support of the sect. Don't you care about the casualties? Ning Qi said with a strange expression. This made him think of something. Raising venomous insects. The way the Demon Aspect sect raised their direct disciples was to encourage them to fight against each other. It seemed like they didn't care about casualties. The direct disciples that were raised in this way all had terrifying combat strength. They were definitely not weaker than the Dark Cultivators and the Boundless Realm Cultivators. Cultivators will die one day. Once they die, they will fight again in their next life. If they become the lord of the dynasty, the sect will do its best to groom them, and they will have a high chance of becoming a great emperor. Who could resist such temptation? Many years ago, I was also a member of the royal family. Unfortunately, I failed in the competition, so I became an idle elder. Feng Buting exclaimed. Ning Qi nodded slightly. Not long after, he was brought to a large hall. There were already 9 figures sitting in the hall. When Ning Qi arrived, all 9 of them looked at him with a strange expression. Senior Wu of Moon Elephant Sect is here. Feng Buting hurriedly cupped his hands. The one sitting in the middle was a muscular man with a dragon beard. He nodded. You can leave now. Yes, great elder. Feng Buting hurriedly nodded and bowed respectfully before leaving the hall. How should I address you? The Moon Elephant Sect has gained another great emperor. This is truly worthy of celebration. The muscular man with a dragon beard looked at Ning Qi and smiled. Wu Yin. Ning Qi cupped his hands and smiled. Brother Wu, you can sit there. We are discussing the details of the competition. Brother Wu, you can listen. The muscular man pointed at a seat and smiled. Then the brawny man and the other 8 great monarchs were in a heated discussion. However, they did not pay attention to Ning Qi at all. Ning Qi sneered in his heart upon seeing this. He was like an old monk in meditation. He did not participate in the discussion. Among these people, the one with the lowest cultivation base was a 3rd revolution emperor. It was obvious that they looked down on a junior who had just entered the emperor realm. They joined forces to take him down a notch. If Ning Qi became angry because of this, they would be happy to see him. Chapter 3878. Demon Face Sect, Moon Elephant Sect, Dragon Tiger Sect, Big Dipper Sect, Sun Moon Sect, Shantian Palace, Grand Evolution Palace, Magic Light Academy, Mountain Sea Temple, Stainless Sect, Broken Mountain Sect, Primeval Sect, True Void Sect, along with the Qilin Clan, 4 Saint Clans, True Dragon Sect. The peak powers of the primordial land. Ning Qi listened to everyone's discussion, and at the same time he obtained a lot of information about the primordial lands from their words. The purpose of their discussion was actually only one point, and that was the ratio of cultivation resources that each sect should take out, as well as how to distribute the cultivation resources obtained from the divine domain of fortune. Some sects were strong to begin with and could send more than 10 people in. Some sects were weaker and could only send a few people in. In this way, after everyone worked together, they had to discuss the distribution ratio clearly. Otherwise, it would easily lead to unnecessary conflicts. The bearded man was called Kong Shan, the 1st elder of the Demon Aspect Sect. Ning Qi suspected that his cultivation had already reached the 9th Revolution Emperor realm, because everyone's attitude towards him was extremely respectful. Grand Elder, the seniors from Beidou sect, Sun Moon sect, and Dragon Tiger sect are here. A cultivator from Demon Face sect walked into the hall and said respectfully. 3 figures followed behind him. Their cultivation was around the 3rd Revolution Emperor realm. When the crowd saw the 3, some smiled and conversed with them, while others harumphed disdainfully. Clearly, they had some conflict with each other. Why isn't Xuejian leading the Moon Elephant sect this time? The great emperor from Beidou sect looked at Ning Qi strangely. Kong Shan smiled. Brother Wu is a new great emperor. Obviously, Moon Elephant sect wants to use this opportunity to introduce him to everyone. As for Vice sect leader Xue, it doesn't matter if he comes or not. Elder Kong, what we're going to discuss this time concerns the distribution of resources after the major sects succeed. If possible, we might set a rule in the future, and all the sects will go to the Saint Mountain to obtain resources in this way. The Moon Elephant sect only sent a junior who had just entered the Great Emperor realm. Obviously, they don't value this cooperation. The Great Emperor from Beidou sect seemed to have some prejudice against Moon Elephant sect. As soon as he arrived in the hall, he targeted Ning Qi with a hint of disdain. How should I address you? Ning Qi slowly opened his eyes and looked at the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor from Beidou sect sneered, Shileng. You're the Great Emperor? Ning Qi said lightly. Are you blind? Shileng's pupils constricted. The rest of the martial emperors sensed the tension in the conversation. They grinned gloatingly. Only the martial emperor from the Mountain Sea Temple remained calm throughout the whole ordeal. He looked calm and composed. Of course I'm not blind. Maybe it's brother Shi who's blind. You're a great sovereign, and I'm also a great sovereign. How can there be a difference in seniority? Since you want to discuss, let's have a proper discussion. Brother Shi, you've been targeting me the moment you arrived. Which great emperor of my moon form sect did you lose to? Are you venting your anger on me? Ning Qi said lightly. As soon as he said that, everyone looked at him strangely. Ning Qi was right. Shileng had indeed fought with a great emperor of moon form sect before, and he lost miserably. Even his physical body was shattered. Hence, after so many years, the great emperor had already advanced to rank 5 martial emperor realm, while Shileng was still stuck at rank 3 martial emperor realm. From then on, the relationship between Beidou sect and Moonform sect became extremely bad. When the disciples from both sides met outside, there would more or less be a fight. However, they didn't know that Ning Qi knew nothing about it, and it was just a guess. They thought Ning Qi was using it to mock Shileng. When Shileng heard this, the aura on his body immediately burst out uncontrollably. The gaze he used to look at Ning Qi was filled with an incomparably dense, killing intent. There's a difference in seniority among the great emperors. When I became a great emperor, you weren't even born yet. What right do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? Shileng snorted coldly and looked at Kong Shan. Elder Kong, I wonder if you can arrange a place for me to fight with this junior. I'll teach him who's a senior and who's a junior. Kong Shan pondered for a moment and looked at Ning Qi. Brother Wu, what do you think? If we don't fight, brother, she won't give up. All right, let's fight. Ning Qi nodded lightly. Since Xuejian had asked him to lead the team, he didn't want the reputation of Moon Form Sect to be tarnished in his hands. Kong Shan and the others obviously wanted to test his background. Hence, even if Shileng didn't jump out today, there would be others who would provoke him. This fight was unavoidable. Ning Qi also wanted to use a guy as an example. In that case, the others wouldn't dare to deduct from Moon Form Sect's share in the following discussion. Both of you, we still have to discuss something. Hence, it's best to control the time of the fight to be within an hour. As for the location, let's do it in this hall. Kong Shan smiled faintly and waved his hand. A restrictive spell instantly enveloped the entire hall. The other great emperors exchanged glances and didn't have any intention of standing up. Obviously, they weren't afraid of the repercussions from the fight between Ningqi and Shileng. An hour? That's enough. Shileng's lips curled up as he looked at Ningqi. To him, a mere first-rank Emperor Realm cultivator was nothing. He initially thought that he wouldn't be able to take revenge for what he did to the Moon Elephant sect. He didn't expect the Moon Elephant sect to send him a rookie instead. Destroy his physical body, and I'll be able to vent my anger. Thinking of this, Shileng was just about to speak when he saw a scarlet gourd suddenly fly out from Ningqi's knowledge sea. Immediately after, a white light flashed and circled around Shileng's neck. In the next moment, Shileng's head was instantly separated from his neck and fell to the ground with a thud. Ever since the celestial slaying gourd merged with the fragment of Panga's axe, the celestial slaying gourd is considered rather powerful among the chaos treasures. Ningqi sighed in his heart. A third-rank Emperor Realm was killed just like that. If he didn't use the celestial slaying gourd and fought with Shileng with his own strength, he might need a long time to determine a winner. Putting away the immortal slaying gourd, Ningqi looked at Kong Shan with a faint smile and said, "Elder Kong, we can continue our discussion. Beidou sect might need some time to send another great emperor over." Kong Shan had a strange expression, while the other great emperors had a sudden change of expression. The way they looked at Ningqi was no longer belittling. Instead, there was a tinge of seriousness. I didn't expect Brother Wu to have such a chaos treasure. Moonform sect is indeed powerful. Since Shileng has been defeated, let's continue our discussion. Kong Shan smiled. Chapter 3879. In the following discussion, the crowd could no longer ignore Ningqi and started to take him seriously. After all, it was rare to see someone who could instantly kill an experienced great emperor like Shileng when he had just become a great emperor. There had been a few in the past, and they had all become great emperors in the 7th transformation or 8th transformation. Therefore, the great emperors of the various sects started to treat Ningqi politely, especially the few great emperors who were not on good terms with Big Dipper sect. For hours later, the purpose of the discussion was finally confirmed. The distribution of the benefits was determined. Moonform sect was ranked above the average among the 13 sects and received 10% of the share. Demon Look sect received 15% of the share, while the remaining 75% was divided among the various sections. As Shileng's physical body was destroyed, the crowd only left 5% for Big Dipper sect. Big Dipper sect was very far away from Demon Look sect. At this moment, in one of the halls of Big Dipper sect, an angry roar that shook the surrounding 10,000 li was heard. Moonform sect, I will not rest until you die. When the cultivators within 10,000 li heard this, they lifted their heads and looked in the direction of Big Dipper sect in shock. They had no idea what was going on. In Big Dipper sect, many great emperors came out of seclusion because of Shileng's words and came to Shileng's cave dwelling. Big Dipper walked out of the hall angrily. His aura was a few times weaker than before. He was originally a 3rd transformation great emperor, but now his aura was only comparable to a 2nd transformation great emperor. The destruction of his physical body had destroyed countless years of cultivation. Such hatred was no different from exterminating his entire clan. Elder Shi, didn't you go to Demon Look sect? Why? A great emperor's eyes flashed with suspicion. Before Shileng could speak, a figure flew across the sky and appeared in front of everyone. This great emperor's cultivation base was much stronger than all the great emperors present. Everyone cupped their fists and greeted him. Great Elder. The person who came was Big Dipper sect's Great Elder, 8th Transformation Great Emperor Buqingshao. Shileng, who destroyed your physical body. Buqingshao frowned slightly. The moment these words were spoken, the expressions of the great emperors on the scene became extremely strange. All of them came to a sudden realization. No wonder Shi Lung's aura was so much weaker than before. No wonder Shi Lung would let out such a furious roar. So it turns out that his physical body had been destroyed. When they thought of the Moon Elephant sect that Shi Lung mentioned earlier, their expressions became even weirder. Shi Lung's physical body had been destroyed by a great emperor of the Moon Elephant sect previously. Would the same thing happen again this time? Great Elder! Shi Lung looked at Bu Qingxiao with a pale expression. A look of humiliation flashed through the depths of his eyes as he said in a low voice, "The one who destroyed my body was the new Great Emperor of Moon Elephant Sect, Wu Yin." Moon Elephant Sect's new Great Emperor? Why isn't there any news at all? Since when did another prodigy of the Moon Form Sect become a Great Emperor? Strange. I've never heard of anyone called Wu Yin among the hundreds of imperishable realms in the Moon Elephant Sect. Could he have joined the Moon Elephant Sect midway? Elder Shi, a newly ascended Great Emperor, should only be a First Revolution Emperor. How could he destroy your physical body? A Great Emperor revealed a tinge of curiosity and gloated at Shi Lung's misfortune. He had a chaotic supreme treasure with him that was extremely powerful. I didn't even have time to react before my head was severed. If it were you, I'm afraid you'd end up the same way. Shi Lung looked at the Great Emperor and scoffed. Chaotic supreme treasure. Everyone came to a sudden realization. However, it was extremely rare for a newly ascended Great Emperor to possess a chaotic supreme treasure. For example, the Big Dipper sect had 12 Great Emperors, but only 3 of them had a chaotic supreme treasure. Bu Qingxiao was one of them. Another was the sect leader of the Big Dipper sect. And the last one was the vice sect leader of the Big Dipper sect. The selection competition is about to begin, but your physical body was destroyed. Looking at the time, it'll be too late even if you rush over. Cultivate in the sect and nurse your injuries. As for the Moon Form sect destroying your physical body, I'll send a message to the Moon Form sect and get them to give us an explanation. Bu Qingxiao said faintly, Great Elder, the Moon Form sect destroyed my physical body twice. No matter what, they must give us an explanation this time. Otherwise, how can the Big Dipper sect keep its face? Shi Lung cupped his hands and said, Oh, yeah, why was your physical body destroyed in the Fiend Image sect? The newly ascended Great Emperor of the Moon Form sect didn't hold back, but the Fiend Image sect wouldn't let him destroy your physical body without doing anything. How did the fight happen between the two of you? Bu Qingxiao's eyes flickered. Shi Lung's face stiffened when he heard that. He stuttered. The newly ascended Great Emperor of the Moon Form sect was so arrogant, so I fought with him in the Fiend Image sect. Bu Qingxiao's expression turned gloomy. So you lost? Yes, although Shi Lung wasn't willing to admit it. Many great emperors saw it, and he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. It probably wouldn't take long for the news of his physical body to be destroyed to spread across the entire immemorial region. Every time he thought of that, the resentment in his heart would be like a torrential flood. If that's the case, it'll be difficult to get an explanation from the Moon Form sect. How about this? I'll make a trip to the Fiend Image sect personally. The few great emperors of the Moon Form sect are in seclusion, and they won't have the time to deal with this matter for now. Bu Qingxiao said indifferently. Shi Lung's eyes revealed a hint of surprise, and he hurriedly cupped his hands. Thank you, Great Elder. Bu Qingxiao nodded indifferently. His figure instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. Fiend Image sect. Because of Shi Lung's death, the Beidou sect cultivators that he brought this time were like a group of dragons without a leader. The 10 imperishable realm cultivators asked around and finally found out that Shi Lung died in the hands of Ningqi of the Moon Form sect. This news instantly made the Beidou sect cultivators anxious. It was only until Kongshan came out and said that the competition would proceed as planned and it wouldn't be affected by the destruction of Shi Lung's physical body that the Beidou sect cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. Fiend Image sect, arena, high platform. There was still an hour to the start of the competition. Lu Yang stood behind Ningqi. When he looked at the high platform opposite him, his eyes turned complicated and he sighed. On the high platform opposite Moonform sect, there were many Beidou sect cultivators with ashen faces. In the situation where there were great emperors on the other high platforms, there was no great emperor on the Beidou sect side. It was very unusual. Elder Wu, if the news of you killing great Emperor Shi Lung of the Beidou sect with a single move is spread back to the sect, the disciples will definitely be extremely excited. Lu Yang said softly, a mere third-rank great emperor is nothing. Ning Qi smiled faintly. A mere third-rank great emperor? Lu Yang and the other imperishable realm cultivators, as well as the rebirth realm cultivators who came to participate in the competition, gasped in admiration. One must know that Ning Qi was only a new great emperor, and he already didn't care about a third-rank great emperor. In the future, Moonform sect would most likely have an expert who was above fifth-rank great emperor. Chapter 3880. Everyone, it's about time. If there are no objections, how about we start the selection competition now? On the high platform in the middle of the arena, Kong Shan looked at the sky and smiled at the crowd. The great emperors looked at each other and expressed that there was no objection. The rules of the selection competition were simple. Each divine sect would send 10 imperishable realm cultivators and 100 rebirth realm cultivators into a specific grotto heaven. Everyone would carry a token, and the imperishable realm cultivator with the most tokens would obtain the opportunity to enter the sacred mountain. There was only one quota. There were 10 rebirth realm cultivators. If a sect's rebirth realm cultivator was particularly strong, it was very likely that they would directly obtain 2 or 3 quotas. For example, a team like the Beidou sect without a great emperor might not be able to perform well and not get a single quota. Instead, they would have to bear the burden of the resources that these cultivators needed to enter the creation divine realm. Therefore, the selection competition was very important to each divine sect. It was not like the past, where they would choose the quota internally. Similarly, the selection competition might last for several years. That was because the Grotto Heaven used to be a small world. After the previous war of 10,000 races, it was directly broken up into pieces. In the end, it was collected by the Devil Aspect sect and used as a training ground for the disciples of the sect. It had a vast territory. Kong Shan gently waved his hand, and a light blue door suddenly appeared in the middle of the arena. Then, the imperishable realm cultivators and rebirth realm cultivators of the various divine sects walked in one after another. This scene reminded Ning Qi of the trial in the immortal prison. At that time, he was one of the trial disciples. Now he only needed to sit on the high platform and quietly wait for the results. Before the disciples of the various divine sects entered the blue channel, they seemed to have received instructions from their respective great emperors. On the Moon Elephant sect side, Lu Yang and the others walked into the blue channel with a strange expression. They waited for a long time, but did not receive any instructions from Ning Qi. They thought that Ning Qi was full of confidence in them, but they did not know that Ning Qi did not care about the results at all. To him, the quota to enter the creation divine realm was as simple as eating a meal. After everyone entered the blue passageway, the passageway suddenly dissipated. Then the blue light turned into a huge ball of light that floated in the center of the arena. Inside the ball of light, different scenes flickered. The main characters of the scenes were all cultivators participating in the competition. This is the first time that all the divine sects are working together, and there are many details that need to be slowly refined. Therefore, this time's quota deciding competition is temporarily set at 3 years. If it is not reasonable, we will change it next time. After 3 years, they will return to the arena and be ranked according to the number of tokens. Kong Shan smiled. The martial monarchs of the divine sects nodded with a smile. Apart from the great emperors, there were also ordinary disciples of the demonic Look sect and some high-ranking officials and nobles of the demonic Look dynasty who were watching the competition. However, they could only sit in the ordinary seats and were not qualified to sit on the high platform. Elder Kong, please inform me after the competition is over. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Ning Chi got up and cupped his hands towards Kong Shan with a smile. Kong Shan froze for a moment. Brother Wu, don't you want to see their performance? Either they win or they lose. There are only two outcomes. It's fine if I don't watch. Ning Chi smiled and shook his head. After Ning Chi left, the great emperors of the divine sects exchanged glances. They all felt that the new great emperor's temper was a little strange. However, when they thought about how Ning Chi could instantly kill Shilong when he had just entered the great emperor realm, they felt relieved. After leaving the arena, Ning Chi originally planned to head to the creation, divine territory. However, his divine will suddenly moved and he subconsciously looked towards the northwest. Demonic looks sect's inner sect courtyard. Jian Shalai, if you don't kneel down and kowtow to apologize today, I'll kill you even if I have to risk being punished by the deacon elders. A group of demonic look sect's outer sect disciples surrounded a beautiful figure. One of them looked ferocious with a cold glint in his eyes and a face full of resentment. Kong Yongqing, if you want to kill me here, feel free to do so. Jian Shalai looked at him indifferently without a trace of fear in his eyes. Unlike when she was in the immortal world, her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, and she had long reached the rebirth realm. However, she had only just entered the rebirth realm. Among the group of demonic look sect's inner sect disciples that surrounded her, the one with the lowest cultivation was already in the middle stage of the rebirth realm. Among them, the ferocious-looking Kong Yongqing was a cultivator in the late stage of the rebirth realm. Just his aura alone was much stronger than Jian Shilai's. Junior sister Jian, I'll give you one last chance. Back then, when you were seriously injured and unconscious, I was the one who brought you to the demonic look sect. I was also the one who introduced you to the demonic look sect and became an inner sect disciple like me. I remember that your cultivation level was very low back then. Now that you have successfully condensed 9 reincarnation bridges, there's hope for you to survive in the future. Do you really not appreciate how I've treated you all these years? Kong Yongqing's face suddenly revealed a trace of tenderness. Jian, Shilai frowned slightly and looked at Kong Yongqing. Senior brother Kong, you saved my life back then, and I will never forget this kindness. However, I already have someone I like in my heart, so forgive me for not being able to accept your kindness. Junior sister Jian, you really don't know what's good for you. Senior brother Kong is the direct descendant of our demon face sect's great elder. If you can become Tao companions with senior brother Kong, you won't have to worry about cultivation resources in the demon face sect in the future. When you reach the great perfection of the rebirth realm, you will even have the chance to enter the holy mountain, an inner sect disciple advised. Kong Yongqing gently waved his hand, stopping him from continuing. He looked coldly at Jian Shi. Tell me, who is the person you like in your heart? I'll go kill him. From now on, you only need to like me. Kill him? The corner of Jian Shilai's mouth raised slightly. He's already dead, but I believe that he might have successfully reincarnated a long time ago. If you can help me find him, I will thank you. You've been playing with me. Kong Yongqing's expression changed a few times. In the end, the coldness on his face gradually dissipated, and he became calmer. I saved your life. Now, I want you to return it to me. After saying that, an incomparably majestic samsara power swept out from his body. Seeing that, the surrounding inner sect disciples all scattered in all directions, but they did not forget to surround Jian Shilai to prevent him from escaping. Originally, killing a senior brother in the sect would be severely punished, but Kong Yongqing's identity was special, so they were not afraid of being punished by the higher-ups. A serious look flashed across Jian Shilai's eyes. A long sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and a white lotus flower faintly appeared beneath his feet. Everyone could feel an extremely strong sword intent from this lotus flower. "Aunt Jen, why are you here?" Just as the battle was about to start, a surprised voice sounded out. Jen Shilai was slightly startled, and then his expression changed drastically. Chapter 3881. Jen Shilai was extremely familiar with this voice, and he would never forget it. However, why would the owner of the voice appear in the divine Lua world? Why would he appear in the demon aspect sect? Jen Shilai could not understand this at all. She looked towards a certain direction in shock, and there stood a figure that she was extremely familiar with. Bei Xian. Jen Shilai said in bewilderment, "Aunt Jen, it really is you." A smile appeared on Ning Qi's face. Ning Qi had no idea where Jen Shilai and Ning Haoyan were. He did not expect to see Jen Shilai in the demon aspect sect. "Is he the person you've always liked?" Kong Yongqing looked at Ning Qi, then looked at Jen Shilai. A hint of resentment suddenly flashed through his eyes. He had spent countless efforts over the years to make Jen Shilai happy, but unfortunately, Jen Shilai had never appreciated it. Instead, after seeing Ning Qi today, he saw a hint of surprise in Jen Shilai's eyes. "Since that's the case, I'll kill him right in front of you." Kong Yongqing did not care who Ning Qi was, or why he was here. Right now, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Ning Qi. In an instant, Kong Yongqing appeared in front of Ning Qi and slammed his palm towards Ning Qi's head. The vast power of samsara caused the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Ning Qi frowned slightly and glanced at Kong Yongqing. Then he flicked his finger at Kong Yongqing. Kong Yongqing flew backward at a speed even faster than when he had come. Like a cannonball, he crashed into several junior brothers and brothers of the inner sect, creating a 300-meter long gully on the ground and smashing through several buildings before he came to a stop. "Senior Kong, Junior Kong." Seeing this, Kong Yongqing's fellow disciples were shocked. Without any time to think, they immediately flew towards Kong Yongqing, while the rest looked at Ning Qi in shock and anger. "Aunt Jen, I didn't expect to see you in the demon aspect sect after we parted ways in the immortal realm. Where's senior sister Spiderwin? And Beiwa Lung Qiu entered the passage with you that day. Are they in the demon aspect sect right now?" Ning Qi said, "Spiderwin and Lung Qiu were separated after I came to the divine Lua world. I've been looking for them all these years, but I haven't found any news. The divine Lua world is just too vast." Jen Shilai smiled bitterly. She paused for a moment and became very curious about how Ning Qi came to Shenlua world. "Bei Xian, did you enter the passageway after we entered?" "No." Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. "Then how did you come to this world?" Jen Shilai asked curiously. The longer she stayed in the god Lua world, the more she understood about the other worlds. She knew that if the cultivators from the lower worlds did not have extremely strong fortuitous encounters, it would be extremely difficult for them to enter the god Lua world. "It's a long story. Let's find a place to talk about it," Ning Qi said. "All right." Jian, she nodded. She did have a lot to tell Ning Qi. "You can't leave. Junior Marshal Sister Jian, I didn't expect you to ally with outsiders to deal with Senior Marshal Brother Kong Yongqing. What an ingrate. Today, he injured Senior Marshal Brother Kong. If you don't give him an explanation, don't even think about leaving." An inner sect disciple of Fiend Aspect sect took a step forward and looked at Ning Qi and Jian Shilai with a wary and furious expression. At the same time, Kong Yongqing caught his breath and flew in front of Ning Qi and Jian Shilai under the escort of a group of inner sect disciples. He glared at Ning Qi with a venomous gaze. "Who are you?" "Wu Yin of Moon Elephant Sect." Ning Qi said indifferently. "Wu Yin of Moon Elephant Sect? You're the new Great Emperor of Moon Elephant Sect?" Kong Yongqing jumped in shock. The faces of the devil look sect's inner sect disciples almost turned green when they heard that. Ever since Ning Qi had killed Big Dipper sect's Shi Lung in one hit, there had been many rumors in the Devil Look sect. Therefore, when they heard Wu Yin's name, they reacted immediately and revealed a look of disbelief. The new great emperor of Moon Elephant sect seemed to be on good terms with Jian Shilai. Jian Shilai's expression changed slightly. It was obvious that she had heard of the name Wu Yin before. She had a strange look in her eyes. She knew that the name was definitely a fake name, but she had never thought that the new great emperor of Moon Elephant sect would be the same person as Ning Qi. She had obviously come to Shenluo world earlier than Ning Qi. After so many years, her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, and she was already a rebirth state cultivator. However, Ning Qi had actually become a great emperor? Jian Shilai's expression became increasingly strange at the thought of this. You know junior sister Jian? Seeing that Ning Qi did not speak and was only looking at him calmly, Kong Yongqing's eyes flashed with fear, and she asked in shock. Aunt Jian's seniority is 1 generation higher than mine. If you're her senior brother, wouldn't I be your disciple nephew? Ning Qi said indifferently. No, I wouldn't dare to. Kong Yongqing hurriedly waved his hand. He was even more shocked. He could not understand how Jian Shilai's seniority was higher than that of a great emperor. He remembered that when he saved Jian Shilai, his cultivation level was extremely low. He was not even at the 3rd step. Aunt Jian, this person seemed to want to kill you just now. Is there a grudge between the two of you? Ning Qi looked at Jian Shilai and smiled. Kong Yongqing's heart skipped a beat. From the corner of his eyes, he could see that many of his fellow disciples had subconsciously taken a few steps back. He saved me before, but... Forget it, Kong Yongqing. The matter between you and me will be settled today. You wanted to kill me just now, so I won't hold it against you. However, don't pester me anymore. We're even. Jian Shilai frowned slightly and looked at Kong Yongqing. When Kong Yongqing heard that, a trace of resentment flashed across his eyes. However, he did not dare to reveal his thoughts on the surface. He only nodded silently and said, All right, we're even. Aunt Jian, let's go. Ning Qi smiled. Jian Shilai nodded. After the two of them left, Kong Yongqing suddenly gritted his teeth and muttered to himself with an unwilling expression. How did she get involved with the new great emperor of the Moon Elephant sect? Why? Kong, senior brother Kong, I think we should let this matter end here. The great emperor is not someone to be trifled with. An inner sect junior advised in a low voice. Kong Yongqing's expression changed. Although his ancestor, Kong Shan, was a top-notch expert among the great emperors, he was sure that Kong Shan would not choose to offend another great emperor because of him. If he wanted to vent his anger, he could only rely on himself, but compared to Ning Qi, the difference in cultivation was too great. Let's forget about this matter. Kong Yongqing nodded slowly. Everyone instantly heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts when they saw this, but they utterly didn't notice that a trace of persistence flashed in the depths of Kong Yongqing's eyes. He wouldn't just let this matter be as if it had never occurred and throw it to the back of his mind. So long as he was given a chance, he would surely take revenge and vent his resentment. Chapter 3882. Ning Qi found a random restaurant in the city and booked a private room. After the tea was served, he started to ask Jian Shi about his experiences over the years. At the same time, he picked out the more important parts of his experiences and roughly explained them. 2 hours later, Jian Shilai's eyes flashed with emotion. I didn't expect you to experience so much all these years. After a pause, her eyes flickered. Is your mother in the divine Luo world right now? In another place? Ning Qi smiled. If you're willing, I can bring you to see her. Let's talk about it in the future. After a few breaths of silence, Jian Shilai smiled and changed the topic. Beixian, you're now an emperor. Can you find your father's reincarnation? Ning Qi shook his head. Even an emperor can't find traces of a reincarnated person in the 10,000 realms of reincarnation. Although an emperor is strong, his ability is limited. Jian Shilai nodded. Over the years in the demonic aspect sect, apart from cultivating, she had also tried her best to gather information related to the Shenlua world. This time, she had advanced to the rebirth state and entered the reincarnation of the infinite realms. She knew very well how mysterious the reincarnation of the infinite realms was. Even a great emperor would find it difficult to interfere with the reincarnation of others. Aunt Jian, you came to the divine Luo world from the celestial world and appeared in the primordial land. Ning Qi asked. Jian Shilai nodded slightly. Thinking about it now, it was a form of luck. Not only had she appeared in the primordial land, she had also joined one of the 13 divine sects, the demon aspect sect. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the rebirth realm in such a short period of time and condense 9 reincarnation bridges at once. If nothing went wrong, as long as she had enough time, breaking through to the 5th step wouldn't be a problem. Earlier, you said that Kong Yongqing saved you. When you came to the primordial land, were you injured by the void storm in the tunnel? Or is there another reason? I was injured by a cultivator. Spiderwin and Lung Qiu were separated from me because of this. Jian Shilai's expression suddenly turned cold, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. At that time, the 3 of us came to the primordial lands and knew nothing about this place. Coincidentally, we saw a cultivator passing by and planned to ask a few questions. But who would have thought that the cultivator's cultivation would be extremely high? That cultivator is actually only at the 3rd step, around the early stage of the Tao-seeking realm. If I were to meet him now, I would be able to kill him with a single strike, but at that time I had the highest cultivation level among the 3 of us, and I was still not even in the ancient transformation stage, so the 3 of us were suppressed by this cultivator. And then, Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. He had a vague feeling that it would probably be extremely difficult to find Spiderwin and North Moon Lingqiu again. Most importantly, the cultivation of the cultivator who restrained Jian Shilai back then was just too low. A Tao querying cultivator could be found everywhere in the primordial lands. Even emperors would struggle to find him in the vast sea of people, unless they had the cultivator's personal belongings. That way, they could use certain methods to deduce his location. After that cultivator restrained the 3 of us, he seemed to be planning to sell the 3 of us as slaves. In the end, he encountered an enemy on the way, and the aftermath of the battle caused me to faint on the spot. When I woke up, I was already in the demon aspect sect. Jian Shilai sighed softly. All these years, I've tried everything I could to find the whereabouts of that cultivator, but I couldn't find him. Aunt Jian, do you not know that cultivator's name? Ning Qi said. I don't know. He never mentioned it. Jian Shilai shook his head. Then what about his enemy? Ning Qi's heart stirred slightly. When he met that enemy, did he call out his name? A glint of surprise flashed through Jian Shilai's eyes, and he immediately recalled the scene back then. After a dozen breaths, Jian Shilai suddenly raised his head and looked at Ning Qi. Azura Li! That cultivator's enemy should be called Azura Li. Jian Shilai's face revealed a hint of emotion. If it weren't for your reminder, I wouldn't have thought of this. As long as we find Azura Li, we should be able to find that cultivator. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find him. Ning Qi stood up and said with a smile. Jian Shilai was slightly stunned, and he glanced in the direction of the battle arena. Beixian, the 13 divine sects are cooperating this time, and the competition to decide the quota is still ongoing. Will you be fine if you leave like this? The competition will only end in 3 years. 3 years is enough for us to find this Azura Li, and we can return to the demon aspect sect before the competition ends. Ning Qi smiled. All right, I hope we can find the whereabouts of Spiderwin and Lung Qiu this time. Jian Shilai nodded, but a glint of sadness flashed deep in his eyes. According to the situation back then, Spiderwin and Lung Qiu were most likely already dead. 2 hours later, Ning Qi and Jian Shilai arrived at the place where she was injured and unconscious. This was still within the Demon Aspect Empire, and it was no wonder that Jian Shilai was rescued by Kong Yongqing and brought back to the Demon Aspect sect. The Great Emperor is too powerful. Without the teleportation formation, it would take at least half a year for me to come here. Jian Shilai was a little surprised. Earlier, Ning Qi had brought her and transformed into a meteor. They did not even use the teleportation formation, and it only took them an extremely short time to arrive at this place. This kind of speed was beyond the imagination of a rebirth state cultivator. The place in front of them was a plain. Ning Qi scanned with his divine telekinesis and discovered that there was a huge city 300 miles away from this place. The cultivator back then had probably planned to sell Jian Shilai and the other two women as slaves in this huge city. The traces from back then have disappeared. Jian Shilai looked around and said with a wry smile, "I've been here more than 10 times, but I still haven't been able to find any clues." Ning Qi's mind moved slightly. He suddenly extended his hand and beckoned. A cultivator who was hurrying along let out a cry of surprise and landed in front of Ning Qi and Jian Shilai like a kite with its string cut. A trace of shock and anger flashed through the other party's eyes. However, when he sensed the aura that was as deep as the sea on Ning Qi's body, he immediately became extremely respectful. He cupped his hands and said, "May I know what instructions do you have for me, Senior?" "Let me ask you something. Are you a cultivator from that huge city?" Ning Qi smiled and pointed in the direction of the huge city 300 miles away. "That's right." The cultivator quickly nodded. "All right, do you know Azura Li?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. Azura Li? When the cultivator heard this, a trace of uncertainty flashed through his eyes. When Ning Qi and Jian Shilai saw this, they exchanged glances. They had a faint feeling that this cultivator before them might really know Azura Li. "As Senior, Azura Li is my father." If it's not the same name. I wonder if my father has offended the two of you. Azura Li is your father? Ning Qi interrupted the other party. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. "That's right." Li Guangyi nodded slightly. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. If he was not certain that his father would never offend such a powerful cultivator, he would not have dared to admit this. Chapter 3883. Ning Qi and Jian Shilai looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They did not expect such a coincidence to happen in this world. They were just about to look for Azura Li when they met his son. Jian Shilai suspected that this might be because Ning Qi's luck was too strong. The moment Ning Qi appeared, he immediately obtained clues about Spider Pattern and Cold Autumn. Now, as long as he could find Azura Li, he would be able to find out the background of the Tao Querying Realm cultivator who restrained the three of them that day. He would also know whether the other party was dead or alive. By following this clue, there was a high possibility that he could find Spider Pattern and North Moon Cold Autumn. "Don't worry. We have no grudge against your father. We just want to ask him something. Lead the way." Ning Qi smiled. Li Guangyi was still a little bewildered. When he heard that Ning Qi wanted to see his father, Li Guangyi smiled bitterly. "Senior, it's not that I don't want to take you to see my father, but my father offended the disciple of a fifth step cultivator some time ago. That fifth step cultivator's backer is one of the princes of the Devil Image dynasty. Now my father has been captured and sent to the Origin Essence stone mine to mine. I tried to use my connections everywhere, but I couldn't save him. Which prince is it?" Jian Shilai's eyes moved slightly. The princes of the Devil Image dynasty were the direct disciples of the Devil Image sect. Unlike the archaic Star Pavilion and other sects, the Devil Image sect would only have one leader. These leaders were chosen from over 30 direct disciples. Compared to other sects, the Devil Image sect was more inclined to nurture elite disciples. In such a huge sect, there were only over 30 direct disciples. This number was only slightly more than double the number of great emperors of the Devil Image sect. Therefore, Every direct disciple represented an extremely high status. If a direct disciple could become the emperor of the Devil Image dynasty under the siege of everyone, he would automatically be promoted to the first leader of the Devil Image sect. Ning Qi was slightly shocked by this method of nurturing. He did not expect the divine sect to also nurture disciples using this method. For other sects, all direct disciples were treasures. The death of one would be a huge loss. Prince Fengdu, Li Guangyi said softly. Senior brother Fengdu. Jian Shilai's eyes moved, and he said to Ning Qi, Senior brother Fengdu is extremely powerful among the direct disciples. I heard that he is qualified to ascend to the great emperor level. Perfected imperishable realm? Ning Qi smiled. Not bad. Jian Shilai nodded. So the two seniors are cultivators from Devil Aspect sect? Li Guangyi's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. I wonder if the two seniors can plead on my father's behalf? Lead the way. I have something to ask your father. If he can answer me, then he doesn't have to mine anymore. Ning Qi smiled. All right. Seniors, this way, please. Li Guangyi hurriedly nodded. About 2 hours later, Li Guangyi brought the two of them to a mountain range. At this moment, there were countless cultivators transporting origin essence stones back and forth in the mountain range. Judging from the spiritual qi coming from the mountain range, the number of origin essence stones at the bottom of the mountain range could be extremely terrifying. However, essence was a bit difficult to dig out. Before it was carved into essence stones, the energy within its body was extremely unstable. With the slightest stimulation, it would turn into stone powder with a bang. Cultivators above Tao Querying Realm had to carefully extract the origin essence stones from the stones. Finally, they had to use special methods to suppress the unstable power within them before they could be turned into origin essence stones for daily transactions. A mine was an important place for any sect. Therefore, when Ning Qi's group of 3 appeared, cultivators immediately flew over to stop them. Their eyes were filled with coldness. What are the 3 of you doing here? This mine belongs to Prince Fengdu. Unauthorized people are not allowed to come close. One of the rebirth state cultivators said coldly. Senior brother, I'm Jian Shilai, an inner sect disciple of Devil Aspect sect. This is my token. We're here to meet this person's father and ask him some questions. Jian Shilai took out a token and said with a faint smile, So you're a junior sister from the same sect. I seem to have heard of your name before. The rebirth state cultivator's expression looked better. The other cultivators no longer looked at Ning Qi and the others with vigilant eyes. I wonder if senior brother can bring us to meet this person's father? His father's name is Azurali. He should have just been imprisoned. Jian Shilai smiled. Azurali? The rebirth state cultivator's smiling face instantly turned cold when he heard that. He frowned slightly and glanced at Li Guangyi. He said with a cold smile, I didn't expect you to invite an inner sect disciple of my sect to be your lobbyist. After a pause, he looked at Jian Shilai and said coldly, Junior sister, please go back. The person his father has offended is no small matter. His father is Prince Fengdu's most trusted subordinate and is a 5th step cultivator. Usually, for the sake of being from the same sect, I can bring a mere minor away, let alone meet him. However, I can't allow Azurali to do so. Li Guangyi's eyes revealed a hint of despair when he saw that. Jian Shilai was an inner sect disciple of Devil Aspect sect. If even such an identity could not make the other party show mercy and let his father go, his father would probably have to mine here until he died. It's just a meeting. Please make things convenient for me, senior brother. Jian Shilai said with a frown. I have already said no means no. The rebirth state cultivator's eyes turned cold and his tone was filled with impatience. At that moment, a figure suddenly sped over. Before the person arrived, his voice was already heard. Li Guangyi, your father is going to be a slave here for the rest of his life. Don't even think about getting him out. Li Guangyi's expression suddenly changed when he heard that. The person who came was a young man with a fair face and red lips. His cultivation level was not very high, and he was only at Tao querying state. However, when the rebirth state cultivator saw him, he smiled and cupped his hands. Master Bai Liguangi found an inner sect disciple of our sect to be his lobbyist. However, since his father has offended Master Bai, I naturally have no reason to let them take him away. Brother He, I knew that you're a loyal friend. Master Bai smiled and nodded. He then glanced at Li Guangyi and Ning Qi before his gaze finally landed on Jian Shilai. He said with a smile, Miss, I didn't expect Li Guangyi to know an inner sect disciple of Devil Aspect Sect. My name is Bai Xiaohui. How should I address you, miss? Jian Shilai frowned slightly and looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and said to Bai Xiaohui, This little brother's father offended you, right? Your father is Prince Feng, Du's subordinate? Who are you? If you're here to plead for mercy, please leave. Bai Xiaohui glanced at Ning Qi coldly. He did not have the smile he had when facing Jian Shilai. After a pause, he looked at Jian Shilai again. Just as a smile appeared on his face, Ning Qi slapped him in the face. Half of Bai Xiaohui's face disappeared. Chapter 3884. The left side of Bai Xiaohui's face had become a skeleton, while the right side still had flesh and blood. He had a shocked expression as he stared at Ning Qi blankly. He only reacted after a few breaths and let out a shrill scream. The other rebirth state cultivators locked their Qi activity onto Ning Qi when they saw this. They were shocked. How dare you hit me? By Xiaohui's remaining eye was filled with hatred. At the same time, he could not believe that Ning Qi dared to hurt him in this place. Did Ning Qi not know that his father was Prince Fengdu's most trusted general? Junior sister, even if you and I are from the same sect, don't even think about leaving this place safely today. You hurt Master Bai, which means that you're not giving Prince Fengdu face. I suspect that you're sent by the other princes to make trouble. Since we're from the same sect, as long as you don't attack, we won't hurt you. Instead, we'll detain you here and we'll deal with you after we report this to Prince Fengdu. The rebirth state cultivator, whom Bai Xiaohui addressed as brother, he spoke to Jian Shilai with a stern face. As he spoke, he glanced at Ning Qi with a fearful gaze. He could vaguely feel that Ning Qi's cultivation was not simple. It was very likely that he was not at the 4th step, but the 5th step. Otherwise, he would not have reacted when Ning Qi attacked earlier. This could only mean that Ning Qi's cultivation was much higher than his. Senior brother, we've already made it clear that we're here to see Azurali. In the end, you've offended a Tao querying state cultivator, and you're not giving us any face at all. You even want to detain us. Could it be that the status of an inner sect disciple of the demonic aspect sect is incomparable to that of a Tao querying state cultivator? Jian Shilai sneered. Inner sect is nothing. Prince Fengdu is a true disciple. He has the chance to be promoted to the 1st seat in the future. My father is Prince Fengdu's general. He's fought everywhere for the prince and caused the other princes to suffer countless defeats. Azura Li will never be able to make a name for himself after offending me. It's the same for you guys. How dare you hurt me today? I'll make you guys end up worse than Azura Li. Bai Xiaohui said angrily, Gentlemen, why don't we just forget about this matter and leave this place first? Li Guangyi's face revealed a trace of fear. He had thought that with Jian Shi and Ning Qi's face, his father would be fine. But he didn't expect the other party to be so unyielding. Now that Ning Qi had injured Bai Xiaohui, if they didn't leave, he was afraid that the 3 of them would stay here and end up like his father. Forget it? Don't even think about leaving. Bai Xiaohui stared at Li Guangyi coldly. Li Guangyi was shocked when he heard this. Li Guangyi, what does your father look like? Ning Qi smiled and looked at Li Guangyi. Li Guangyi stared blankly at Ning Qi. He couldn't figure it out. At this point, Ning Qi still wanted to find his father? Brother He, what are you waiting for? This person is too arrogant. Quickly suppress him. Bai Xiaohui looked at the rebirth state cultivator and said angrily, "Both of you, surrender yourselves." The rebirth state cultivator hesitated for a few breaths before speaking to Ning Qi and Jian Shi. He never had the confidence to suppress Ning Qi, so he didn't dare to make a move directly. Noisy. Ning Qi glanced at the rebirth state cultivator coldly. The other party suddenly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. His body became extremely cold. The next moment he realized that he couldn't even move his fingers, let alone speak. He was not the only one. Even Bai Xiaohui and the others felt the same. The surroundings suddenly became extremely quiet. "What does your father look like?" Ning Qi looked at Li Guangyi and repeated. Li Guangyi was shocked by Ning Qi's gaze. He subconsciously condensed his father's appearance with his spiritual energy. When Ning Qi saw this, he found Azura Li in less than a breath's time. The next moment, a dazed figure suddenly appeared in the void. When Li Guangyi saw this figure, he was in slight disbelief. "Father!" "Guangyi, why are you here?" Azura Li was taken aback. He had been excavating the primary essence stone mine with great effort just moments ago, but he had arrived at this place the very next moment. Moreover, he had even met his son. It was somewhat unbelievable. "These two seniors are looking for you," Li Guangyi quickly said. When Azura Li heard this, he looked at Ning Qi and Jian Shilai with a strange look in his eyes. He did not recognize these two people at all. However, he also sensed that Bai Xiaohui and the others seemed to be suppressed by some kind of aura. They could not move. A glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Could it be that his son had found help to rescue him from this place? When Azura Li was about to speak, Jian Shilai beat him to it and asked about what happened back then. There was a flash of confusion in Azura Li's eyes, but he quickly realized what Jian Shilai was talking about. "Back then, you fought with the Tao Querying Realm cultivator. What was the final result?" "He had 2 women with him." "Where did they go?" Jian Shilai asked. "Reporting to Senior, I fought with Luo Wenhai for 3 days and 3 nights before a winner was decided. I lost that battle." Azura Li looked a little embarrassed. "Luo Wenhai." Jian Shilai and Ning Qi looked at each other. Now that they knew the name of the Tao Querying Realm cultivator, it was not particularly difficult to find him. "After you lost, do you know where he took the 2 women?" Jian Shilai asked. "Luo Wenhai does all kinds of business. His favorite business is selling slaves. Back then, I became enemies with him because he went to my hometown and killed many people. He kidnapped many children with cultivation talent and sold them to some sects as servants. When I lost to Luo Wenhai, I did see him leave with the 2 women. However, I have no idea where Luo Wenhai went. After so many years, I have never seen him again." Azura Li said, "You've been enemies with him for so many years. You should have a way to find him, right?" Ning Qi said nonchalantly. Azura Li pondered for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a group of black dots charging toward them from afar. Upon closer inspection, there were at least 100 cultivators. The person in the lead was dressed in battle armor. He looked majestic and he exuded an aura that far surpassed the 4th step. "It's over." Azura Li's face was filled with despair. Bai Xiaohui and the others, who were suppressed by Ning Qi's aura and could not move, were overjoyed when they saw this. "General Bai, it's them." A dozen cultivators flew into the air and pointed at Ning Qi and the others. They had long noticed that something was wrong here. That was why they immediately sent a message for help. The person who came was Bai Xiaohui's father, the first general under Prince Fengdu, Bai Qitai. Bai Qitai's military camp was near this mineral vein. This mineral vein was one of the mines that Bai Qitai was responsible for guarding. That was why Bai Qitai could rush over as soon as he received the news. Chapter 3885. Not long after, Bai Qitai had surrounded Ning Qi and the others with his men. Bai Xiaohui looked at his father with hope in his eyes. The meaning in his eyes was very obvious. He wanted his father to immediately suppress Ning Qi and rescue him from the state of confinement. But the next moment, after Prince Fengdu's first general Bai Chitai saw Ning Qi's face, his face showed a trace of panic. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Bai Chitai greets Senior Wu of Moonform Sect." Moonform Sect? Senior Wu? No one expected Ning Qi to be a cultivator of Moonform Sect, one of the 13 divine sects, but Demonic Face Sect was ranked first among the 13 divine sections. Even if he was a cultivator of Moonform Sect, how could Bai Chitai greet him? Unless he's a great emperor. For a moment, except for Bai Xiaohui, everyone else basically reacted. The way they looked at Ning Qi was already with a trace of fear and awe. Great emperors, no matter where they were big figures in Shenluo world. They were the top existences. In their eyes, there was no difference between great emperors and great emperors. Even the most ordinary First Revolution emperor could kill countless fifth-step cultivators with a wave of their hands. Fifth-step and sixth-step cultivators were two completely different life forms. Although Bai Chitai was the #1 general under Prince Fengdu and was also an imperishable stage cultivator, not to mention Bai Chitai, even Prince Fengdu had to be respectful when he saw the great emperor. Not to mention the great emperor, who was also from the divine sect's Moon Elephant sect. This kind of existence had a higher status than ordinary great emperors in the primordial land. "Oh, you know me?" Ning Qi looked at Bai Chitai with a faint smile. Bai Chitai forced a smile and said respectfully, "The matter of Senior Wu killing Beidou Sect's Emperor Shilingshi with a wave of your hand in the Moon Form sect some time ago has already spread throughout the Demon Aspect sect. I naturally recognize Senior Wu. Killing Shi Lung with a wave of his hand? No matter how slow Bai Xiaohui was, he knew Ning Qi's identity after hearing this. His eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. A dignified great emperor actually came here to ask for a fourth-step cultivator who had just entered karma state? It was precisely because he thought that Ning Qi and Jian Shilai were hired by Li Guangyi that he did not take them seriously. When he thought of his words and actions just now, Bai Xiaohui's eyes immediately surged with endless fear. Heavenly emperors were much more terrifying than Prince Feng. Even his biggest backer could only lower his head in front of a heavenly emperor because there had never been an example of a fifth-step cultivator killing a heavenly emperor. It was not like the fourth and fifth steps, where there were rumors of geniuses killing enemies with higher cultivation levels. Since that's the case, things will be easy. Ning Qi smiled. His gaze landed on Azura Li, whose face was filled with shock. "You haven't finished what you were saying just now. Continue." Yes. Azura Li's spirit was lifted. He could not help but reveal a joyous expression on his face as he nodded continuously. His heart was filled with gratification when he glanced at Li Guangyi from the corner of his eye. He never would have thought that his son, who was not talented and usually acted foolishly, would actually find a great emperor to save him at the critical moment. No matter what Ning Qi's purpose was today, he believed that Ning Qi would definitely rescue him from this place as long as he answered the other party's question. Moreover, who would dare to offend him after the news of this matter had spread? After all, he, Azura Li, had personally met a great emperor, a terrifying existence who could kill other great emperors with a wave of his hand. "Senior Wu, I know that Azura Li often cooperates with the Mountain Sect. The slaves that he has captured are basically sold to the Mountain Sect," Azura Li said with slight excitement. "The Mountain Sect?" Jian Shilai's expression changed abruptly. Although this sect was not a divine sect, the Mountain Sect had 2 great emperors. Moreover, their cultivation level was not weak. It could be said that it was one of the strongest sects after the divine sect. Some sects that had 6 or 7 great emperors would not dare to offend the Mountain Sect. The Mountain Sect, huh? Ning Qi's eyes flickered slightly. He did not expect that the final clue would lead him to that place. He remembered that when he was advancing to the rebirth realm in the infinite reincarnation realm, he had killed an immortal from the mountain sect. He seemed to be called the World Demon Lord. Later, the mountain sect sent a great emperor and directly barged into the archaic star pavilion. In the end, he was injured by the archaic star pavilion's demon-slaying formation and escaped. Luo Wenhai is only a Dao querying realm cultivator. The mountain sect disciple who cooperated with him should be a low-level disciple, right? Bring me to him. Ningqi smiled. Azura Li nodded quickly. The smile on his face made Bai Xiaohui want to beat him to death on the spot. Unfortunately, after knowing Ningqi's identity, Bai Xiaohui was only left with fear. He did not even feel the slightest bit of anger. He dared not attack. Senior Wu, are you looking for someone? I can help you no matter who you're looking for in the nearby territories. Bai Qitai suddenly spoke. Ningqi glanced at him and glanced at Bai Xiaohui. Then he smiled and nodded. Thank you for your trouble. You're too kind. Bai Qitai quickly waved his hand. Then he looked at Azura Li with a kind expression. Little brother, what's the name of the mountain sect disciple that you mentioned? Where's the cave abode for cultivation? Reporting to General Bai, the mountain sect disciple is called Tan Siliang. The cave abode for cultivation is in Taitsong City where I live. Azura Li quickly replied. He was secretly delighted. The renowned general Bai Qitai had addressed him as little brother. If he were to tell others about this, it was likely that no one would believe him. However, Azura Li knew that Bai Qitai had such a good attitude because of Ningqi. Otherwise, he would not have been captured and sent to the mines just because he had offended Bai Xiaohui. Senior Wu, do you think we should go there together? Or do you want to wait here for a while I bring the person over? Bai Qitai looked at Ningqi. Let's go there together. It's not too far anyway. Ningqi smiled. With a slight jolt of his mind, other than Bai Xiaohui and a few rebirth realm cultivators, the rest of the people disappeared on the spot. When they reappeared, they were already above Taitsong City. The great emperor's tricks are indeed unpredictable. Bai Qitai maintained a smile on his face, but he was extremely shocked. With his cultivation base of the imperishable realm, he could not sense how Ningqi had brought him to this place. If Ningqi wanted to kill him, he would probably only need to lift a finger, and he would die without knowing why. On the other side, Bai Xiaohui realized that he could move again as soon as Ningqi and the rest left. He looked at the few rebirth realm cultivators with lingering fear. The inner sect disciple of the demonic aspect sect has such a good relationship with the great emperor. Why didn't you guys receive any news? Master Bai, we didn't know either. The few of them looked at each other and forced a bitter smile. If it were not for Bai Qitai's timely arrival and his recognition of Ningqi's identity, they did not even dare to imagine what would have happened to them. Chapter 3886. General Bai. Just as Ningqi and the others arrived at Taitsong City, more than a dozen figures broke through the air from the city and greeted them. The person in the lead was a middle-aged cultivator with undead realm cultivation base. When he saw Bai Qitai, a smile appeared on his face, but there was a trace of doubt in the depths of his eyes. Bai Qitai rarely came to Taitsong City. Today, he suddenly brought so many cultivators. Perhaps Prince Fengdu had something to tell him? City Lord Wang. Bai Qitai smiled at the middle-aged cultivator, then looked at Ningqi and said respectfully, Senior Wu, this is Taitsong City, Lord Wang Hao. Senior Wu? Wang Hao looked at Ningqi in shock. There was only one kind of existence that could make an undead realm cultivator like Bai Qitai address him as Senior. City Lord Wang, this is Senior Wu of Moon Elephant Sect. Bai Qitai smiled. Wang Hao hurriedly brought more than a dozen subordinates and saluted. We pay our respects to Senior Wu. No need to be so polite. Let's find someone. Ningqi said lightly. Bai Qitai nodded slightly and then transmitted his voice to Wang Hao to explain the matter. When Wang Hao heard this, he quickly said, I know that disciple of the mountain sect. Because the mountain sect is also a big sect, I have paid special attention to his disciple when he came to Taitsong City. His cultivation base is not high, only heaven's mandate realm. Senior Wu, why don't I lead the way? Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Wang Hao was slightly happy and immediately led the way. Some cultivators of Taitsong City had already noticed Ning Qi and the others. It was mainly because Bai Chi Tai's reputation was too great. Basically, there was no cultivator in the nearby boundary who did not recognize him. This place originally belonged to Prince Fengdu's territory, and Bai Chi Tai was Prince Fengdu's #1 general. Some people did not recognize Wang Hao, but they recognized Bai Chi Tai's appearance. General, Bai brought so many people to our Taitsong City this time. I wonder what's the matter. Did you see? The city lord and general Bai seemed to be very respectful to that young man. I have not seen Prince Fengdu before. Could it be him? Some people showed a trace of curiosity on their faces and quietly looked at Ning Qi. Looking at his age, he seems to be similar, but I can't be sure that he is Prince Fengdu. Rumor has it that Prince Fengdu has been trying to break through the shackles of Undead Realm. He shouldn't come to our Taitsong City, right? There is nothing here. Everyone, the quality of the slaves you've brought this time isn't high. If it's the same quality next time, I think our partnership will end here. In a certain cave abode in Taitsong City, a youth sat on the main seat. Beside him sat more than 10 cultivators. Their cultivation levels ranged from the Tao Querying Realm to the Karma Realm. Behind each cultivator stood 12 to 20 cultivators from various races with terrified expressions. These cultivators were bound by shackles that emitted a red light. If any cultivator dared to try to break free, the shackles would shoot out a red lightning bolt towards that cultivator. Brother Tan, the slaves your sect requires this time are a little special. They need to have the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans. You should know that the 4 sacred clans basically do not marry outsiders. We have spent many years gathering these slaves from all over the place. Their ancestors had some relations with the 4 sacred clans because of fate. Even if you find someone else, they may not be able to find this group of people who have the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans. A Karma Realm cultivator smiled bitterly. When the others heard this, they all nodded. The hundreds of slaves present could not help but look at each other in shock. Before that Karma Realm cultivator spoke, they did not know that they had the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans. But the quality of your batch is indeed too different from before. How about this? I will give you 200,000 origin stones per person. If the quality of the slaves you bring next time is the same as before, I will give you another 400,000 origin stones per person. What do you think? If it's a deal, let's make the deal. Tan Siliang thought for a moment and smiled at the crowd. When the crowd saw that Tan Siliang had reduced the price by half, they all looked angry. However, they had been working with Tan Siliang for many years. If they fell out with him now, they would not have the chance to work with him again. These people with the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans were worthless elsewhere. However, if they were sold to Tan Siliang, one of them could be sold for hundreds of thousands of origin stones. A dozen of them would be millions of origin stones. This was a huge sum even for Karma Realm cultivators. Moreover, most of the people present were only Tao Querying Realm cultivators. If they made a deal, they would not have to worry about cultivation resources for the next few hundred years. Brother Tan, your price is too low. 300,000 origin stones. What do you think? The Karma Realm cultivator said solemnly. I will take a step back and give you 250,000 origin stones. If it is higher than this, I cannot make the decision. In that case, I can only ask the elders of the sect to come forward and make the deal. I cannot guarantee what will happen then. Actually, this price is already very good. After all, this is a long-term business. As long as you continue to work with me, there is a chance of earning 100 million origin stones. Tan Siliang smiled. When the crowd heard this, their expressions changed. Tan Siliang's meaning was clear. If they did not accept Tan Siliang's price today, the elders of the mountain sect might come to talk with them. At that time, let alone 250,000 origin stones per slave, they might even have to hand over their lives to the mountain sect. The mountain sect was neither righteous nor evil and had 2 emperor realm cultivators who were considered powerful among the great emperors. To ordinary cultivators, they were even more feared than the sacred sect. After all, for the sake of their reputation, the sacred sect would not be calculated with low-level cultivators like them. All right, 250,000 it is then. The Karma realm cultivator thought about it for a few moments, then nodded and agreed. The other cultivators didn't dare to have any more objections. Just as the 2 parties were about to complete the transaction, one of the slaves suddenly looked at Tan Siliang in shock. "You're Tan Siliang from the mountain sect? Senior Tan, don't you remember me? I am Zhou Tsong, the son of the Iron Sword sect master, Zhou Dongyu." When someone heard the words Iron Sword sect, his expression changed slightly. This sect was one of the vassal sects of the mountain sect. It was not strong, and its sect master was only an undead realm cultivator. But compared to a sect like the mountain sect, it was nothing. However, for cultivators like them who were at the Tao, querying realm, and the strongest were only at the heavens mandate realm, an undead realm cultivator was like a mountain pressing down on their chests. Even Tan Siliang's expression changed slightly. After taking a closer look at Zhou Tsong, he could not help but look at the Karma realm cultivator. "Brother Jiu Cheng, why did you capture the son of the Iron Sword sect master?" Jiu Cheng looked at Zhou Tsong with a strange expression. He really did not expect this early-stage, Tao-querying realm cultivator to be the son of an undead realm cultivator. Chapter 3887. Senior Tan, you really recognized me? That's great. This is actually a misunderstanding. Please rest assured, Senior Tan. I will never tell anyone about what happened today. Zhou Tsong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Tan Siliang recognized him. Who would have thought that Tan Siliang had no intention of paying attention to him and just looked at Jiu Cheng indifferently? Jiu Cheng smiled bitterly and said, "When I attacked earlier, this kid did indeed say that he was the Iron Sword sect master. But I thought that the Iron Sword sect master was an undead realm cultivator, and his son's strength should be at least at the Karma realm or above. I didn't expect this early-stage, Tao-seeking realm cultivator to really be the Iron Sword sect master. Is that so? I thought Brother Jiu Cheng was deliberately making things difficult for me." Tan Siliang said with a faint smile. Jiu Cheng hurriedly said, "How would I dare? Brother Tan has misunderstood me. I don't think you dare." The smile on Tan Siliang's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced with a sneer. He cast a glance at Zhou Tsong and said coolly, "Little brother Zhou Tsong, although you are the son of the Iron Sword sect master, since you possess the blood of the 4 sacred clans and have been captured by Jiu Cheng, you can forget about leaving. Follow me back to Mountain Sect." "What?" The smile on Zhou Tsong's face froze. He looked at Tan Siliang in disbelief. Tan Siliang had clearly recognized him, but he still did not intend to let him go? Zhou Tsong's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly realized that Tan Siliang's purpose of buying slaves was not to enslave him. Thinking of how everyone here had the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans, Zhou Tsong could not remain calm. In the cultivation world, there were many cultivation methods that required the devouring of bloodlines. He guessed that one of the elders of the mountain sect was practicing this cultivation method, which was why he ordered Tan Siliang to buy slaves with the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans. If the bloodline is devoured, there is only one outcome. Thinking of this, Zhou Tsong hurriedly spoke again. "Senior Tan, I have primary essence stones. I will buy myself with 1,000,000 primary essence stones. Is that okay?" "Zhou Tsong, you may not be clear about the situation. The current situation has little to do with the primary essence stone. If I let you go, the news will definitely spread. Your father's cultivation is extremely strong, and I'm no match for him. If he secretly kills me, won't I die an unjust death?" Tan Siliang smiled and shook his head. Hearing this, Zhou Tsong's eyes were filled with anger. Tan Siliang, the Iron Sword sect, is a vassal sect of the Mountain sect. You and I can be considered brothers of the same sect. How could you attack your own brother? You're inhumane. Yes, I'm not a human. Tan Siliang smiled. Seeing this, Zhou Tsong immediately shut his mouth and glared at Tan Siliang with a venomous gaze. Soon, both parties completed the transaction. The cultivators who brought their slaves here received a large sum of primordial essence stones. Zhou Tsong and the other slaves could only watch helplessly as they were sold to the Mountain sect. Their future prospects were bleak and bleak. Brother Joachim and everyone else, remember, the next slave I want must be at least 1 grade higher than this one. Otherwise, if the higher-ups blame me, it will be very difficult for me. Tan Siliang smiled as he sent everyone out of the cave abode. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although they did not earn as much as they had expected, the feeling of having their pockets filled made them smile happily. Not long after, the door of the cave abode slowly opened. Just as Tan Siliang was about to say something, he suddenly realized that there were hundreds of cultivators standing outside the cave abode. The person leading them exuded a trace of the aura of a 5th-step cultivator. Juqing and the others were enveloped by Wang Hao's aura. They felt extremely cold and could not help but tremble slightly. A 5th-step cultivator. Oh no, could it be that Zhou Tsong's father is here? Everyone's faces turned slightly pale. However, they quickly heaved a sigh of relief. After a slight shock, Tan Siliang smiled and cupped his hands at Wang Hao. "City, Lord Wang." Wang Hao nodded slightly and did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Ning Qi. Seeing this, Tan Siliang was stunned. In the next moment, his eyes fell on Bai Chitai. He thought that Wang Hao was looking at Bai Chitai. Bai Chitai? General Bai? Why is he here? Tan Siliang's expression immediately became a bit more serious. Bai Chitai hadn't leaked any aura just now, so he had only recognized Wang Hao and hadn't seen Bai Chitai. Now that he had confirmed Bai Chitai's identity, he was slightly bewildered in his heart. Bai Chitai had probably come here for only one purpose, and that was that among the slaves he had bought this time, it was extremely likely that there was someone related to Bai Chitai. This group of guys, they really deserved to die. First it was Zhou Tsong, and now it's Bai Chitai. This time, I'm going to die because of them. Tan Siliang could not help but glance at Juqing and the others as he cursed in his heart. However, he was still relatively calm. Although Bai Chitai was an imperishable realm cultivator and had Prince Fingdu as his backer, he also had the support of the Mountain sect. If there really was some kind of misunderstanding, at least Bai Chitai would not kill him on the spot. "Senior Wu, this is Tan Siliang." Bai Chitai cupped his hands at Ning Qi respectfully. Tan Siliang was stunned. His gaze fell on the somewhat unremarkable Ning Qi. Then he took a deep breath. "Senior Wu?" The only person who could make Bai Chitai call Senior Wu was a great emperor. Why would a great emperor come looking for him? "You're Tan Siliang." Ning Qi looked at him indifferently. Tan Siliang quickly nodded. "Senior, this junior is Tan Siliang, a disciple of the Mountain sect." "I heard that you usually do some slave trading?" Ning Qi smiled. Tan Siliang was stunned for a moment. He forced a smile on his face. "Senior, you may have misunderstood." "I don't deny it. Let me ask you, do you know where Luo Wenhai is?" Ning Qi said calmly. "Luo Wenhai?" The expressions of Joachim and the others turned a little strange. This was because Luo Wenhai was Tan Siliang's partner just like them. He would usually search for slaves that met Tan Siliang's requirements and sell them to him. Damn it. How did Luo Wenhai offend a great emperor? Tan Siliang finally understood that the other party did not come looking for him because there was something wrong with this batch of slaves. The problem was with Luo Wenhai. Senior, this junior does know Luo Wenhai. However, I haven't seen him in recent years. Tan Siliang cupped his hands and said. Ning Qi looked at Azura Li. Is Luo Wenhai among these people? Azura Li took a good look at Zhou Qing and the others at once. When he heard Ning Qi's question, he quickly shook his head and said, Senior, Luo Wenhai isn't among them. Tan Siliang, have you seen these two ladies? Jian Shilai suddenly waved her hand. Two surges of spiritual energy surged out and instantly condensed into the appearance of Spider Pattern and North Moon Lingqiu. As soon as Tan Siliang saw the two ladies, his expression changed unnoticeably. He then said with respect, This junior has never seen these two ladies. You're lying. Jian Shilai's expression immediately turned cold. She was already certain that Tan Siliang had seen Spider Pattern and North Moon Lingqiu before. Chapter 3888. Remember in 1 second, 800 male signs /say, net, no, I'm not lying. I really haven't seen those two women. Tan Siliang was shocked, but he still insisted on what he said. Tan Siliang was shocked, but he still insisted on what he said. From his point of view, the great emperor and the mysterious woman in front of him were here to look for the two girls. It was very likely that the two girls were sold to him by Luo Wenhai and had long since been resold by him. Just now, when he saw the second face that Jian she had condensed Tan Siliang vaguely felt that it was familiar. In this way, he could not admit it. This time, not only was City Lord Wang called over, even the number 1 general under the Prince of Plentiful City, Bai Chitai, had brought his men to surround this place. No matter how slow Tan Siliang was, he could still sense that the relationship between the two girls and Ning Qi was not simple. Even the background of the mountain sect would not be able to protect him. I can tell that you're lying, Jian Shilai said indifferently. I want you to tell me where you sold those two girls. I really haven't seen these two girls, Tan Siliang smiled bitterly. In that case, only the soul-searching technique can prove your innocence. Ning Qi smiled. Soul-searching technique? The expressions of Bai Chitai and the others became slightly strange. If the soul-searching technique was used on Tan Siliang, it would be more painful than killing him. This was because the primordial spirit of the cultivator who was searched would be greatly damaged. Not only would his cultivation regress, but it was also very likely that he would also become a fool. He would become a fool. With the nature of Tan Siliang's business, if he became a fool, he would be captured by his enemies at any moment and tortured to death. Senior, I'm a disciple of the mountain sect. Without any evidence, if you use the soul-searching technique on me, I'm afraid it won't be justifiable. Tan Siliang's expression changed slightly. Is your identity as a disciple of the mountain sect really useful in my eyes when the great emperor does things? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Seeing this, Tan Siliang vaguely felt that he had been enveloped by Ning Qi's divine sense. He was shocked and hurriedly said, Senior, please wait. I remember that I have seen those two girls. Bai Chitai and City, Lord Wang, looked at each other. The way they looked at Tan Siliang was as if they were looking at a dead man. Even if Tan Siliang had the backing of the mountain faction, he dared to lay his hands on someone the great emperor cared about and sell her as a slave. If the sect master of the mountain sect knew about this, he would not offend a great emperor like Ning Qi for a fourth-step disciple like Tan Siliang. I vaguely remember that one year, Luo Wenhai seemed to have been injured. He traded two girls with the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans to me for some origin essence stones. But since then, I have never seen Luo Wenhai again. Tan Siliang whispered. Luo Wenhai's whereabouts are no longer important. Jian Shilai said coldly. Ning Qi's eyes flickered. The bloodline of the 4 sacred clans? Why did Spiderwind and North Moon Lingqiu possess the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans? After all, They were both demon cultivators. Between the demons and the 4 sacred clans, could it be those 2 ladies should be in the mountain sect right now? As for whether they are dead or alive, too much time has passed. I'm not sure if they are still alive. Tan Siliang gritted his teeth. After saying this, his heart could not help but beat rapidly. In other words, you sent them to the mountain sect in the end? There are hundreds of slaves in your cave abode. I seem to sense that they have a very similar aura. Could it be that they also possess the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans? Ning Qi said calmly. Hearing this, Tan Siliang hesitated for less than half a breath, then immediately nodded. Senior, they indeed have the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans. With the knowledge of City Lord Wang and Bai Chi, they could vaguely deduce from this point that someone in the mountain faction behind Tan Siliang might be cultivating some kind of evil technique. This kind of evil technique needed to devour the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans. However, the power of the 4 sacred clans had even surpassed that of the 13 divine sects. No matter how bold the mountain sect was, they would not dare to capture the people of the 4 sacred clans to devour their bloodline. In this case, one could understand why Tan Siliang wanted to find humans who possessed the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans. A long time ago, there was an era when the relationship between the 4 sacred clans and the human race was extremely good. Marriage was a very common thing. Lead the way. If Spiderwin and Lung Qiu are still alive, I can spare your life. However, if they have died in the hands of the mountain sect, not only will you lose your life, the mountain sect will also have to give me an explanation. Ning Qi said calmly. Tan Siliang's expression changed slightly, but he was secretly relieved. At least Ning Qi did not kill him on the spot. If he returned to the mountain sect, perhaps Grandmaster Chen and the sect leader of the mountain sect would come to his rescue. After all, he had gathered slaves with the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans for Grandmaster Chen's cultivation. Oh yes, is it your sect leader or Grandmaster Chen who needs to devour the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans? Ning Qi suddenly asked. Tan Siliang was stunned subconsciously. He wanted to lie to Ning Qi, but when he looked at Ning Qi, he saw that Ning Qi's face had a look of understanding. Obviously, he had guessed something. General Bai, send a message to the 4 sacred clans. Tell them that someone in the mountain sect is cultivating some kind of cultivation technique and needs to devour the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans. Regardless of whether the 4 sacred clans care about this, since we know about it, we must definitely warn them. Ning Qi looked at Bai Chi and smiled. Hearing this, Bai Chi was overjoyed. He felt that this was an opportunity to build a relationship with the 4 sacred clans. He immediately said, Senior Wu, I will personally make the trip. I'm afraid the 4 sacred clans will not care if the rest of us go. All right. Ning Qi nodded lightly. Bai Chi quickly left Taicang City with his people. Tan Siliang's expression became a little ugly. Although it was not a secret in the mountain sect that Grandmaster Chen had devoured the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans to cultivate, the mountain sect was originally a sect that was neither good nor evil. The mountain sect was not afraid of others gossiping behind their backs. However, if Bai Chi informed the 4 sacred clans about this, who knew how the 4 sacred clans, who rarely appeared in the outside world, would react? If their reaction was too intense, the mountain sect might be destroyed. What are you waiting for? Lead the way. Ning Qi looked at Tan Siliang. After a pause, his gaze fell on Jiu Cheng and the others beside Tan Siliang. He smiled slightly, and with a thought, this group of people was turned into ashes on the spot. The slaves inside. Tan Siliang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of slaves had already rushed out of the cave abode. The shackles on their bodies had long disappeared. All of you return to your homes, Ning Qi said lightly. Seeing this, the group of slaves knew who had saved them. They hurriedly bowed respectfully to Ning Qi with a hint of excitement in their eyes. Aunt Jian, why don't I go to the mountain sect alone? Ningqi looked at Jian Shilai. Jian Shilai shook his head slightly. I want to know whether they are alive or dead. All right then. Ningqi nodded and glanced at Tan Siliang. Seeing this, Tan Siliang said awkwardly, Seniors, please follow me. Chapter 3889. In a mountain range shrouded in clouds and mist, many buildings were faintly discernible. These clouds and mist were not ordinary clouds and mist, but clouds and mist that were condensed from too much yin-qi. When Tan Siliang brought Ningqi and Jian Shi to this place, Ningqi and Jian Shi discovered that there were many ancient wells in the buildings of the mountain sect. The surface of these ancient wells was either emitting green mist, white mist, or purple mist. The strength of the aura was different. Do the people of the mountain sect like to cultivate in the wells? Ningqi's eyes flickered. Senior, the cultivators who cultivate in the wells are all inner sect disciples of the mountain sect, as well as the elders of the various halls. These mountain wells contain a special spirit gathering formation. Together with the mountain sect's withered tree divine technique, cultivation will be twice the result with half the effort. Even our sect master and grandmaster Qin cultivate in the mountain wells. Tan Siliang said softly. As he spoke, his eyes flickered. It was obvious that he was plotting something. Previously in Taicang City, he was powerless against Ningqi. However, now that he was in the mountain sect, it was his home ground. If the mountain sect leader and master, if the sect master and grandmaster Chan were willing to protect him, he could spare his life today. You've gathered slaves from all over the place. After sending them to the sect, I don't think your sect master or grandmaster Qin will receive them personally, right? Who is in charge of receiving the slaves? Bring me to them. Ningqi said calmly. He already knew that the two great emperors of the mountain sect were not weak. The strongest one was the sect leader, who was at least a 7th revolution great emperor. His cultivation was similar to vice sect leader Yan's. As for the weaker one, martial ancestor Qin, he was not an ordinary great emperor. It would naturally be best if he could find Spider Pattern and North Moon Lingqiu without alerting them. If the two women had already died in the mountain sect, then Ningqi would collect some interest first and leave with Jian Shilai as soon as possible. He would wait until the bone burial site opened. He would wait for the bone burial site to open up. At the Great Emperor realm, it was extremely difficult to increase the cultivation level of each transformation. Within a short period of time, Ningqi had no idea how to break through to the second transformation, Great Emperor realm. Perhaps he could only improve by leaps and bounds after obtaining the godhood. Senior, don't you want to meet the sect master and grandmaster Qin first? Tan Siliang was slightly stunned. Initially, he thought that Ningqi would have to meet the sect leader and martial ancestor Qin, the two great emperor realm experts. However, Ningqi wanted to meet the deacon in charge of accepting the slaves. Your grandmaster and grandmaster Qin should be in seclusion right now. There's no need to trouble them with such trivial matters. Lead the way. Ningqi smiled. Tan Siliang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but Ningqi's tone had a hint of unquestionable meaning. He had a hunch that if he refused, Ningqi would probably kill him on the spot. This way, please. Deacon Huangfu, who is in charge of accepting slaves, is in the deacon's hall. Tan Siliang bowed slightly. Along the way, many cultivators would salute and greet Tan Siliang when they saw him. Most of these cultivators did not have high cultivation levels, and occasionally they would meet cultivators with higher cultivation levels than Tan Siliang. They would look at Tan Siliang, Ningqi and Jian Shi with scrutinizing gazes. However, none of them had any intention of greeting them. It seemed that the relationship between the disciples of the mountain sect was very weak. Not long after, the three of them arrived at the deacon's hall of the mountain sect. There were many dry wells here, and when they passed by them, the fog above the wells would change slightly. Obviously, the cultivators in the wells had sensed that someone was passing by. However, when they realized that it was Tan Silyong, they calmed down. Silyong, where are the slaves this time? After entering the deacon's hall, a gloomy cultivator who exuded the aura of the undead realm walked slowly to the three of them. His gaze swept past Ning Chi and Jian Shi before finally landing on Tan Silyong. "Deacon Bu, there's a problem with the slaves this time," Tan Silyong said with a strange expression. "A problem? Don't you know that Grandmaster Chin?" Deacon Bu suddenly paused mid-sentence. Then he looked at Ning Chi and Jian Shilai and asked with a gloomy face, "You too are Wu Yin of the Moon Elephant Sect." Ning Chi smiled. Moon Elephant Sect? Deacon Bu was slightly stunned. The gloomy expression on his face melted like ice encountering the scorching sun. He squeezed out a death-like smile. "So it's a fellow cultivator from the Moon Elephant Sect. May I know why you're here today, fellow Wu?" As he spoke, he even glanced at Tan Silyong. Tan Silyong's expression was rather awkward. He wanted to explain things clearly through voice transmission, but he was afraid of being discovered by Ning Chi. "Fellow Bu, I'm here to look for someone." With that, Ning Chi extended his hand and waved it gently. Spiritual Chi immediately condensed into the spider pattern and North Moon Lingqiu's appearance. "They're my junior sisters. Due to a misunderstanding, Tan Silyong sent them to your esteemed sect as slaves. I've come this time to take them away. Do you have any impression of them?" Hearing that, Deacon Bu's expression immediately changed. He secretly glanced at Tan Silyong. He had told Tan Silyong many times not to have any problems with the slaves, yet Tan Silyong still ended up causing trouble. The Moon Elephant Sect was much stronger than the Mountain Sect. It was a mid-tier force even among the 13 divine sections. Tan Silyong had actually sent the junior sisters of Moon Elephant Sect cultivators to the Mountain Sect as slaves. If this matter was not handled well, it would be a huge incident. An incident. Thinking up to there, Deacon Bu took a closer look at Spider Pattern and North Moon Lingqiu's appearance. His expression suddenly became much weirder. He asked Ning Chi, "Fellow Wu, are their names Spider Pattern and North Moon Lingqiu?" "That's right. You recognize them." A hint of excitement flashed through Jian Shi's eyes. Ning Chi had a thought. The other party's status in the Mountain Sect was much higher than Tan Silyong's. Since he knew Spider Pattern and North Moon Lingqiu's names, the two girls might still be alive. If their bloodlines had already been devoured, there was no reason for him to keep them. Impression. The two of them have already been accepted as direct disciples by Elder Daji. Junior sister Spider Pattern will marry the son of Elder Han of the Big Dipper sect tomorrow, Deacon Bu said. He was slightly relieved. If Spider Pattern and North Moon Lingqiu's bloodlines had been devoured by Grandmaster Chin as slaves, he might not be able to explain himself to the Moon Elephant sect today. Hearing that the two girls were still alive, Tan Silyong was completely relieved. His palms were already covered in cold sweat. Elder Han of the Big Dipper sect. Ning Chi frowned slightly. "Fellow Bu, the Elder Han you mentioned, is he a great emperor?" Elder Han is the grandson of Vice Sect Leader Han of the Big Dipper sect. He's a perfected undead realm cultivator. His son is also a genius of the younger generation of the Big Dipper sect. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already reached the early stage of the undead realm. Such talent, I'm ashamed of myself. Deacon Bu sighed. "Fellow Bu, we'd like to see Spider Pattern and Lingqiu now. Please lead the way." Ning Chi smiled. "That's easy. Elder Han and Elder Daji are in the guest hall. I'll lead the way." Deacon Bu nodded with a smile. Chapter 3890. The Mountain Sect. The guest hall. Daji sat on the main seat expressionlessly. Behind her stood two women, Spider Wen and North Moon Lingqiu. To Daji's left sat a white-haired old man. Behind him stood 7 or 8 disciples. One of them had flowing black hair. One of them had long black hair, and his face was as white as jade. His eyes flickered with divine light, and a trace of the undead realm flowed through his body. Back in the Immortals world, Spider Pattern and North Moon Lingqiu were only cultivators of the second step, yet their auras were already on par with Rebirth realm cultivators now. They were progressing much faster than Jian Shilai. At that moment, Spider-Wen's expression did not look too good. She kept staring at Daji's back, while the white-haired old man looked at Spider-Wen with a smile and nodded continuously. Fellow Taoist Daji, I've already arranged for the wedding ceremony of my son and your disciple tomorrow. I've also arranged for the other matters. It's getting late now, so why don't we set off for the Beidou sect? Han Changshan said with a smile. Daji glanced at Han Changshan and said slowly, let's do as you said. With that, she glanced at Spider-Wen. Spider-Wen, you're a disciple of the Beidou sect in the future. Be good and don't embarrass your master. Spider-Wen's face was rather pale. Master, I don't want to leave you. Silly girl, having a Tao companion will only bring you benefits in the primordial land. Even if you become a disciple of the Beidou sect in the future, it won't change the fact that you're my disciple. You can return to the mountain sect when you're free. Daji smiled. But Spider-Wen said softly, Master, I don't want to get married so early. Hearing those words, Han Changshan's expression changed slightly. However, he still maintained the smile on his face, causing others to be unable to tell what he was thinking. Standing behind him, Han Shua's face grew colder because of Spider Pattern's words. He looked into the depths of Spider Pattern's eyes, and there was a hint of a sneer. Daji's expression changed slightly. She said indifferently, Your marriage was decided by ancestral master Qin himself. Don't make things difficult for master. Han Changshan smiled at Spider-Wen. Little girl, Han Shun's talent is similar to yours. After you two become Tao companions, your future cultivation path will be even smoother, with the Mountain Sect and the Beidou Sect as your backing. Even if you're a martial emperor, you'll still have a chance. Great emperors also have a chance to become great emperors. In the future, it will be the era of young people like you. Old people like us can only muddle along. Since Ancestor Chen is willing to facilitate this marriage, it means that he thinks highly of you and Han Shan. When Spider-Wen heard this, she lowered her head expressionlessly. She knew that she would not be able to escape this time. She clearly knew that Daji did not approve of this marriage, but Grandmaster Chen had come forward to make it happen. With Grandmaster Chen's status in the Mountain Sect, as long as the sect master didn't say anything, who would dare to say no in front of Master Chen? Fellow Taoist Han, Spider-Wen's life has been a bit rough. If I hadn't discovered that she had an extremely thick bloodline of the 4 sacred clans, almost reaching 50%, I wouldn't have accepted her as a disciple. With the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans, no matter what kind of cultivation she cultivates, with the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans, no matter what cultivation method you cultivate, you'll get twice the result with half the effort. There's even a certain chance that you'll return to your ancestral roots. I hope you understand this and don't let Spider-Wen's bloodline be covered in dust. Daji slowly said, The 4 sacred clans were only inferior to the Qilin clan and the True Dragon clan in the Primordial Land. If the 4 sacred clans were separated, they could only be ranked in the top 10. However, if the 4 sacred clans were gathered together, the nobility of their bloodline would only be inferior to the Qilin clan and the True Dragon clan. This was because the stronger the bloodline, the higher the chance of becoming a martial emperor in the future. Otherwise, the Qilin clan and the True Dragon clan wouldn't be able to have more than half of the total number of martial emperors in the Primordial Land despite their small numbers. Because of this, the bloodline of the Qilin clan, the True Dragon clan, the 4 sacred clans, and the other top clans wouldn't be pursued by many cultivators. However, the Qilin clan and the True Dragon clan rarely had marriage alliances with other clans in history. However, the 4 sacred clans were different. In a certain era, the 4 sacred clans had intermarried with many other clans. As a result, many cultivators from many clans had the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans. Therefore, there were many skills that could be used to activate the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans. The 13 divine clans basically had all of them. The skill practiced by Grand Master Chen of the Mountain Sect was one of them. However, compared to the other skills, Grand Master Chen's skill was more domineering. He devoured other cultivators with the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans to increase the density of the bloodline in his body and increase his aptitude. After so many years, martial ancestor Chen's concentration of the 4 sacred clans' bloodline had reached 70%. It seemed to be only 20% more than the spider pattern, but in reality, martial ancestor Chen had devoured countless cultivators to reach this level. When he was in the Tyli land, he wanted to join the Primordial Star Pavilion, but was rejected, so he left the Tyli land dejectedly. At that time, his aptitude was like heaven and earth compared to now. Now, because he devoured many cultivators with the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans, not only did he become a martial emperor, he also became the ancestor of the Mountain Sect. He was a very famous existence among the martial emperors. However, from the very beginning, Spidermark was tested to have 50% density of the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans. This kind of situation was extremely rare. Compared to other cultivators with the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans, it was more than 1,000 times denser. When the test results came out, Daji reported this to the sect master of the Mountain Sect and also tested North Moon Lingqiu's bloodline density. Although it wasn't as high as Spidermark's, it was still more than 30%. The sect master of the Mountain Sect personally asked Daji to accept the 2 of them as disciples. This was because cultivators with such density of the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans would be more beneficial to the Mountain Sect than letting Master Qin devour them. Because of this matter, martial ancestor Qin had always been brooding over it. If he devoured the 2 girls, the purity of his bloodline might directly soar to 80%. That was why he took the opportunity of the Big Dipper sect's marriage proposal to personally facilitate this marriage. He had gotten his revenge within the permitted range. Daji, don't worry. My Big Dipper sect's Golden Cauldron art has an excellent effect on stimulating the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans. Once Spidermark becomes my daughter-in-law, I will personally teach her this art. I believe that in less than 100 years, she will be able to break through the shackles of the rebirth realm. Once she becomes undying, she will have a chance to become a martial emperor in the future. At the same time, one of the spots to enter the divine realm of creation will also be given to your Mountain Sect. Han Qingshan smiled. The betrothal gift that the Big Dipper sect used for the marriage proposal was a spot to enter the divine realm of creation. If they did not present a betrothal gift like that, the Mountain Sect would never let Spidermark marry Han Shen no matter what. You too, this is the place. A voice suddenly rang out from outside the guest hall. Soon afterwards, 3 figures walked in one after another. Han Qingshan and Daji's eyes moved slightly, and they looked towards the 3 of them. When Spidermark and North Moon Lingqiu saw 2 of them, they were immediately stunned. Chapter 3891. Bu Chenfeng, who let you in? Daji's face darkened when she saw who it was. Han Qingshan's gaze shifted slightly. He glanced past Ning Qi and the others, and his expression was rather unpleasant. He was currently representing the Big Dipper sect to discuss the marriage with the Mountain Sect, yet someone had barged into the guest hall. This was clearly disrespecting him. Elder Daji, it's like this. Bu Chenfeng hurriedly bowed to Daji and said, "These 2 are cultivators from the Moonform sect. They're acquainted with Spiderwind and Lung Qiu, and they've specially come to find you 2 junior sisters. Moonform sect cultivators? Acquainted with Spiderwind and Lung Qiu?" Most of the people present knew how Spiderwind and North Moon Lung Qiu had entered the Mountain Sect, as well as how Daji had taken them in as disciples. As a result, when they heard that the 2 girls actually knew cultivators from the Moonform sect, everyone's expressions became slightly strange. Daji and Han Qingshan's expressions changed slightly when they heard that Ning Qi was a cultivator from the Moon Form sect. Daji subconsciously looked at Spider-Wen and North Moon Ling Qiu and discovered that their expressions changed drastically when they saw Ning Qi and Ling Qiu, which indirectly confirmed Bu Qinfeng's words. The two girls had once said that, apart from a female cultivator called Jian Shilai, they did not know anyone else in the primordial lands. Yet they knew cultivators from the Moon Form sect now? Spider-Wen, Lung Qiu, you're really here. Jian Shilai smiled, and the burden in her heart was completely lifted. She discovered that not only were the two girls alive, the auras they gave off were even more powerful than hers. This meant that the two girls had indeed had a fortuitous encounter in the mountain sect. Mother! Hot tears immediately gushed out of Spider-Wen's eyes. In the next moment, she directly appeared before Jian Shilai and hugged him tightly. North Moon Ling Qiu, on the other hand, appeared before Ning Qi with a flash. Her cheeks were flushed red, and her eyes were filled with a hint of excitement, disbelief, and joy. There was a trace of excitement, a trace of disbelief, and a trace of joy as she stared blankly at Ning Qi. It's Spider-Wen's mother. Daji was slightly stunned, and a hint of realization flashed through her eyes. She had thought that Jian Shilai had ended up in the Moon Form sect, while Ning Qi had brought Jian Shilai to find Spider-Wen. It was as if she had taken in Spider-Wen and Ling Qiu. Then he saw how North Moon Ling Qiu looked at Ning Qi. It did not seem like he was looking at a stranger, which made him feel a sliver of doubt. Han Qingshan looked at Jian Shilai with a strange expression. If Jian Shilai was Spider-Pattern's mother, it meant that the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans in Jian Shilai's body was even thicker than Spider-Pattern's. Junior brother, I didn't expect to see you here. After separating from Jian Shilai, Spider-Wen looked at Ning Qi excitedly. This time, she was forced to marry because of her sect. Her heart was originally covered with a layer of gray fog, and she was extremely depressed. In the end, she suddenly met the two people she was most familiar with. This made her mood instantly blossom with boundless radiance, dispelling all the gray fog. This is fate. Ning Qi smiled and nodded at North Moon Cold Autumn along the way. As if he had been struck by lightning, North Moon Cold Autumn immediately returned to his senses. His face became as red as 2 ripe apples. So he's Mother Spider's disciple. Even if he's a cultivator of the Moon Elephant sect, he's only an outer or inner disciple, right? When everyone heard how Spider-Pattern referred to Ning Qi, their gazes towards Ning Qi were no longer as stern anymore. Even if the Moon Elephant sect was one of the 13 divine sects, the Beta sect believed they were not too much weaker than the Moon Elephant sect. If it was an elder who came today, perhaps Han Qingshan would still have to give them some face and greet them a few times. However, right now, Han Qingshan's face was filled with a hint of arrogance as he looked at Ning Qi and the others with a forced smile. Even if he came from the Moon Elephant sect, a 4th-step cultivator's disciple would not attract the attention of an imperishable realm expert of the Baidu sect like Han Qingshan. If it weren't for your senior brother this time, I really wouldn't have been able to find you. Jian Shilai sighed. After Spider-Pattern's happiness, her expression suddenly became a little lonelier. North Moon Ling Qiu seemed to think of something as well. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Seeing this, Daji stood up and smiled. Spider-Pattern, now that you've reunited with your mother, you can have her accompany you to the Beta sect. The Beidou sect is sending off the bride. Hearing that, Jian Shilai glanced around and looked at Han Shan. Judging from the situation in the guest hall, she could basically guess that Han Shan was the one who was going to marry Spider-Pattern. Spider-Pattern, do you want to marry him? Jian Shilai asked slowly. As soon as he said that, the expressions of Han Qingshan and his son changed slightly. Daji also frowned a little. In their eyes, Jian Shilai was just a 4th-step cultivator. He was not qualified to criticize the marriage alliance between the two sections. Spider Pattern looked at Jian Shilai, then at Ning Qi. She lowered her head slightly. Mother, I'm getting married tomorrow. Aunt Jian, looks like Spider Pattern doesn't want to marry the prodigy of the Beta sect. Ning Qi smiled and transmitted his voice. Jian Shilai nodded slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a gloomy voice. Lady Spider Pattern, if you really don't want to become my cultivation partner, don't force yourself. Just say it. Everyone was slightly stunned because the person who had spoken was Han Shan, who was standing behind Han Qingshan. This time, the other disciples that Han Qingshan had brought were already unhappy. From their point of view, the Beidou sect was already giving the Mountain sect a lot of face for Spider-Wen, a mere Mountain sect disciple, to marry Han Shan and become his Dao companion. She could even get a spot to enter the sacred mountain. However, Spider Pattern had been unwilling from the beginning, which made them feel that she didn't know how to appreciate favors. Senior brother is right. If Lady Spider Pattern doesn't want to become senior brother's cultivation partner, there's no need to force yourself. We cultivators naturally have to follow our hearts. A female cultivator behind Han Shan said indifferently. Hearing this, Han Qingshan didn't make any move. He only glanced at the Spider Pattern indifferently, then lowered his head and put on an unfathomable look. However, one could feel that his attitude towards the Mountain sect seemed to have become colder. Bu Qinfeng originally thought that the marriage between Spider Pattern and Han Shan would go smoothly. At this moment, he realized that he shouldn't have brought Jian Shilai and Ning Qi to the guest hall. He immediately smiled awkwardly and looked in the direction of Daji. Haha! Daji chuckled and glanced at Han Shan. Finally, she looked at Han Qingshan and said, Fellow Han, the marriage between the two sects has already been decided. Spider Pattern is also very happy, but she's a little reluctant to part with me. I hope you don't misunderstand. Not at all. Little girls are very normal. Once Lady Spider Pattern and Shu get married, they will naturally understand how compatible they are. Han Qingshan raised his eyelids and smiled. He didn't greet Jian Shilai at all. He was obviously only concerned about the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans in Spider Pattern and didn't really care about this woman, who was about to become his daughter-in-law. Chapter 3892. Senior Sister Spider-Wen, if you really don't want to become Dao companions with someone, just say it. I've made some achievements in the primeval land over the years, so I can still help you with such a small matter. Ning Qi smiled and said to Spider-Wen. Everyone didn't expect Ning Qi to suddenly speak, and his words seemed a little arrogant. They all looked at Ning Qi in surprise and anger. Han Qingshan couldn't help but snort coldly, but he still didn't speak. Ever since he knew Ning Qi's identity, he seemed to have been waiting for Ning Qi to take the initiative to greet him. Han Shan glanced at Ning Qi coldly, then at Spider-Wen. His lips curled into a cold smile, but in order to maintain his elegance, he didn't speak at this moment. He believed that no matter how unwilling Spider-Wen was to marry him, she wouldn't dare to say it today. This bitch only has the bloodline of the 4 sacred clans. Not only is her background lowly, but her mother is only a 4th-step cultivator. I can crush her to death with one hand. She has no background at all, yet she still acts like she's unwilling to marry Senior Brother. Senior Brother Shan, why don't you tell Master that he doesn't want to marry such a woman? The female cultivator who had spoken just now transmitted her voice to Han Shan. Han Shan glanced at her with a smile, and his lips moved slightly. Junior sister, it's fine. However, in his heart, he had already thought about how he would teach Spider-Wen a lesson after she entered the Beidou sect. He would let her know the consequences of humiliating others in public. Spider-Wen was startled when she heard Ning Qi's words. She subconsciously looked at Jian Shilai, only to see him nod slightly as if encouraging her to speak her true thoughts. Could it be that Senior Brother's status in the Moon Elephant sect wasn't low? A trace of hope suddenly rose in Spider-Wen's heart. Back in the immortal prison, she had seen one miracle after another from Ning Qi. Perhaps Ning Qi really had some achievements in the primeval land and could make the decision for her marriage this time. Thinking of this, Spider-Wen's expression darkened slightly. She had been in the primeval land for many years, and her vision was no longer the same as before. She was sure that Ning Qi hadn't been in the primeval land for longer than her. This place was different from the immortal prison. The Beidou sect was one of the 13 divine sections, including Tyli Land and Absolute Beginning Land. They were all ranked in the top 10. A sect like this was at the pinnacle. With her understanding of the primeval times, even if Ning Qi came to the primeval times and constantly obtained good fortune, it was impossible for him to be strong to the extent of being able to influence her marriage. On the other hand, North Moon Lingqiu was different. When she heard what Ning Qi said, she immediately transmitted her voice to Spider Streak, excitedly. Spider Streak, hurry up and say it. You don't want to marry that Han Shan at all. Big brother Beixian will stand up for you. I can't harm junior brother. Spider-Wen shook her head slightly and then smiled bitterly at Ning Qi. Junior brother, about senior sister's marriage. That's enough! Han Qingshan suddenly let out a cold shout and stood up from the chair. The aura of the undead realm surged out from his body. Bu Chenfeng and Daji's expressions changed slightly because Han Qingshan's aura enveloped the entire reception hall. Even they were shocked. He had to endure the pressure of this aura. Daji, it settled then. I'll take Spider Streak away first. Your mountain sect can send someone to attend the ceremony on the day of the wedding. Then, this matter will be considered over. Han Qingshan said with a deep voice. Daji was about to speak when she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Even she could feel the heavy pressure from Han Qingshan's aura, but Ning Qi and the others did not seem to be affected by it at all. How dare a mere undead realm act so presumptuously before me? Ning Qi's gaze turned cold as he looked at Han Qingshan. In the next moment, an aura that only belonged to a great emperor swept out from Ning Qi's body, instantly causing Han Qingshan's aura to disappear. It pressed down on Han Qingshan like a huge mountain. Han Qingshan had just stood up from the chair, but in the next moment he was suppressed by Ning Qi's great emperor aura, causing him to kneel on the ground. Han Qingshan looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Father? Han Shan immediately reacted and looked at Ning Qi in shock and anger. You, boom! Han Shan was also suppressed by the aura, causing him to kneel down. As he was standing behind the chair was smashed into pieces when he knelt down. Master, senior brother. The other disciples that Han Qingshan had brought with him stood up when they saw this. But in the next moment, they encountered the same situation as Han Qingshan and his son. They were suppressed by Ning Qi's great emperor aura and knelt on the ground on the spot. The scene in the guest hall instantly changed. Han Qingshan and the others who were originally discussing the marriage between Spider-Wen and Han Shan all knelt in the guest hall. As for Daji and Bu Chenfeng, they looked at Ning Qi in shock. They couldn't react in time. Senior sister Spider-Wen, I've said it before. If you don't want to become a cultivation companion, you can tell me. I can help you make the decision. Ning Qi smiled at Spider-Wen. Spider-Wen looked at Ning Qi dumbfounded and couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. Han Qingshan was a cultivator in the great perfection stage of the undead realm. Spider-Wen knew very well what kind of existence a cultivator at this level was in the primordial land. But now her junior brother actually made Han Qingshan kneel on the ground with just his aura. Doesn't this mean martial emperor? He's actually a martial emperor? Bu Chenfeng couldn't believe it. Daji was also deeply shocked. She didn't expect Spider-Wen's junior brother to be a martial emperor. It didn't make sense at all. Junior brother, I don't want to marry Han Shan of the Beidou sect. Spider-Wen immediately said. All right. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. He slowly walked to Han Qingshan and looked at him condescendingly. Say senior. Han Qingshan forced a smile on his face. My senior sister's cultivation companion will only be a martial emperor in the future. So, tell your son not to have any ideas about her, understand? Ning Qi said indifferently. Han Shun's face instantly showed a look of humiliation. However, he didn't dare to show his emotions and could only lower his head. Senior, this marriage is… Han Qingshan wasn't willing to bow down just like that. He still wanted to mention the Beidou sect. However, before he could finish, Ning Qi interrupted him and said coldly, I don't care how many martial emperors are involved in my senior sister's marriage. If they aren't satisfied, you can ask them to come to me. May I ask for senior's name? Han Qingshan gritted his teeth and said softly, Wu Yin of the Moon Elephant Sect. Ning Qi said indifferently. Spiderwen and North Moon, Lun Qiu's gazes became rather strange. They guessed that it was Ning Qi's fake name, Wu Yin of the Moon Elephant Sect. Han Qingshan's expression changed drastically. Even Daji and Bu Qinfeng were shocked. During this period of time, the news of Ning Qi killing Shi Lung with a wave of his hand had already spread among the high-level cultivators. When they heard Wu Yin's name, they finally understood why they didn't recognize Ning Qi in the beginning. It was because he was the new martial emperor of the Moon Elephant Sect. Chapter 3893. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail signs /say net wonderful pop-up window free reading. Are you really Senior Wu Yin? Han Qingshan was in disbelief. After Shi Lung was killed, Big Dipper sect's great elder Bu Qingxiao had personally gone to the Devil Aspect sect to settle the matter. As an indestructible stage cultivator of the Big Dipper sect, Han Qingshan had also heard about it. In fact, many fifth-step cultivators of the Beidou sect had discussed this in private. A newly advanced Great Emperor had killed a third-rank Great Emperor like Shi Lung with a wave of his hand. In their hearts, such a newly advanced Great Emperor had an extraordinary future and was extremely promising in the future. He might even become a sixth revolution Great Emperor. Han Qingshan never thought that such a person would actually appear in the mountain sect, and he was even his future daughter-in-law's junior brother. At this moment he was filled with regret. If he hadn't looked down on Jian Shi from the beginning and had a better attitude, perhaps this time there would be another relative of the Great Emperor. What, you don't believe me? Ning Qi looked at Han Qingshan and smiled. Han Qingshan felt a chill in his heart when he saw the smile. He quickly said, Senior, you've misunderstood me. Cut the crap. Get lost. Ning Qi smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Qingshan felt that the aura that was suppressing him like a huge mountain had disappeared. He mustered up his courage and stood up from the ground. He wanted to say a few more words, but when he saw the killing intent in Ning Qi's eyes from time to time, he didn't even dare to say anything. He didn't even say goodbye to Daji and left the mountain with Han Shun and the others dejectedly. Meanwhile, in the depths of the sect master's hall, there were 2 dried-up wells. One of the dried-up wells suddenly emitted a gust of black smoke. When the black smoke dissipated, an elderly man with white hair and a ruddy complexion walked out of it. He frowned slightly and cast a doubtful glance in the direction of the guest hall, because just now he sensed the fluctuation of a great emperor's aura. Chen San, a guest has arrived. Go receive him on my behalf. A hoarse voice suddenly came from the other dry well. Chun San, who was regarded as Grandmaster Chen by everyone in the mountain sect, immediately bowed towards the well and said, Master, I will go now. Even within the mountain sect, very few people knew how Chen San rose to power. Only Chen San himself knew. When he first came to the primordial land, if it wasn't for his master who took him in as a servant, his current cultivation would have reached such a level. It was impossible for him to reach the 5th revolution of the Great Emperor realm. He was able to achieve what he had today because of his master's guidance. Because of this, even though he had become a great sovereign, Chen San was still a servant. Even if he had to cultivate, he had to stay by his master's side. Guest hall. When Chen San walked out of the well, Ning Chi had already sensed it. As such, he was not in a hurry to leave with the three women. Although Spider-Wind and North Moon Lingqiu were sent to the mountain sect as slaves by Tan Siliang, they were still taken in as disciples by a fifth-step cultivator of the mountain sect. Not only did the two girls not lose their lives, but their cultivation even increased tremendously. Thus, the two ladies and the mountain faction had formed an unbreakable karma. "You're a fox demon." Ning Chi's gaze suddenly landed on Daji. He saw through Daji's true form with a single glance. In his eyes, there was a vague, nine-tailed white fox behind Daji. "Senior, this little girl's true form is a nine-tailed fox." Daji admitted it frankly. She was a fox demon and was called Daji by Han Qingshan. Ning Chi could not help but think of the most famous fox demon on earth. However, he did not ask Daji about it in person. After chatting for a while, Chun Sen walked in from outside the guest hall. Bu Qinfeng and Daji hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed. "Greetings, Grandmaster Qin." "Rise." Qin Sen glanced at Daji coldly and snorted. Then he glanced at Spider-Wind and the other women. A hint of doubt flashed in the depths of his eyes. In the end, he looked at Ning Chi. "You don't look familiar." "The new great emperor of the Moon Form sect, Wu Yin." Ning Chi smiled. Looking at the old man with white hair and a youthful face, he had already determined that this person was the Mountain Faction's great emperor who caused a ruckus at the Immemorial Star Pavilion, but was eventually forced to flee by the Heavenly Cycle Star Demon Slaughtering Formation. This was because his appearance was very similar to Grand Elder Duan's description. With a thought, Chen San's attributes panel appeared in front of Ning Chi. Seeing that Chen San was already a fifth-rank Great Emperor, Ning Chi felt a hint of fear. With his current strength, he probably had no chance of winning against a fifth-rank Great Emperor. Fortunately, he was not only a cultivator of the Moon Form sect, but also a boundless realm cultivator of the Supreme Saint Council. With these two identities, not to mention Chen San, even the sect master of the Mountain Faction would have to think twice. Even if the sect master of the Mountain Faction wanted to make a move, he would have to think twice. "So it's the new Great Emperor of the Moon Form sect. I'm Chen San. Nice to meet you." Chen San squeezed out a smile and cupped his hands when he heard the two words, Wu Yin. "You're too polite. Technically, you're still my senior." Ning Chi cupped his hands and smiled. "Fellow Wu has already become a great emperor, although you're only a first-rank great emperor. You killed the Big Dipper sect's great emperor, Shilong, with a wave of your hand in the Demon Face sect. Even I couldn't achieve such a feat back then, so we naturally have to address each other as peers," Chen San said with a chuckle. As he spoke, a gleam of light flashed across the depth of his eyes. He looked at Ning Chi inadvertently, as if he wanted to see how Ning Chi was so powerful that he could kill Shilong when he was only a first transition Great Emperor. In his eyes, Shilong was from the Big Dipper sect, but Shilong's physical body had once been killed by a Great Emperor of the Moon Form sect. Since then, his cultivation had stagnated. Such a Great Emperor was not worthy of Chun San's attention. In his eyes, he could also kill Shilong with a wave of his hand. Killing Shilong was a third-rank Great Emperor. After all, a third-rank Great Emperor was many times stronger than a first-rank Great Emperor. Ning Chi must have his own uniqueness to be able to kill Shilong. "Fellow Qin, you're too polite." Ning Chi smiled. "I'm here today because I heard that my senior sister and good friend accidentally wandered into your sect and even became your disciples. Hence, I'm here to bring them back to the Moon Form sect for a chat." "Your senior sister?" Chen San was slightly stunned. He originally wanted to ask about Spider-Line's marriage. In the end, when he heard Ning Chi's words, his gaze instantly became strange. As he wasn't sure who Ning Chi was referring to, he sent a voice transmission to Daji. "What happened? Tell me the truth." After a dozen breaths, Chen San's face turned a little ugly. His gaze lingered on the three women for a few breaths. The marriage between Spiderline and Han Shun was arranged by him. Back then, Daji bypassed him and directly reported to his master that the two women had extraordinary bloodlines of the 4 sacred tribes in their bodies. This caused him to lose the opportunity to devour the 2 women. Qin San had always harbored hatred for this matter in his heart. In the end, he didn't expect that the marriage that was already set in stone would be disrupted by a great emperor. Chapter 3894. Remember, in 1 second, 800 mail signs / net wonderful pop-up window free reading. So, Spider Win is fellow Taoist Wu's senior sister. In that case, fellow Taoist Wu and her mountain sect are fated. Qin San was silent for a few breaths. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he smiled at Ning Qi. As a cultivator at the 5th transformation of the Great Emperor, even if he was furious, he would not show it so easily. Furthermore, with the relationship between Spider Pattern and Ning Qi, Chen San felt rather fortunate. If he had devoured Spider Pattern and North Moon Lingqiu back then, perhaps he would make a great enemy today. Although he wasn't afraid of Ning Qi's current cultivation base, Ning Qi was from the Moon Elephant sect. He was able to kill an existence, like Shileng the moment he ascended. Without even thinking, he knew that those old fellows from the Moon Elephant sect would definitely view him highly. The mountain sect would be crushed into powder in an instant. Indeed. Ning Qi smiled. I already know what happened just now. Since Spiderweaver is unwilling to form a marriage alliance with the Beidou sect, the mountain sect will naturally not make things difficult for her. Chun Sen smiled. Thank you, Martial Ancestor Chen. Spider Streak hurriedly cupped his hands and said. Chen Sen glanced at her with a faint smile, then looked at Ning Qi. Recently, there are some aspects of my cultivation that I need to carefully consider, so I won't be accompanying you, fellow Wu. Come again next time, and we will discuss the Tao for another 10 days and 10 nights. Cultivator Qin, you are too kind. Ning Qi cupped his hands and smiled. Chun Sen smiled before turning around and leaving the guest hall, flying towards the sect master's hall. Seeing this, Ning Qi directly said to Spiderline and North Moon Lingqiu, Let's go! Spiderwin looked at Daji. Master, I follow Senior Wu. Come back and visit Master when you have time in the future. Daji smiled. With the backing of a great emperor, Spiderwin's future would only be better than in the mountain sect. This time, Spiderwin did not need to marry Beidou Zong, and she would not be blamed by Chun San. Beidou Zong would also not choose to fight with a great emperor because of this. It could be considered a perfect solution. Thank you, Master. Rest assured, as long as I am a disciple of the mountain sect, I will always be a disciple of the mountain sect. Spider Mark said happily. Master, disciple feels the same. North Moon, Lingqiu bowed. Fellow Taoist Daji, it's all thanks to your care that my daughter and Lung Qiu didn't end up like the other slaves. If there's anything in the future, you can come look for Wu Yin. We'll remember this favor. Jian Shilai smiled. Daji was slightly delighted. This time, it was a turn for the better. Not only did her disciple not have to marry the Beidou sect as a sacrifice for the marriage alliance, she had also accidentally made friends with the great emperor. With Jian Shilai's promise, it was equivalent to having a peace. It was a very powerful protective charm. Not long after, the 4 of them left the mountain sect. Mother, I didn't expect you to be in the devil aspect sect all these years. Lung Qiu and I have been searching outside, but we couldn't find any trace of you. On the way, after learning about Jian Shilai's experiences over the years, Spider Pattern sighed. Ever since she and North Moon Lingqiu were accepted as disciples by Daji, they had been using the resources of the mountain sect to search for Jian Shilai. However, never did they think that Jian Shilai's encounters would be even more bizarre than theirs. He had actually joined the Demon Aspect sect, which was ranked first among the 13 divine sections. It was no wonder that they could not find any traces of Jian Shilai no matter what. If we hadn't coincidentally met Bei Xian this time, we probably wouldn't have been able to meet in a short period of time. Jian Shilai sighed. After learning that Spider Pattern and North Moon Lingqiu were safe, most of the burden in her heart had been lifted. Now, the only obsession left in her heart was Feng Juxian. Junior brother, we entered the Shenluo realm even earlier than you did. I never thought that you would be so far ahead of us and have actually become a great emperor. No matter which realm in the Shenluo realm you're at, you'll be at the top. Even now, Spider Pattern found it rather hard to believe that Ning Qi had become a great emperor. Speaking of which, they had not been in the Shenluo realm for too long. Some fifth-step cultivators would enter seclusion for tens of thousands of years. The time they had spent in the primordial land was far inferior. Even so, Ning Qi had been able to become a great emperor in such a short time, which truly made Spider Pattern's worldview collapse. Big Brother Bei Xian might be the reincarnation of some great figure. North Moon Lingqiu suddenly said. The moment these words were spoken, Spider Wen and Jian, she were both stunned. But soon after, a hint of understanding flashed in their eyes. If it was in the past, they really wouldn't believe in reincarnation. But after coming to the divine Luo world, they knew that reincarnation did exist. Every cultivator had traces of reincarnation. If they were lucky, they could obtain some memories of their past life when they broke through to the rebirth realm. Seeing Jian Shilai and Spider Pattern both look at him, Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Lingqiu guessed correctly. After I broke through to the rebirth realm, I did obtain some memories of my past life. Bei Xian, were you a great emperor in your past life? Jian Shilai's eyes flickered slightly. That's right. Ning Qi nodded. No wonder. You were a great emperor in your past life, so it's only normal for you to reach great emperor so quickly in this life. Junior brother, how is your strength in your past life compared to our mountain sex Grandmaster Qin? Spider Pattern came to a realization at first, before asking curiously. He was like an ant before my past life. Ning Qi smiled. Spider Pattern and North Moon Lingqiu both gasped. Qin San was a fifth transformation great emperor, yet he was like an ant before Ning Qi's past life. This meant that Ning Qi's cultivation in his past life was definitely not just a sixth or seventh transformation great emperor. It was extremely likely that he was an eighth transformation great emperor, or even a ninth transformation great emperor, the strongest one below the representatives. Bei Xian, you're already a great emperor now. I wonder if the ninth spirit, a sliver of hope, rose in Jian Shilai's heart. Ning Qi's cultivation was already so strong. It was extremely likely that he could find Feng Jiuxian. I have some clues about father. I can basically confirm that he was born in the Feng family, one of the 4 great emperor clans of the human race in the Tily land. He was good friends with me in my past life, so it's probably not a coincidence that I reincarnated into the central continent. It's extremely likely that father's reincarnation has already appeared in the Shenluo realm. It's just that it's extremely difficult to find him unless he remembers everything from his past life. Ning Qi said, as long as there's a chance, no matter how many times he reincarnates, I'll find him. Jian Shilai's eyes flashed. His lips suddenly curled up as he looked at Ning Qi. Tell your mother that I won't give in to your father in this life. Speaking of this, why don't Auntie Jin go and tell her personally? Ning Qi laughed dryly. With a thought, the 4 of them disappeared on the spot. When they reappeared, they were already in a small courtyard in the creation celestial realm. Where is this? Jian Shilai was a little surprised. The creation celestial realm is often called the sacred mountain in the primordial land. Ning Qi smiled. Hiss. Jian Shi and the other 2 girls immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. How could they not know what the sacred mountain represented? What was shocking was that Ning Qi had actually brought them to the sacred mountain with a single thought. This kind of method, didn't it surpass those divine sects? Chapter 3895. Bei Xian, is this really the sacred mountain? Jian Shilai was in disbelief. Mother, the spiritual energy here is dozens of times stronger than the best spiritual energy gathering formation of the mountain sect. I feel comfortable just by taking a deep breath. Spiderwing cried out, "This is indeed the sacred mountain, but I like to call it the creation divine realm because this place is full of opportunities for ordinary cultivators. Aunt Jian, senior sister, Lung Qiu, the three of you have decent aptitudes. It's nothing for you to be able to cultivate here and break through to the fifth step." Ningqi smiled. "Your mother should be here as well, right? Why is this courtyard so deserted?" Jian Shilai asked. "Not only my mother, but basically everyone I care about has been brought to the creation divine realm. The courtyard is so deserted because they have all gone out to search for their own fortuitous encounters." Ningqi smiled. "The people that Big Brother Beixian cares about." Hearing that, North Moon Lung Qiu blushed unknowingly. "Young master." Hearing the commotion, Zhao Er and Zhua Shi walked out of the house and arrived in front of Ningqi and the others. As they greeted them, they looked at Jian Shilai and the other two women with strange expressions. "Zhua Shi, Zhao Er, let me introduce you. This is Jian Shilai, someone from my father's generation. I call her Aunt Jian. This is my senior sister, Spiderwing, and this is Miss Lung Qiu." Ningqi smiled. Hearing that, Zhao Er and Zhua Shi gasped. Someone from Ningqi's father's generation? That was incredible. They hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed to Jian Shilai. No need to stand on ceremony. Jian Shilai smiled and waved his hand. "Aunt Jian, after coming to the creation divine realm, you can go to other places to search for fortuitous encounters. If you encounter a powerful enemy, you can just hide in the courtyard. Even Emperor Realm existences won't be able to find the courtyard. Also, the willow tree outside the courtyard is a star demon that is about to break through to the Emperor Realm. It's called Willow Emperor. You can ask it for help if you need anything." Ningqi smiled and said, "As for my mother, she's not in the courtyard right now. If you meet her in the future, you can have a good chat. I still have some matters to attend to at the Demon Aspect sect, so I'll return first. Be careful." Jian Shilai nodded slightly. With a single movement, Ningqi vanished before everyone's eyes. A sliver of disappointment immediately appeared on North Moon Lingqiu's face. When Spider-Mark saw this, he immediately smiled. "There's still plenty of time. Lingqiu, don't give up." "Yes." North Moon Lingqiu nodded slightly. She had never hidden her attitude towards Ningqi. As a demon woman, she was the type who dared to love and hate. Spiderwing and Jian Shilai had always known that she liked Ningqi. "Madam Zhua, there are some people hanging on that willow tree." "Who are they?" Jian Shilai's gaze suddenly landed on the willow tree outside the courtyard. Seeing this, Madame Zhua smiled and said, "These are the young master's enemies. 3 of them are cultivators from the Jiang family, a great emperor family in the Tili land. They are imprisoned here by the young master. As long as they don't break through to the great emperor realm, they won't be able to escape. Eternal suppression." Hearing this, Spiderwing and North Moon Lingqiu sighed inwardly. As cultivators, their lifespans were extremely long. If they were suppressed for eternity, the terror would be unimaginable. In reality, death was even easier to accept. Eternal suppression, huh? Not bad. You can't hold back against your enemies, or you'll easily be bitten in the back. Jian Shilai nodded with a smile. XDW 8-inch Lady Jian. You probably don't know this, but the young master suppressed the Jiang family in one fell swoop when he was still at the 5th step. Even the Jiang family's great emperor, Jiang Yueshao, was sent into the infinite worlds of reincarnation. Madame Zhua smiled. Hearing this, Jian Shilai and the other 2 were rather surprised. They really didn't know about this. They thought that Ningqi suppressed the great emperor family after breaking through to the great emperor realm. They never thought he had done it when he was still a fifth-step cultivator. It was truly shocking. After leaving the divine realm of creation, Ningqi flew in the direction of the demon aspect sect. Finding Andi Jian this time is truly a pleasant surprise. Now, only little Haotian's whereabouts are unknown. Once little Haotian is found, our family will be complete. Even if we can't obtain a godhead in the future and all living beings in the world are wiped out, we won't have any regrets. Ningqi thought to himself. When Ning Haotian was brought to the Shenluo world, a total of 2 people had taken action. One of them was Jiang Tianshu, and the other seemed to know divine Emperor Beixian from Ningqi's previous life. Since Ning Haotian wasn't in Jiang Tianshu's hands, he was naturally in the hands of the other person. However, Ningqi still didn't know who that person was. At the demon aspect sect, at the arena, Bu Qingxiao sat on the high platform belonging to the Beidou sect. The great emperors leading the other divine sects would occasionally glance at Bu Qingxiao with a hint of fear in their eyes. As the Beidou sect's great elder, Bu Qingxiao's strength had reached the 8th transformation of the martial monarch realm. Such an expert was extremely rare in the entire Shenluo world. The various factions, including the 13 godly sects, the Qilin tribe and the True Dragon tribe, the entire Shenluo world only had less than 100 experts who had reached the 8th transformation of the martial monarch realm. Such experts rarely showed themselves. Everyone could already guess why Bu Qingxiao would come personally. However, it was a pity that they didn't get to see what they wanted to see. When Bu Qingxiao came, Ningqi had already left the demonic image sect. At this moment, the high platform belonging to the moon elephant sect was empty, as though it was mocking Bu Qingxiao. Taoist Bu, if Taoist Wu returns, you won't bully him, right? On the high platform belonging to the demonic image sect, Kong Shan suddenly looked at Bu Qingxiao and sent a voice transmission. Bu Qingxiao opened his eyes slowly and looked in Kong Shan's direction. Then he replied indifferently. As the great elder of the Beidou sect, Shileng's physical body was destroyed by him. Naturally, I have to take action to see what he's capable of. You can test him, but remember not to be too heavy-handed. After all, this is the demonic image sect. If the moon elephant sect's new great emperor's physical body is destroyed by you, it will be difficult for me to deal with the moon elephant sect if they pursue the matter. Kong Shan pondered for a moment before sending a voice transmission. Bu Qingxiao's eyes moved slightly. He saw a figure approaching from afar and landing on the high platform of the moon elephant sect. The surrounding great emperors instinctively looked in Bu Qingxiao's direction. The person who came was Ningqi. Bu Qingxiao cast a glance at Kong Shan secretly. The fact that Kong Shan could notice Ningqi earlier than him meant that Kong Shan's cultivation was higher than his. Apart from reminding Bu Qingxiao, Kong Shan's words were also a warning. After Ningqi returned to the high platform, he looked in Bu Qingxiao's direction and his eyes turned solemn. The great emperor aura on him was extremely thick, and it was similar to Vice sect leader Yun's. Shileng's physical body was destroyed, but the Beidou sect had sent such a great emperor. It was obvious that he wasn't here just for the selection competition. You are Wu Yin. Bu Qingxiao stood up slowly and looked at Ningqi emotionlessly. Chapter 3896. As soon as Bu Qingxiao's voice was heard, Ningqi sensed a majestic aura coming at him like an overflowing lake. Bang! With a soft sound, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the stone floor beneath Ningqi's feet. The cracks spread in all directions and covered the entire high platform in an instant. The arena had been reinforced by the demon aspect sect's great emperor personally. Yet, a mere trace of aura from Bu Qingxiao was enough to make Ningqi, the carrier of the aura, sink his feet into the ground. It was clear how terrifying Bu Qingxiao's strength was. Why aren't you speaking? Bu Qingxiao said indifferently. All the monarchs had a strange expression on their faces. The other cultivators in the arena shifted their gazes from the blue ball of light in the center of the arena to Bu Qingxiao and Ningqi. All the great emperors present knew that Bu Qingxiao had suppressed Ning Qi with his rank 8 great emperor cultivation. It was obvious that he was teasing Ning Qi earlier on. At this moment, even rank 4 or rank 5 great emperors would not be able to speak, let alone rank 1 great emperors. Unless Bu Qingxiao retracted his great emperor aura, Ning Qi felt an endless pressure pressing down on him from all directions. His bones let out cracking sounds. Even if an atomic bomb exploded, it might not be able to hurt a single hair on his body. But now his skin was cracking and blood was oozing out. At this moment, his body was like a wooden house in a storm. It was enduring the terrifying pressure from all directions and could be crushed into pieces at any time. The cracks on the floor increased in number and density. When the other great emperors on the high platforms saw the situation, their expressions became even weirder. If Bu Qingxiao didn't hold back, the newly ascended great emperor of Moon Elephant sect might have his physical body shattered and end up like Shilong. 4th step and 5th step cultivators did not have to worry about their bodies, as they could always be reborn in immortal palaces. However, it was different for great emperors. The bodies of great emperors underwent a great change when they advanced to great emperor. If their bodies were destroyed, it would greatly affect their cultivation speed in the future. XDW 8-inch fellow Taoist boo, that's enough. Kong Shan frowned slightly and transmitted his voice. Bu Qingxiao smiled and looked at him. Fellow Taoist Kong, don't worry. I just want to see how long he can last under my aura. Kong Shan didn't say anything else. The pressure on Ning Qi's body increased, but he persisted. At least 70% of the pressure was concentrated on his knees. The other party wanted Ning Qi to kneel down in front of the other emperors of the 13 divine sects and the cultivators of the Demon Aspect clan. Since the Moon Elephant clan's platform was facing the Beidou sect, if Ning Qi knelt down, it would be equivalent to Ning Qi kneeling down to Bu Qingxiao. If the news spread, those who didn't know the truth would think that the Moon Elephant clan was bowing down to the Beidou sect. Are you really not going to say anything? Bu Qingxiao looked at Ning Qi, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. With a thought, the pressure on Ning Qi suddenly increased by more than 2 times. The floor of the entire high platform was instantly shattered by an inch. All the rubble turned into powder. More and more wounds appeared on Ning Qi's body, and blood constantly flowed out from them. In a few breaths of time, he was covered in blood. Many great emperors looked at Bu Qingxiao with shock and astonishment. They could vaguely sense that Bu Qingxiao had used some of his strength at that moment. If it was them, they would probably be unable to endure it since a long time ago. They would either kneel down or directly lie down. However, although Ning Qi seemed to be in a sorry state, he still stood on the spot without moving like a mountain. This was something that none of them could do. No one knew that Ning Qi had opened the 9 inner hidden gates, and with the support of the ancient star body, the emperor's power was still flowing out of his body. Even if Bu Qingxiao didn't increase his aura, Ning Qi's body would no longer be able to withstand it in another minute or so, and it would collapse on the spot. In fact, Bu Qingxiao only wants him to kneel down and admit his mistake. If he kneels down, Bu Qingxiao won't attack anymore. That's right, Bu Qingxiao just wants a way out. If Wu Yin really kneels down and Bu Qingxiao dares to destroy his body, the Moon Elephant sect will definitely be furious. I'm afraid that even Bu Qingxiao won't be able to protect his own body. But from the looks of it, Wu Yin is very stubborn. It seems that he would rather have his body destroyed than lower his head and admit his mistake. Speaking of which, Wu Yin didn't do anything wrong. Shi Ling's physical body was destroyed because he was too arrogant. Coincidentally, he wanted to suppress Wu Yin, the new great emperor, to take revenge on the person from Moon Elephant sect for destroying his physical body. Who would have thought that Wu Yin would destroy his physical body with a single move? From then on, Shi Ling never had the chance to break through to the 4th Revolution Great Emperor realm. On the high platforms, Some emperors who were on good terms with each other were secretly communicating. After a few breaths, Kong Shan sent a voice transmission to Ning Qi. "Fellow Wu, don't force yourself anymore. As long as you take a step back, I can guarantee that Bu Qingxiao won't be able to hurt your body in front of me." Kong Shan was ready to take on Bu Qingxiao's great emperor's aura if Ning Qi backed off. However, he did not expect Ning Qi to remain indifferent and stare coldly at Bu Qingxiao without any intention of backing off. Kong Shan subconsciously frowned when he saw Ning Qi's reaction. "Great. For the Moon Elephant sect to have a new great emperor like you, it really has the aura of a divine sect. With the cultivation of a first revolution great emperor, you were able to withstand 30% of my aura. I'm afraid there won't be another great emperor like you in the immemorial land," Bu Qingxiao suddenly said with a smile. At the same time, killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Today, even if Kong Shan stopped him, he would still destroy Ning Qi's body. A newly advanced great emperor was able to withstand 30% of his strength. Before today, he absolutely didn't believe that there was such a genius in the supreme ancient lands. But after today, he believed it. Therefore, the murderous intent in his heart was more than 1,000 times stronger than before he met Ning Qi. It would be fine if he had nothing to do with such a genius, but unfortunately he and Ning Qi would definitely become enemies after today. In that case, he could only kill the threat in the future while it was still in the cradle. After hearing Bu Qingxiao's words, the cultivators in the arena were extremely shocked. Only now did they realize that Ning Qi was withstanding 30% of an 8th Revolution Emperor's strength. However, after the martial emperors recovered from the shock, they vaguely felt that something was wrong. Only Kong Shan noticed a hint of imperceptible murderous intent deep in Bu Qingxiao's eyes. Kong Shan, who was supposed to stop Bu Qingxiao, suddenly narrowed his eyes, showing no intention of making a move. At the same time, Ning Qi's flesh was gradually peeled off, floating in the force field of Bu Qingxiao's aura. His body was about to collapse. Chapter 3897. Bu Qingxiao glanced at Kong Shan imperceptibly. Seeing that Kong Shan had no intention to stop him, Bu Qingxiao sneered in his heart. He had figured out Kong Shan's plan. However, even though he knew Kong Shan was planning to use him to kill the genius of Moon Elephant sect, who was highly likely to become a 7th Revolution Emperor in the future, Bu Qingxiao would still crush Ning Qi's body today. That was the best plan. Otherwise, not long after, Moonform sect would have another great emperor that was hard to deal with. That was something that none of the divine sects wanted to see. However, if Kong Shan did not interfere, Bu Qingxiao could change his plan. He originally planned to crush Ning Qi's body if Kong Shan interfered, so that Kong Shan could not stop him in time. Now he could slowly watch Ning Qi fall into despair and show the great emperors of other divine sects that Beidou sect was not to be trifled with. Beg for mercy. If you can't endure my aura, I will stop attacking as long as you kneel down. Bu Qingxiao suddenly said with a smile. Ning Qi looked at Bu Qingxiao coldly. Even if his body was crushed today, he would not beg for mercy from Bu Qingxiao. What a pity. He had the chance to surpass us. Now that his body is going to be destroyed by Bu Qingxiao, his future cultivation will stop at the first revolution, Great Emperor realm. Even so, if we were to fight him, we might not have the chance to win. Don't forget he's only a first cycle martial monarch, yet he could withstand 30% of Bu Qingxiao's strength. If we were in his shoes, our flesh would have collapsed immediately. That's true. One of the great emperors looked at Ning Qi with a complicated gaze. If Bu Qingxiao doesn't suppress such a genius today, the Big Dipper sect will inevitably have another great emperor in the future. It might even be beneficial for us. After all, who knows if we will offend him in the future? Huh! A great emperor exclaimed in surprise. The tattoo on his body is a little strange. It seems to be a dragon. Is he related to True Dragon sect? After the great emperor's reminder, everyone's attention was immediately focused on the tattoo on Ning Qi's body. However, at this moment, a lot of his physical body had collapsed, causing the tattoo to be a little incomplete. When they looked carefully, they found that the minced flesh floating in the great emperor's force field was still exuding a strong vitality. There was no sign of it turning into ashes at all. Normally, the flesh and blood of a great emperor would be indestructible even if it was separated from his body. However, Ning Qi was suppressed by Bu Qingxiao's aura. After his flesh was separated from his body, it should have been crushed into pieces by that aura. After realizing this, everyone's gaze became even more strange. They vaguely felt that Ning Qi might be hiding many secrets that no one knew about. You don't want to lower your head? Bu Qingxiao looked at Ning Qi with a hint of a smile in his eyes. However, this smile only lasted for half a breath before it was washed away by a strong killing intent. If you don't want to lower your head, then die. The aura of a great emperor enveloping Ning Qi instantly increased by several times. The terrifying aura fluctuation even caused all the cultivators in the arena to hold their breaths. Seeing that Ning Qi's flesh was about to be crushed into pieces by the aura of a great emperor, the silver dragon tattoo on Ning Qi's body seemed to have come to life. It detached itself from Ning Qi's flesh and circled above his head. At the same time, Bu Qingxiao's aura of a great emperor was directly blocked by the silver dragon. Ning Qi only felt his body lighten as all the pressure disappeared. Senior Silver Dragon, Ning Qi raised his head to look at the silver dragon above his head and let out a long sigh of relief. The silver dragon only glanced at Ning Qi indifferently. In the next moment, its body suddenly twisted. Before Ning Qi could react, it turned into a long saber and landed in Ning Qi's hand. Ning Qi was very familiar with this saber. He had once wielded this saber and slaughtered countless giant dragons. He had stepped on the corpses of the giant dragons and climbed to the top step by step. The Dragon Slayer's saber. Holding the Dragon Slayer saber, Ning Qi felt an extremely powerful aura surging into his body from the Dragon Slayer saber. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the days when he fought with the giant dragons. What's going on? Bu Qingxiao's expression changed slightly. 80% of his strength was unexpectedly blocked by his opponent's sudden move. What on earth was that tattoo just now? What did the long saber that the tattoo represented? Why could it block his aura? Could it be that this saber was an extremely powerful Chaos Supreme treasure that had existed for a long time? Bu Qingxiao was not the only one who was shocked by the scene. All the great emperors subconsciously stood up and stared unblinkingly at the Dragon Slayer saber in Ning Qi's hand. Even Kong Shan raised his eyelids, a trace of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Suppress for me. Bu Qingxiao suddenly let out a long roar and activated the aura of a great emperor with all his strength. The aura was several times more powerful than before, and it shrouded Ning Qi's head. At the same time, greed flashed in the depths of his eyes, as if there was a voice whispering in his ear, telling him to get that saber. Even a First Revolution Great Emperor could block 80% of his strength with this saber. If he could get his hands on this saber, he wouldn't have to be afraid of a Ninth Revolution Great Emperor. The mighty aura swept toward Ning Qi. At this moment, everyone knew that Bu Qingxiao had used his full strength. When Bu Qingxiao made his move, Ning Qi also slowly raised his head, looked at Bu Qingxiao, and then slashed with the saber. This slash easily shattered Bu Qingxiao's technique. The mighty great emperor's strength didn't even last a breath under this slash. This slash also slashed Bu Qingxiao's body, from the center of his eyebrows to his lower body, splitting it in half without any resistance. This slash shattered eternity. A red line appeared between Bu Qingxiao's eyebrows and continued to spread downward. XDW8 Bu Qingxiao slowly said, "What is this saber?" The Dragon Slayer saber. Ning Qi said calmly. With a bang, the Dragon Slayer saber in Ning Qi's hand instantly turned into a cloud of white mist and went back into Ning Qi's body, turning into a silver dragon tattoo. After getting Ning Qi's answer, Bu Qingxiao's body split into two and fell to both sides with a loud bang. When his body fell on the ground, it was like a bubble falling on the ground, shattering, disappearing into nothingness without a trace. The martial monarchs were startled. Kong Shan rose to his feet and stared at the place where Bu Qingxiao's corpse had disappeared. He could vaguely sense that Bu Qingxiao's flesh was not as simple as being destroyed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an 8th transformation martial monarch. The sound of the system's notification abruptly rang in Ning Qi's ears. The next moment, a vast and mighty force surged out of the void and instantly entered Ning Qi's body. Ning Qi found that his cultivation had increased by several times in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for ranking up to the 2nd transformation martial monarch realm. Chapter 3898. Following the sound of the system notification, Ning Qi's aura skyrocketed. The commotion caused by the advancement of a great emperor was like the explosion of an atomic bomb, producing a terrifying shockwave that spread in all directions. XDW8 seeing this, Kong Shan immediately waved his hand to set up a restrictive spell to contain the shockwave within a 5-zhang radius from Ning Qi. If he didn't make a move, apart from the great emperors present, everyone else in the arena would have been killed by the shockwave. He actually advanced to the 2nd rank of great emperor. Kong Shan looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. A newly ascended great monarch not only killed a very experienced rank 8 great emperor with a swing of his blade, he even broke through in an instant without any signs. Kong Shan had lived for so many years, but he had rarely seen something like this. The great emperors of the various divine sects looked at each other in shock. They had seen the most unbelievable scene today. 10 minutes later, Ning Qi felt the fluctuation of aura in his body gradually calming down. At this moment, the great emperor energy in his body was more than 7 to 8 times stronger than when he was a 1st rank great emperor. Not only had he advanced to the 2nd rank great emperor, but he was also at the peak of 2nd rank great emperor. He was extremely close to the 3rd rank great emperor. So, this is my path to becoming a great emperor. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a hint of realization. After the last update, there was no movement from the system. Even when Ning Qi advanced to great emperor, there was no response from the system. Until now, Ning Qi finally understood that the system had changed a long time ago. It was just that he hadn't met the requirements for advancement. Completely killing a great emperor was the requirement that the system gave him for advancement. Bu Qingxiao was completely dead just now. Different from Shi Lung, whose body was destroyed, Bu Qingxiao's body and primordial spirit were completely destroyed by the dragon-slaying saber. It was highly possible that he wasn't even qualified to enter the infinite world of reincarnation. Killing a great emperor was equivalent to advancing. This seemed simple, but Ning Qi knew that it was extremely difficult. If it wasn't for the silver dragon transforming into the dragon-slaying saber that hadn't appeared for many years, Ning Qi might not be able to kill an ordinary 1st revolution great emperor, let alone Bu Qingxiao. At most, he could destroy his physical body. The cultivators of Shenluo world have immortal palaces, but the warriors of the celestial realm don't. If we were to really compare, the warriors of the celestial realm seem to be easier to kill. Thinking of this, Ning Qi already knew what his next step should be. If Huang Xiaolong wanted to increase his strength quickly, he had to enter the Fortune celestial realm and hunt down those grade 6 god realm warriors. Perhaps if he could kill a few early grade 6 god realm warriors, he would be able to break through to the 3rd order emperor realm. The power Ning Qi got from Bu Qingxiao was so powerful that it almost helped him break through 2 small realms. Unfortunately, perhaps because the Dragon Slayer saber played an important role in killing Bu Qingxiao, the power Ning Qi got from Bu Qingxiao only helped him break through 1.5 small realms. Senior Silver Dragon, are you still there? Ning Qi's mind moved. The Silver Dragon seemed to have used up a lot of its profound qi and didn't respond to Ning Qi's question. Ning Qi looked at the system and said, "System, killing a great emperor can help me advance. Is there a standard? As long as the host completely kills the other party, the host can obtain a portion of the other party's cultivation base. This is based on how much effort the host exerts. The more effort the host exerts, the more cultivation base the host will obtain." The sound of the system notification rang out. How do you determine if the opponent has been completely killed? Ning Qi's gaze flickered. The system will determine it by itself. Understood. Ning Qi nodded slightly. He suddenly recalled that he had killed a grade 6 God Realm warrior in the Fortune God Realm. At that time, he had executed a great emperor's remarkable ability, causing the other party to disappear from the world. However, the system didn't react at all. It seems like the system's change is related to the silver dragon's change. Ning Qi's eyes darkened. He suspected that there might be some kind of connection between the silver dragon and the system, but he wouldn't be able to find out what kind of connection it was in the short term. After a while, Ning Qi suddenly looked at Kong Shan and cupped his fist, smiling. "Brother Kong, my breakthrough was too sudden, and I didn't have time to set up a restrictive formation. Thank you for your help. Otherwise, I would have committed a grave sin." Hearing this, Kong Shan forced a smile on his face. "It's fine." There was still a trace of fear in his eyes when he looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi was able to kill Buqing Xiao with a single slash. If that slash had been aimed at him, he would have been killed on the spot. Ning Qi smiled, and his gaze swept across the other great emperors. None of them dared to look Ning Qi in the eye. They all lowered their eyes when Ning Qi looked at them. In the following period of time, the arena was extremely quiet. Only when the competition was about to end did the great sovereigns of the various sects have a short conversation. However, none of the great sovereigns dared to talk to Ning Qi. They were afraid of the way Ning Qi had killed Buqing Xiao. Big Dipper Sect, Life Token Main Hall. Several figures with profound auras stood in the middle of the Life Token Main Hall, looking at the top of the Life Token Main Hall. There were originally more than a dozen life tokens, but one of them had shattered into pieces. Even when Shi Lung's physical body was destroyed, his life token never broke. However, this time, the life token representing Buqing Xiao was broken. Moreover, it took a long time for cultivators to discover it. "The great elder has fallen," a figure said with a solemn expression. Behind him stood another great emperor. This great emperor was Shi Lung, whose physical body had been destroyed by Ning Qi back then. He looked at the scene in disbelief and couldn't speak for a long time. He has fallen completely. Even his primordial spirit in the immortal palace was destroyed. I remember that the great elder's lifespan hasn't reached its limit yet. Another great emperor said, "The martial monarchs in the Life Badge Hall were between the 3rd and 5th cycles of the martial monarch realm. There were only a few 8th cycles of the martial monarch realm like Buqing Xiao, even in the sacred sect. Most of the martial monarchs in the sacred sect did not have high cultivations, and only a few of them were strong. At that moment, no one thought that Buqing Xiao had been killed by someone. They thought that Buqing Xiao had reached the limit of his lifespan, which was why he had fallen into the reincarnation of myriad worlds. The great elder's lifespan hasn't reached its limit yet. There might be another reason for his death. It's a pity that Sect Master isn't in Shenlua World. Otherwise, we would know why the great elder has fallen. Could it be related to Moon Elephant Sect?" Shi Lung said softly. "How is it possible? Even the Sect Master of Moon Elephant Sect wouldn't be able to destroy the great elder's immortal palace." Shi Lung's guess was immediately denied by the other great emperors. Chapter 3899. Shi Lung heaved a long sigh of relief when he saw that his guess had been rejected. If Buqing Xiao was killed by the Moon Elephant Sect because of him, he would probably have to bear most of the consequences. His physical body had already been destroyed twice, and his status in the Beidou sect had plummeted. If he was punished again, he would be too ashamed to face others. In short, we have to treat the death of the great elder seriously. In order to prevent any accidents, recall all the disciples from all over the world. The strongest great emperor in the life tablet hall spoke slowly. His cultivation was similar to martial ancestor Qin. They were both rank 5 great emperors. In the Beidou sect, other than the sect master and the great elder, only the second elder had a higher cultivation than him. He was ranked first among the rest of the great emperors. Elders, this is bad. Suddenly, a figure tore through the air, and a flustered, indestructible realm cultivator said to everyone in a trembling voice, "Elders, we've just received news that the great elder was killed with a single slash in Fiend Aspect Sect." What? Shileng was dumbfounded. In the next moment, he immediately grabbed the neck of the imperishable realm cultivator and said sternly, "Where did you get the news from?" "Elder Shi, the news came from the Demonic Aspect Sect through a formal sound transmission formation. The person who spread the news is the disciple of the Demonic Aspect Sect's great elder," the imperishable realm cultivator said quickly. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Every divine sect indeed had an official sound transmitting formation. Normally, the formation wouldn't be activated easily. Once it was activated, it would be an official message, and it wouldn't be fake. However, Bu Qingxiao, a rank 8 great emperor, actually died in the Demonic Aspect Sect, and he was killed with a single slash. Moreover, the trace of primordial spirit that Bu Qingxiao left on the life tablet would not be destroyed under normal circumstances. Only when the primordial spirit in the immortal palace was destroyed would the trace of primordial spirit be destroyed as well. This meant that there was no trace of Bu Qingxiao's primordial spirit left in this world. Who killed the great elder? A bad premonition rose in Shileng's heart. The news from the Demonic Aspect Sect said that the person who killed the great elder was the new great emperor of the Moon Form Sect, Wu Yin. Boom! Shileng only felt a chill rising from the bottom of his feet and rushing straight to the top of his head. His premonition had actually come true. The one who killed Bu Qingxiao was really that new Tharch. That's impossible. How could a newly ascended great emperor kill the great elder? Moreover, his primordial spirit was completely obliterated. There are less than 20 people in the Shenluo world who could do that. How could a newly ascended great emperor do that? That's right. I suspect that the Devil Aspect Sect has made a move against us. Are they trying to start a war among the 13 divine sects? Some time ago, I heard that in many small worlds, the cultivators of the Demonic Aspect Sect were repeatedly defeated by the cultivators of our Beidou sect. Is it because of this that they held a grudge and attacked the Great Elder? All of you, calm down. The Great Emperor with the highest cultivation said in a deep voice, "The sect masters of the 13 divine sects have all gone to the burial site of the land of Tai Li, including the sect master of the Demonic Aspect Sect. That place used to be the site of the number 1 sect of the land of Tai Li, Xianyuan Immortal Sect. All the sect masters have joined forces to get rid of the methods left by the Xianyuan Immortal Sect in the burial site before joining forces to open it. At this time, how could the sect master of the Demonic Aspect Sect hide from our sect masters and return to the primordial land to kill the Great Elder? Third Elder, according to what you said, could it be that the one who killed the Great Elder is really the new Great Emperor?" One of the Great Emperors still didn't quite believe it. "Whether it is or not, we can only go to the land of Tai Li personally and report this to the sect master. Only then will we know the truth." The third elder of the Beidou sect said faintly. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and tacitly agreed with the third elder's decision. From the beginning to the end, no one said that they wanted to go to the Demonic Aspect Sect to investigate the truth. Now that Bu Qingxiao had just died and his divine soul was completely obliterated, how would these great emperors dare to go to the Demonic Aspect Sect? the land of Tai Li, the third elder of the Big Dipper sect, only spent less than a month to rush to the burial ruins. At this moment, the burial ruins did not look any different from before. Cultivators who passed by would consciously take a detour. No one dared to enter the forbidden land without permission. Back then, so many great emperors went in, but in the end, none of them came out. Whether this legend was true or not, it was enough to shock ordinary cultivators. The third elder looked into the depths of the burial ruins with a solemn expression. Then he walked to the border and cupped his hands respectfully. Subordinate Su Qingqiu, I have something to report to the sect master. The third elder maintained his saluting posture. After more than 10 breaths of time, he vaguely saw a figure appear in the depths of the burial ruins. The figure was slowly walking towards him. This figure seemed to be withstanding extremely heavy pressure with every step he took. 1 step, 2 steps. Soon, Su Qingqiu's eyes lit up. The person who came was the sect master of the Big Dipper sect, the famous 9-revolution great emperor in the primordial land, Hong Yin Shao. In the entire Shenlua world, there were not many 9-revolution great emperors. Although the Shenlua world was huge and there were tens of thousands of races, many races did not even have a 5th-step cultivator. Only those races that had been flourishing for countless years had great emperors. Among them, there were less than 20 races that had 9-revolution great emperors. Among them, Hong Yin Shao was a 9-revolution great emperor from the demon race. Qingqiu, you should know how important this matter is in the bone burial ruins. What kind of matter would require you to personally make a trip to find me? Hong Yin Shao said indifferently. Strands of silver hair draped over his shoulders. His facial features were very distinct, and his eyes were jade green. He looked very handsome. Sect Master, the Great Elder, is dead. Su Qingqiu took a deep breath and said in a low voice, There's news from the Demon Aspect sect that the cultivator who killed the Great Elder is the new Great Emperor of the Moon Elephant sect. Bu Qingxiao's physical body was destroyed by the Great Emperor of the Moon Elephant sect? Hong Yin Shao was slightly stunned, as though he was shocked by the news. Sect Master. Su Qingqiu revealed a bitter smile. Not only was his physical body destroyed, but even his life tablet was destroyed. The Great Elder is completely dead, and his soul has been destroyed. There is such a thing. Unknowingly, a few more figures had appeared behind Hong Yin Shao. Su Qingqiu's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Although he could not see the faces of those figures clearly, he was certain that those who could stand with Hong Yin Shao in the burial site could only be the sect masters of other divine sects. Among them, there was a high possibility that the sect master of Moon Elephant sect was among them. Even his life tablet is broken. Hong Yin Shao suddenly turned to look at one of the figures. Do you, who in your Moon Elephant sect can destroy Bu Qingxiao's soul? Chapter 3900. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail signs small/say net wonderful pop-up window, free reading. In our Moon Elephant sect, besides me, no one can destroy the soul of a rank 8 great emperor. A cold female voice rang out. Qingqiu, did you hear that? In the Moon Elephant sect, no one can destroy Bu Qingxiao's soul except for the Duyu sect master. Did you see Bu Qingxiao being beaten to death with your own eyes? Hong Yin Shao looked at Su Qingqiu and said indifferently. Su Qingqiu hurriedly said, Sect Master, it's a fact that the Great Elder's life tablet has shattered. Moreover, someone from the Fiend Aspect sect sent a message through the formation saying that the Great Elder was killed by the new Great Emperor of the Moon Form sect, Wu Yin. Our Moon Elephant sect doesn't have any great emperors or cultivators who are about to become great emperors called Wu Yin. A cold female voice rang out once more. Su Qingqiu turned towards the source of the voice. This time, he could clearly see a woman dressed in a luxurious white dress staring at him calmly. Could it be that someone wants to attack our divine sect and sow discord? A slightly rough voice sounded. Hong Inxiao's eyes flickered. In this case it made sense. In the supreme ancient lands, the 13 divine sects weren't the only top powers. Among the other races, there were also many powers that were stronger than or on par with the divine sections. The parliament doesn't allow the flames of war between the myriad races to spread to Shenlua world. Who dares to be so daring? Du said lightly. We'll talk about this later. The most important thing now is to completely disperse the remnant divine sense in the burial site. This time, we might be able to find a way to break through to the 7th step. The hoarse voice came again. Su Qingqiu couldn't see the face of this person clearly, but judging from his voice, he guessed that this person was most likely the Breaking Mountain Martial School's martial master. Qingqiu, go back first. I will deal with this matter after this matter is over, Hong Inxiao said. He did not react to Bu Qingxiao's death at all. He was not even angry. Su Qingqiu was a little shocked. She wondered if the 9 revolution great emperors of the older generation had really lost their humanity. Sovereign, I'll take my leave first. Su Qingqiu cupped his fists and left in embarrassment. After he left, Du suddenly looked at Hong Inxiao. All the 7-step sects that were once extinct in the divine Luo world have shown signs of reopening during this period of time. After so many years, the evil intents left behind by the 7th step have gradually disappeared. It's almost gone. This time, someone killed your sect's great elder. Could it be that some people are coveting the clues of the 7th step in Xianyuan Immortal Sect? I only know that there is also a forbidden area that is about to be opened in Tyli land, but that is the territory of the Kylan clan, so no one dares to peep at it. As for the burial site, whoever dares to stretch his hand over here, we will join hands to cut off his hand. This guy is risking his life to go against the 13 divine sects. Hong Inxiao sneered. When everyone heard this, they didn't say anything else and continued to walk towards the depths of the burial ruins. Not long after they left, a figure suddenly appeared in the void. If Ning Qi was there, he would recognize this figure as the only survivor of Xianyuan Immortal Sect, Xianyuan Lin, whom he had cut out from the Tianyuan stone. These unranked sects dare to covet the Xianyuan Immortal Sect now. The thing that my father left behind must be inside. It's a pity that I can't enter with my current cultivation. Xianyuan Lin looked at the burial ruins with a deep gaze. The next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared. Then, the ground where he had just stood suddenly sank as if an invisible palm had landed on it. Strange! I clearly felt that someone was here. A white figure appeared in the void out of nowhere. It was the sovereign of Moon Elephant Sect, 9 Revolution Great Emperor Du. She frowned and looked around. Seeing that she couldn't find the existence she sensed, she entered the burial ruins again. Tens of thousands of miles away from the burial ruins, a figure fell out of the void in a sorry state. As expected of the 9 Revolution Great Emperor. You can even find me. Xianyuan Lin looked a little pale. He looked down at the ring in his hand. If it wasn't for the existence of the ring, he might have been killed by Du. It's a pity that apart from my father, even I can't actively control this treasure of chaos. Xianyuan Lin touched the ring and looked around. There was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. That guy destroyed the Jiang family, and even Jiang Yueshao was sent into the infinite world of reincarnation. Perhaps I can only get that thing by cooperating with him. After hesitating for an hour, Xianyuan Lin decided to look for Ning Qi. He knew from various news that Ning Qi was doing well now. Moreover, Ning Qi was also the person who helped him return to this world. He still had trust in Ning Qi. Among the people he trusted, Ning Qi's cultivation was the highest. There was no other choice but to look for him. Devil Aspect Sect. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The cultivators who participated in the selection competition flew out of the light ball and returned to the side of the great emperor, who led them. Some were happy, while others were worried. The cultivators of Moon Elephant Sect, including Lu Yang, didn't look good. Everyone was more or less injured. Elder Wu, sorry to disappoint you. Lu Yang cupped his hands at Ning Qi. The token count is done. The fifth step cultivator who won this time is Devil Aspect Sect. The remaining 13 rebirth state spots are Dragon Tiger Sect, Beidou Sect, Stainless Sect, Kongshan said slowly. The Moon Elephant Sect didn't even get a rebirth state quota, while the Beidou Sect got 2. However, the Magic Light Academy, the Mountain Sea Temple, and the True Void Religion were the same as the Moon Elephant Sect. They didn't get anything. The great emperors of the 3 divine sects almost turned green. 2 spots for Beidou Sect is too many. Give 1 to Moon Elephant Sect. Ning Qi said slowly. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely quiet. The group of cultivators from Beidou Sect looked at Ning Qi in shock, as though they couldn't believe what they had just heard. However, they didn't have a great emperor on their side. How could a 5th step cultivator be qualified to speak on such an occasion? They could only look at Kongshan pitifully. At the same time, Mountain Sea Temple and the other sects that didn't get a single spot started thinking. Since Beidou Sect didn't have a great emperor on their side, it was normal for them to take another spot, right? Lu Yang, Feng Jiuyou, and the other cultivators opened their mouths slightly when they heard Ning Qi's words. The spot-deciding competition was to decide the spots. Since Moon Elephant Sect had lost, how could they directly ask for a spot? Wouldn't that be breaking the rules? If the sect master said that, it would definitely happen. However, Lu Yang looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. In his opinion, Ning Qi's words didn't carry enough weight. It would be easily overruled and cause him to lose face. Do you have any objections to Beidou Sect? Kongshan was silent for a while and looked at Beidou Sect. The group of 5th step and 4th step cultivators from Beidou Sect looked at Kongshan in a daze. Even if they had objections, they didn't dare to speak now. Moon Elephant Sect was clearly using their power to suppress them. If Beidou Sect had a great emperor on their side, they definitely wouldn't dare to speak like that. Chapter 3901. Remember, in 1 second, 800 mail sign small/say net wonderful pop-up window free reading. Senior Kong, I'll leave this matter to you. The strongest 5th step cultivator in the Big Dipper sect cupped his hands and bowed to Kongshan. In his opinion, Kongshan would give them a fair result no matter what. Kongshan pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. If that's the case, give 1 of your rebirth state spots to the Moon Elephant Sect. What? The cultivators from the Big Dipper sect couldn't believe what they heard. All of them stared at Kongshan, dumbfounded. Even the cultivators from the other sects were shocked by Kongshan's attitude. Only those who had personally witnessed how Ning Qi killed Bu Qingxiao with a single slash only, then did the great emperor understand why Kongshan made such a decision. Thank you, Brother Kong. Ning Qi cupped his hands at Kongshan and said with a smile, since the selection competition has ended, I'll bring them back to the Moon Elephant Sect first. If there's a chance next time, let's meet up again. After that, Ning Qi led the dumbfounded Lu Yang and the others out of the Demon Aspect Sect. Lu Yang and the others only reacted after an hour, and their gazes towards Ning Qi were filled with reverence. Senior Wu, how could the Devil Aspect Sect be so easy to deal with? They gave up the slot just like that. Wouldn't the Big Dipper sect be angry because of this? Feng Jiuyou was extremely curious and couldn't help but ask Ning Qi. Whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. You guys should understand this logic, right? Ning Qi smiled and did not say anything, leaving Feng Jiuyou and the rest to look at each other, trying to guess the meaning behind Ning Qi's words. They did not know that Ning Qi could kill a rank 8 great emperor like Bu Qingxiao with a single move. They thought that Ning Qi was implying something. It was to show them that the Moon Elephant Sect was much stronger than the Big Dipper Sect. Therefore, even the Devil Aspect Sect would speak up for them. On the way back, the cultivators who saw the Moon Elephant Sect's flag made way for them. No one dared to find trouble with them. Therefore, it didn't take long for them to return to the Moon Elephant sect. Shuejian and the rest seemed to have already found out about everything that had happened in Devil Aspect sect. Hence, when Ningqi and the rest arrived at Moon Aspect sect, apart from Moon Aspect sect master and those great emperors who were not in the sect, Vice sect master Yin, Shuejian, and the other great emperors all appeared to greet them. The way they looked at Ningqi was quite strange. So many vice sect masters, so many elders. Could it be that the upper echelons are placing so much importance on this competition? Lu Yan and the others bowed while feeling shocked. At the same time that they were shocked, they also felt a little ashamed. In this competition, they couldn't get a single spot. The only spot they had was asked for by Ningqi. They always felt that they had failed to live up to the sect's expectations. In reality, why would Vice Sect Master Yin and the others care about a mere quota? They were more concerned about the news that Fiend Aspect Sect had sent through the array. You're all tired. You can leave first. Vice Sect Leader Yun smiled at Lu Yan and the others. Yes, Vice Sect Leader Yin. Lu Yan and the others hurriedly bowed and retreated. After that, Vice Sect Master Yin looked at Wu Yin with a gleam in his eyes. Wu Yin, the demonic aspect sect, said that you instantly killed Beidou Sect's Shilong with a single move. Not bad. Ningqi smiled and nodded. Haha, I hate this fellow the most. Back then, I destroyed his physical body, and he bore a grudge against me. He often finds trouble with our Moon Elephant sect. If it wasn't for the sect leader not allowing me to attack, I would definitely kill him until he can no longer be reborn and fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Vice Sect Leader Yin smiled happily. She was the one who recruited Ningqi as a boundless border cultivator. Hence, the relationship between the two was deeper than the relationship between the other great emperors. When she found out that Ningqi destroyed Shilong's physical body again, she felt extremely gratified. However, Vice Sect Leader Yun's expression turned slightly strange. The demonic aspect sect also said that you killed Buqing Xiao. Is this true or false? Is the demonic aspect sect trying to sow discord? Shuejian and the rest exchanged glances before looking at Ningqi in unison with a complicated look in their eyes. To them, putting aside the fact that Ningqi had killed Buqing Xiao, just the fact that he had destroyed Shilong's physical body was enough to prove that the Moon Elephant sect most of the great emperors in the Moon Elephant sect couldn't do it. But a new great emperor had done it. I was indeed the one who killed Buqing Xiao. Ningqi smiled and nodded. Hiss! Everyone gasped, and a great emperor blurted out, Buqing Xiao is a rank 8 great emperor. You're just a new great emperor. No, you're already a rank 2 great emperor. How are you so fast? The great emperor stared at Ningqi dumbfoundedly. He suddenly realized that Ningqi's aura was much stronger than a rank 1 great emperor. Only a rank 2 great emperor could reach such a level. The demonic aspect sect didn't inform them about this, seeing that Ningqi had just advanced to a rank 2 great emperor not long ago. Everyone thought of a possibility at almost the same time. The reincarnation of a great emperor. Only Ningqi, who was a great emperor in his previous life, could cultivate so quickly in this life. After all, the reincarnation of a great emperor would more or less leave behind some tricks. Even though most of the great emperors didn't even have the chance to use those tricks after they reincarnated, there would always be some exceptions. They suspected that Ningqi might be one of those exceptions. Did you really kill Buqing Xiao? Even I couldn't kill that guy. I could only defeat him. Vice Sect Leader Yin said with a strange expression. Many people saw it. Ningqi smiled. When everyone heard that, they exchanged glances and secretly decided to send someone to the Fiend Aspect sect to confirm this matter. If Ningqi really killed Buqing Xiao, the matter would blow up and the Moon Aspect sect would fight with the Big Dipper sect sooner or later. Now, they were more concerned about what method Ningqi had used to kill a rank 8 great monarch. Perhaps only the sect master of the Moon Elephant sect possessed such a method. If it was true, they would have to consider their attitude toward Ning Qi in the future. I'm guessing you must have been a great emperor in your previous life. Which great emperors have fallen in the past few years? Vice sect leader Yin said with a curious expression. Brother Wu, do you mind if I ask, what did you do to kill Buqing Xiao? A great emperor asked. Ning Qi glanced at him and said with a smile, What do you think? The great emperor wore an embarrassed expression, but there was a hint of anger deep in his eyes. He didn't see Ning Qi's trick with his own eyes. Hence, he thought Ning Qi was just a new great emperor. So what if he was a second rank 8 great emperor? How dare he treat me, a rank 4 great emperor, with such an attitude? All right, as great emperors, which one of you doesn't have any secrets? How can I simply tell you such a thing? Let's go. Vice sect leader Yin waved his hand and said to Ning Qi with a smile, Come with me. Since you're able to kill Buqing Xiao, the sect has something important to discuss with you in another 10 years.